that Kufnum Beis, continuing with the Sukkah Behelas that describe a person as he gets older, says the Pasuk, that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates, his grinding, his eyesight gets worse.
Just a t-shirt that he changed. And again, as I said yesterday, has always been problematic. I feel his outfit was the Fed's mistake. It never made any sense to say that he wore an outfit onto campus, white khaki shorts and a maroon shirt, and then decided to completely change hours later. Because why would you just change? You don't have to change out of khaki shorts to avoid tech.
Amazing. We finished Masechtas. Now we're going to take this journey 156 days. The Torah says to do Malach on Shabbos, and that includes 9 Malachas. Of it, primary Yisur. For that we have subcategories of secondary Yisur. When the Mishnah and the Ein Gimel describes all 39 Malachas, the last final Malacha is the Malacha that our Mishnah, which Masechtas Shabbos begins with, the Malacha of Yitzah, to carry from one vein to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is public domain, a street that is 16 amas wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is also. In order to be over that Isur, you have to accomplish 2 things. You have to do an Akira and a Hanaf. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Yitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. But when we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitziyah. Mishnah starts off saying Yitziyas HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. A person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes as ani, not necessarily poor, it's just a character to describe it so we don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the Balabais. The person outside, ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, places that object from Rabbi, places it into Rishus HaYachid. There's a hanacha over there. He's hiding their eyes. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rishus HaYachid is he lifts an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabim. Did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both of them. The corresponding cases, which is only chayiv derabbanan, not deraisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. And that is when the ani does hachnasa. With the ani, he lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, and he extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, but rather than doing hanacha in Rishus HaYachid, he lets the balabais do the hanacha. Now it's 2 people that did one malacha, therefore the rest of the pater, the rabbanan. The 8 cases where the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, but rather than transferring it into Rishus HaYachid, the balabais sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabim, and he does the transferring and the hanacha in Rishus HaYachid. The next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rishus HaYachid. We call him the balabais. He does a yitzah, lifting up an object from Rishus HaYachid, emptying it in Rishus HaRabim. That's it. Also in that Torah, because he did a akira and a hanacha. Case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabim, grabs an object, and brings it into Rishus HaYachid. Also in the right, he did akira and hanacha, and that's called hachmas. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the balabais lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid, and the king extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, and the balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rishus HaRabim. All the balabais did was the akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's 2 people that did a malacha, shnai shel asur, turim. They're both patim deraisa, or chayim derabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where The Balabayis lifted up the object. Rather than waiting for the Ani to extend his hand into the Rishus Hayachid, he extends his hand into the Rishus Rabbin and places it into the Ani's hand. Rather, the Ani takes it out of his hand and does the Hanafa in Rishus Rabbin. So here again, we have a case where two halachas, Akir and Hanafa, and they're Padrin the Raisa, the Rabbi. Those are the cases we mentioned. The Gemara brings a mission in Masechet Shavuos that's very similar, that says two which are four, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's going to eat or he is going to eat. That's two. But we add the rice as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tumah. It talks about when a person forgets that he is Tameh and walks into the Beis Hamikdash, knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's Tameh, has to bring a carbon out of the earth. Or he forgot that he's Tameh and he eats kachim. One of the cases that we have to that is when he forgets the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating kachim. Negaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es, the heres. One looks like snow, the other looks like wool. And we add two more derises. One looks like lime, the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about two which are four, rather four that are eight like an average. Why? Rabbi attempts to make a shot, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about Masechet Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also potter, not just also. Whereas in Masechet Shavuos, it talks about only Yisur. We have to realize, like we explained in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rishus Rabbin to Rishus Hayachid, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitziyah. Because you see, our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitziyah and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa from Rishus Rabbin to Rishus Hayachid. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the Lamed Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether it's going from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabbin, which is the Yitziyah, or whether going from Rishus Rabbin to Rishus Hayachid, which is Hachnasa. It calls them both a Yitziyah, a Yitzah. Finally, Rabbi says, when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domains. There are two domains in the Raisa, Yachid and Rishus Shehem Arba, which can cause for the Surim of Yitzah. And our Mishnah includes four additional Yitzahs, which are only Asur with the Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day.
I would say change my outfit. A man does not say just change clothes. Not saying outfit is very equality. Okay, so is this AI or is this a female that works these messages together? We're not feeling what these type of problems, that's for sure. Now, another question I ask is there's why not just
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the seam that we had. Shushan Purim, Beis Hashem, by tomorrow will be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has actions with his potter, it means potter avul asim. There are banan, it is us. Besides three cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the rabban. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayav with the rice. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then he disappears. Person B is completely potter because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In the case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zip, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain into his hand, it's potter and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's cases is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv mid'oraisa on the Isra of Yitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and an hanaf. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Sefer, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did an hanaf. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact, we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's two different cases, two different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases, because the second individual is completely putter and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Sefer, that the 4 cases are 2 individuals? One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a second halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to an issa deraisa that he would have to bring a carbon. The only person that could get to that case is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to issa deraisa because of the case. He only then we're doing akira and hanacha in order to be chayv deraisa. Even though 2 people did 1 malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a carbon because it says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a carbon, 2 people that do malacha are. Rabbi asked Rabbi, if a person doesn't lift up the object, his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking. He says, Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move out. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anywhere. Says Rabbi, who's Rab's uncle, because Rab, I tell you many times, don't ask Rabbi questions in another masechta when he's not embarrassing. What if he doesn't answer? He might do something wrong. You're lucky that Rabbi is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said exactly like it says in the says about it. You see from the fact that if a person standing with Rishus Rabbim and extends his hand into Rishus Hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rishus Rabbim. Although the person's body is in Rishus Rabbim, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if someone standing in Rishus Hayachid extends his hand to Rishus Rabbim, and somebody removed an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from Rishus Rabbim, even though his hand is an extension of his body. Asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right. The hand is not a Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should put it as the Rabbanim Karmels. In other words, it should be a penalty for somebody that extends his hand out into another domain. We should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from 2 prices and makes 6 shackles. How we could explain the contradiction? One brisa says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other brisa says that if you take your hand from Rishus Hayachid and put it into Rishus Rabbim, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara number 1, maybe the brises argue whether or not your hand is considered a karmelis, just like Abaye's question. If it's considered a karmelis, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a karmelis. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rishus Rabbim is not considered Rishus Rabbim at all. It's a makom tur. So one brayz is talking about that he extended his hand over 10 tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in because it's not going from Rishus Rabbim to Rishus Rabbim. But under 10 tefachim, you're not allowed to bring your hand back. Another shot is no. Everybody's talking about, both brayz are talking about below 10 tefachim. And the question is, one brayz is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. Says the Gemara, well, you can say a reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over Nisa D'Oraisa. Even if he put his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, why? Because he's Akira on Friday. In order to be over Nisa D'Oraisa, you have to do Akira and enough Shabbos. Whereas if he his hand on Shabbos, put the object down, have that tire, let's say, in Rosh Hashanah, he'd be over D'Oraisa. Maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say, there's a lot of bring his hand back in. Says, well, if that's the case, you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple for the bread to bake, realizes that you're going to stone him to the bread baked. Is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos with Dia is Issur D'Rabbanan. We allow him to do Issur D'Rabbanan to save his life. Or the way you just told me, you're allowed to.
Where is that photo?
Because the Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this is the Rabbanan. So the Gemara goes into that. Do we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices is one price that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, the shaygin. But the price that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about that he did it by mistake. Another shot is both of them are talking that he did it by shaygin. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shaygin because he might lie in the case that he did mezid? Anytime it's mezid, he'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shaygin. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody's shaygin or to mezid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extends his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, when it's up, but if the person brings it back into his own chutzner because he didn't accomplish anything, he didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore have a wonderful day.
When you're driving back and forth, okay, like I said, the biggest thing that jumps at me is he looks kind of intense there. So he's got to be a full-blown psychopath. And half of what the feds told us that he was wearing during the shooting. Okay, so why did he text in this exchange at all and say that
Shabbos Dabdal. Rabbi has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today, latfa. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then it will be chayav d'oraisa of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over d'oraisa? But by removing the dough, he's over d'orabanan called Yediyah. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav korban chatos, and we allow him to be over Israel. Now, a korban chatos comes only for a shaygin, and a shaygin is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So, how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an Isser and therefore he wants to remove himself? It has to be that we're not talking about him; we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from a chatos. But that's also very problematic, because in Oimrim la'adam chatei k'dei chavercha, we don't tell a friend you perform a minor avera in order so that your friend is not over a major avera of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over a isser mezid and did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which means shaygin. So we have to amend that and say it didn't mean chatos, it meant mezid. In fact, there's a brisa that says mefurish, so that a person is a leader, the isser of Yediyah, removing the dough from the oven, which is the rabbanan, in order not to favor the isser d'oraisa of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in the Rishus Rabbi and extends his hand, he takes an object, he does an appear in Rishus Rabbi, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayachid. Hanacha in Rishus Hayachid. He's chayav d'oraisa hoitzah. He's did that. The question that the Gemara addresses right now is, why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayachid enough for the ani to be chayav? A hand is not 4 tefachim, and in order for a person to be chayav hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last pshat, the 7th pshat is, and that's what we go with, is Rabbi who explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's chashuv like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. Says Rabbi Akiva is chayav for itzah, because it's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over it. The answer is because it holds a concept called Huta K'mit Shurim Chodam. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Rabbi. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rishus Rabbi, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus Rabbi, and then it continued traveling through Rishus Hayachid. and therefore he's chayiv. Gemara pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds Kuda Mishon Chadamya when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you would be chayiv for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say, you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off in Rosh Hashanah and landing in Rosh Hashanah, and then again, if I must take off in Rosh Hashanah in order to continue to Rosh Hashanah, and be chayiv again. You see, Rabbi Akiva holds that for landing, you don't need 4 tvachim. But for taking off, you do need 4 tvachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi, who in the beginning had a suffix, what the machlokes was. And at the end, it says this far, but just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the Midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagon larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rosh Hashanah. In between them was a Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, us serve to pass an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, and going above the Rabbi. And the question is, we learn throwing from passing. The Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided the Rabbi holds Kuchadamya. But look, talking, you say Kuchadamya Commission. Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that by placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tvachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in Rosh Hashanah and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tvachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tvachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tvachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tvachim. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, like you've seen the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds of the concept of as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain halachically. But he adds another shot. He says you are in fact chayiv twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah and passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halachic as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a haitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says only in that case does Rabbi say you're chayiv, because in the Rosh Hashanah we're talking about Rosh Hashanah, it has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore it landed somewhere, anywhere it lands, it has 4 tvachim to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts, of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tvachim, how does it work? That we'll see based on Hashem on that Hey. Have a wonderful day.
And that strikes me as a little odd. That would stipulate that either the feds, like I said, collected that footage the night before and then he gave it to TMZ, or this guy himself gave it to TMZ before he gave it to the feds. So looking into Irwin, and you find that he doesn't just that one house on the streets with somebody else, Samuel Steele, but Samuel and his wife Carrie,
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding today in the Zion. One of the biggest concepts that we have in that learning is if you miss the daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the daf. Try to scroll. Find the 2 daf. You might happen in a situation where you run up. You might not be a regular shear. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the daf. So Daf Hey, the Gemara is discussing the concept of Yad. The Mishnah, where there's a poor person in the Rosh Hashanah who brings an item into Rosh Hashanah and places it in the hand of the Balabais, the person standing in Rosh Hashanah. Did an Akira and then an Hanaf. Why is he chayiv? The hand of the Balabayas is not 4 tefachim or 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to it. The Gemara's first attempt is on that thing. We have an halacha, if you take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt, you are chayiv because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanacha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanacha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayiv. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanacha. But where does it say that the akira, if you pick up an item from the Balabai's hand and you bring it into Rabbi, you're also, it doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? Rabbi has another attempt. Perhaps we talk baskets, but he put that in the Balabai's hand's basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult, because when Yossi Bergida says that a person basketball hoop, and he has a basket on top, and you basket, it's as if you threw it into a yachid. So you see a basket, so it shoots by itself. The Gemara has another attempt. Perhaps this hand that the Mishnah is referring to is referring to a hand that's really close to the ground. It's within 3 tefachim on the ground, maybe you could invoke the concept of lava. Your hand is like part of the ground. The ground is obviously 4 tefachim. The issue with that is that it says in the Mishnah that he's standing up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit, and his hand is by the surface of the pit. Maybe we're talking about a dwarf. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with a final check. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case where we said a guy throws a ball into the catcher's mitt, he's chayiv. Do that 2.5. If the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is potter because it's shnayim shel sweet. All the pitcher did was that akira, but the hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved there and made a different hanacha, and therefore they both did this hanacha and the both to their eyes. Ask Rabbi Yochanan, an unbelievable question. What happens, I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say toss it, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like 2 different individuals, and perhaps he should be taught. Or maybe no. He is creating 2 different malachas. It's 1 person. And therefore, you should be chayiv. The Gemara actually remains in the paper. If a person puts his hand into his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then he put it back, he's chayiv. And the chiddush is that water that's litter is still considered laying there. So water is 1. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanacha. That's not its resting place. And therefore, you're not chayiv. A person who received the rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did an akira. Because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and we said that's not considered an akira, or it came from the sky? That's not considered an akira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4 by 4 place. Now, if let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stop. Whereas if it's an item like a megillah that it rolled down the roof, but it came to a stop, that's considered as if it's not. But water that continues to move, that's not its resting. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a cleat, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in the resting place, the Gemara remains in the table. If you have oil that floats on top of water, and somebody who's coming through Yom, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing truma, touches the oil. Is it as if he touched the bottom of the wine as well, is liquid that's above liquid. Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself and the wine is by itself. So according to Rabbi and the Muri, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they're both coming. And according to the Tanakama, no, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on a napkin, and he keeps going back and forth, he's not chayav until he makes a short stop. One kind of stop, it has to be a stop that he stopped for rest. Or if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. And the reverse is true. You use that same logic, but is that another chayav if he walks in surrounding 4 hours? What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? It's not considered a real stop. So then when he continues, he gets to 4 hours, he'll be higher, because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle, that's not considered a stop. But if he stopped to rest, then he's not chayav for walking Daled Amos because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Rabbi, that if a person lifts up chayfetz, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his house, and then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, it's up, you have to have intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it on the shelf. Therefore, he's not have a wonderful.
Everyone together, and Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. I'm gonna miss him much. I've always watched all his videos,
Shabbos Davo. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object
throwing up gang signs
to the Rosh Hashanah,
that's sick.
but he travels through the Carmelis. Carmelis is not a deraisa; it's a Rosh Midrabanan. It's not a Rosh Hashanah and not a Rosh Hashanah. The question is,
That
this
fucking
person actually made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayv at all, because in order to be chayv, you have to go from
But look at
Rosh
this
Hashanah to
athleticism.
or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis.
I'm gonna try to summarize it for you.
According to
This body. Look at this body. Look at this.
Now it's very
Look at this. This is like
and as a whole,
sex.
a person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground,
International
for a
BC,
millisecond,
International BC kid.
he's in a standing
Come down,
position.
woman.
Therefore, this person is spotted because he walked from Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be bothered. Gemara says we need to understand Chacham. Where do Chacham see that a person is stopover, even though Chacham hold Mahalach Lav Kodesh, it's not considered as if he's stood still. But where else do we see in Shas a person walks through Carmelis that he's chayav? The Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayav until he places the object down and just around. So a person walked 4 hours and then continued walking. He's not chayav until he places it down. But all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was putter. So you see that even though he walked through a place that he was putter, he is chayav at the end. That's not a good right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayav. Whereas if he's walking through a Carmelis and he decides to place it down in the Carmelis, at that point he would be putter. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he would be putter completely. Because in order to be chayav, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is putter. Nevertheless, he's chayav at the end. That's not a good example, because other people that would place their objects in Amma number 2, etc., would be chayav. Because them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual's problem. So place is a makim chiyuv for the entire world besides this person. Not a good example. What is a good example is if a person walks through Sidei Rosh Hashanah. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rosh Hashanah, his Rosh Hashanah fence falls into Rosh Hashanah, he is chayav as if he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Now, that fence that's in Rosh Hashanah is considered a Carmelis. I'm looking through exactly how it's the case where a person walked from Yachid to Rabbi, and he's fine, even though he passed by a Carmelist, and then got there halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brisa and goes through every single step of the brisa and it takes about 4 daf to explain this brisa completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brisa describing the 4 reshuyos, the 4 domains. There's a Rosh Hashanah, the private domain, Rabbi, public domain, a Carmelist, which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of the Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And then you have Makom Keturim. It's completely potter. You can put an object in there, take it out, and you're not chayav. Rosh Hashanah is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with lechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rosh Hashanah is a place that's 16 amas wide, and it's a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, by Yadsim B'Shagim, is chayav chatas. You go by Mezid, you chayav haris, and if there's Idim and Asra, you chayav skila. Why does the Bryce have to tell us that the haris you chayav misa? It's in the pasuk that if you do a malacha on Shabbos, you chayav haris, chayav skila. The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 avos malachos is chayav 39 chatas. You can't be chayav more, even if you do 12 days. You chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah started. There was a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. If somebody had a very shita, he was a das yachid, he was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his shita, they would write it down in a Megillah and they would put it away. They found the Megillah started with Isi ben Yehuda that says there's one out of the 39 malachas that you're not chayiv skila. So Rice is coming to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of Yitzhak. So you are chayiv skila and haris. And that's why the Rice tells us to be chayiv skila. If there are multiple yards, chatzeros, that belong to different people, communal yards, or a mavoi she'enu mefulish, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are enu mefulish. Mefulish means they go through and through. Enu mefulish means that it's a dead end. So you can make an eruv there. If you make an eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an eruv, it's also to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa is a threshold. It's a makom ketur. You could take an object from Rosh Hashanah, or you could take an object from Rosh Hashanah to the skufa, but you cannot be the middleman. You can't take an object from Rosh Hashanah and place it in Rosh Hashanah and vice versa. If 3 people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Achirim say that the skufa, this threshold, depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own domain, could he do so? According to Rabbi, he simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses, so the area between the 2 houses is considered a Rosh Hashanah, or he puts a lechi, a standing beam, a vertical beam, on each house, the corner of one house, 2 corners, they act as walls. So I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the chiddush? Why does the Raisa use a lashon that what's this lashon? Mura says the Gemara, even if a person throws an object from Rosh Hashanah into this area that a person put a lechi in a kaira, he's not chayav from going to Rosh Hashanah. Even the chumrah, we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, this is a Rosh Hashanah. Why is the price so strong? Lashon to exclude a case of human. Human is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by an amma. You put 4 of these L-shaped walls in the middle of Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. They act as a Rosh Hashanah. People bring their pails and water. They give water to their animals when they're early. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of rabbin going through it, it's still considered a rishut. In the time of Torah, when Klal Yisrael was in the desert is considered a rishus harab. But nowadays, It's not considered Rosh Hashanah a wonderful day.
Employees of that engineering company, Caldera. Okay, keep that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robinson. We have a second witness, and her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele. This one witness something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry Steele, and she spoke to the
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We continue with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four rishuyos, which is Rabbi, which is Yachid, Carmelis, and Makom. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bika. A bika is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a bika is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah 3 out of 4 times, and the other time it's considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a bika into Rosh Hashanah, and in the winter, if somebody carries from there, it's chayiv. And when it comes to Tumah, a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah is a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming. You look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are tahar. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are coming. And why is that? Because we learn from a saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are tahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains though, we're calling this bika Rosh Hashanah, something that's Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a bika Carmelis. So why does the brisa call a bika Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just in regarding Tumah, there's Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rav Ashi doesn't like that answer. It says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. Says Rav Ashi because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence, and that creates Rosh Hashanah, the Raisa. However, the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah 4 hours because it's very similar to Rosh Hashanah. While describing these 3 cases plus a Carmelis. In other words, the brisa says, see, a bika, a valley, is tavonis. We are describing Carmelis. So what is this extra word that Carmelis come to tell us? A special case of Zavas Rosh Hashanah. There are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's considered a Carmelis. Rabbi says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it to sell. Says Rabbi, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelis, because you could maneuver if you want to, but you cannot drive over a bench. But Rabbi Yochanan says that the pillars are Carmelis. Certainly, he would agree that the benches are Carmelis. The Gemara discusses the case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. He is chayiv because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of the smoking pool, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel the Rosh Hashanah? Says the Gemara, if the stone is 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a mokum pool. And if the fig lands on top of this object, this stone, then he's potter. If it lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then he's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed just rabbit. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed on a mokum pool, and he's potter. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tvachim? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it catch as a rabbit? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara is considered most as a mokum pool. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like, and say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tefachim high is ultimately Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a makruh. The Gemara says Chachamim invented the concept called karmelis. They took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most mikula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the karmelis. And they said, just like Rosh Hashanah, there's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tefachim. So too, a karmelis must be at least 4 tefachim. Anything less than 4 tefachim is still considered a makruh. And just like Rosh Hashanah, it only extends the Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tefachim. Anything above 10 is makruh. So too, anything above 10 tefachim is a makruh. However, Rosh Hashanah, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. On top of that pole, it will still be considered Rosh Hashanah. The marketing case, person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall, let's say, less than 10 tefachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tefachim because if you count on everything, you have 10 tefachim. Inside that house, everything is a karmelis. Above the house, it's all Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tefachim. And you have lower walls, and we use a concept called good asik lechitzta. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is tefachim tall. Now, what happened if that person decided you'd like to use the house and you'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tefachim height in the center of the house, but the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tefachim is considered a shelf and therefore has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. What halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rava, it's not like Rosh Hashanah. And Rava asks Abaya, didn't we say before that Karen Zog in Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to a house that's considered a karmelis and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of a Rosh Hashanah. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, we're talking about a case where there's no hole in the wall. Because if there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah because it doesn't have 4 by 4 at that hole. Well, there's a concept called Chagit. And we go into a mayor. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4 by 4, I halachically carve out a 4 by 4 area. Have a wonderful day.
The first people that got out the map of everywhere to look, and this is where the shooter walked, and this is what happened, and here's our diagram of where everything took place, and he ran to the woods, he grabbed the gun without getting into many details about where he got that gun. We were just kind of talking in the woods, and this person tells me, actually,
Shabbos Ches, Achenu Kol Beis Yisrael, we're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or self-imposed quarantine. I want to give you physical, have to be tough on you. Learn a little bit more, dive in a little stronger, and respect. Let's think, why is this happening? What can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine, you're looking for a shir, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel. And then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all that, or any time, and on our app at 8mindaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire shus, take a Rosh Hashanah and transfer it into Rosh Hashanah, how do you do so? You need an object that's 4 by 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a kaveris. Now, a basket is typically round, and this rishus is 4 by 4 square. How do I get a 4 by 4 square into a round basket? Well, it's very simple math. If I have a 1 by 1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to Gemara math. Very simple math. So if I have 4 by 4, square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4 by 4 square into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6. Or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tfachim to be certain that you have the right shape. If I have a 6 tfachim basket by 10 tfachim, now my basket is just hayach. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tfachim. Because once you have a basket that's 10 tfachim, automatically it's more than 10 tfachim. Because you have something called kruyas. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tfachim to makom ptur. And once it's in the makom ptur, then my whole basket is considered in the makom ptur, and I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tfachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tfachim of the ground? Now I could say lover. Anything within 3 tfachim extends my mechutza, extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tfachim. Once it's above 10 tfachim, once again it's in the makom ptur, and I am. But let's say the basket is exactly 7 tfachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tfachim in order to get lover. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tfachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos and walls. Why? Because a basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of a basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no love. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tfachim away from the ground? I still don't say lava to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat bottom. Halacha is if I take an object and I throw it 4 amos from Rosh Hashanah, I'm chayiv if it lands in the Rosh Hashanah. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tfachim? That's all part of the 3 tfachim. People step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6 up to 9 tfachim? That's a makom because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tfachim, people use to readjust, and therefore it becomes part of the route. What if I have on the ground that's exactly enough? According to Rabbi, I say a beam that's 9 tfachim is considered Rosh Hashanah. So 2 holes in the ground is considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says later on in Daf Kuf that if there's a stream of water that goes to Rosh Hashanah and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tfachim, it's considered as if I threw it into Rosh Hashanah. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I explained easily. The part that talks about the water, because some people use it in the summer to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of the response. That's why it repeats itself the second time. It said that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, perhaps in the summer they don't, and therefore it says, but why does it say, it says, Rabbi, I'll tell you what. To tell us the concept that when you walk, when people don't really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, still considered Rabbi. But usage use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Rishus Harab. Now the Gemara brings the concept of Eruv. We know Eruv Tumim. If I want to walk 2,000 amos outside of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's where I am residing on Shabbos, even though I'm not there. So I walk towards my bread, 2,000 amos, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amos. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah. So his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question on Rabbi because you see, if you use a pit, people use holes in the ground. It's considered a hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmelis. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah comes to exclude a Rosh Hashanah, because in Eruvin you either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, but he happens to be in a karmelis. Another very interesting comparison the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is in Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmelis. You asked if it's in 2 different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is he could. This is the Rabbanon. Rabbanon weren't mabed when it comes to, it's considered a shvus is the Rabbanon. This doesn't apply during Ben Hashmashas. And since during Ben Hashmashas he had his Eruv in place, so that wasn't an issue for him to go fetch it. So he was considered as if he resided in the parents. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object, and it's in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says it was never over on an akira. He never lifted it up. In fact, when he took this object and he rolled it in Rosh Hashanah, then he's high. If he dragged it in Rosh Hashanah, he's high. Because he moved it while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if he just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in the skufa, the threshold, Brisa says, the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's a mucking. It's less than 4 tefachim wide. And therefore, if somebody's standing on the skufa, he can reach into a Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone, or he could reach the Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rosh Hashanah all the way into Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rosh Hashanah, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a mucking tool. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's high. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on his skufa, he stops in a mucking tool. Then he goes from the skufa to the Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not high for going directly. Stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
Why do you feel like you need to say that? Tara Carlson had to make 2 videos saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. You go, that's weird. And Kelly, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would she do that? Of course she didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But BB has come out, like I said, with the second statement, and you can listen to it.
Shabbos Daf Tes. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Oimrim. Acherim is usually Reb Meir. The Meir says that in the skufa can serve as a Rosh Hashanah and as a Rosh Hashanah, depending if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the Mavoi is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rosh Hashanah. Now we need to understand, what are we dealing with over here? What kind of skufa? We learned the concept of kaira and lechi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the mavoi, from here on out is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful. If this lechi, standing up, is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rosh Hashanah, how can you use the skufa, even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual mavoi as a sign, as a lechi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, Rabbi says I need an additional lechi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lechi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rav, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kaira, not a lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only a tefach wide. If the door to the mavi is open, then it serves the entire mavi, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. Once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called Pi Tikva Yair B'Saisim. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as coming down and creating a new mechitza. And therefore, I use the skufa that's underneath that kaira.
I don't know, guys. That is really complicated.
Rashi says, we're not talking about a mother, we're talking about a house. The threshold to a home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept and therefore I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. There's one trick. There's a door situated in between the 2 kairos. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the kairos. Will not use lava. And if I can't use lava, the kairos is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see the Once I swing the door open, the 2 kairos combine with each other, there are 4 tefachim. That's what Rabbi said. Sometimes I use the kaira, I use the skufa as a shayachid, and I can use it And sometimes it's like Rosh Hashanah, and you cannot use the Yisuf.
So what's this about?
We're going into a new sugya. The final Raisa though says one other. That if Mitzvah is 4 by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, even if you put a Rosh Hashanah within a Rosh Hashanah, you create a beam in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot use it to readjust your load because you might come to read in Rosh Hashanah and forget. Mishnah, we're going now to have Tesla Bay, brand new Mishnah, brand new story. We're not dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things you're not permitted to do before you do. The Mishnah is referring to Mincha Gedolah. That is a half hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about choice maniyos. You divide the day into 12 perfect hours, not hours. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of a haircut, according to one shot? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours. So you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory or bursiki where you can't hide or something similar to that because you might come to forget about mincha. You're not allowed to start it in fire. Now, before mincha tana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, Yeshua ben Levi says, even if you're not allowed to taste anything, and if you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another shot the Gemara brings is a Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular haircut. But each thing has a problem. A regular haircut will worry, will concern that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget to daven mincha. You won't be able to daven. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint. When it comes to the bursiki, you'll find out that you had such a loss that you'll be too sorry, you'll be too pain to daven mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and bring more food, and then forget daven mincha. When it comes to the entire, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and it will cause you to forget mincha. Once for Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is the right, so you have to stop right away. So an essay could accomplish and do the two things. Let's say once you start, you don't have to stop. But what does it mean once you start? So the Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to cut your hair. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands or you undid your belt in bubble. When it comes to the bathhouse, it means once you one article of clothing article, then that means that. When it comes to the girl, it depends. If there were no other dinators that the Gemara on the Fidon says, it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing the cloak, it means once the Bali did, they start saying,
Yo, how are you?
Rabbi says, in Bavel, where the minute
Can you
was
hear me?
to strap on a tight belt,
No
and
one wanted
undo
to
it for the
fucking
meal.
talk to you anyway.
Depends.
Are you
If
lucky
you
number
hold that marriage,
2000?
it's not obligatory. Then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven marriage. But if it's obligatory, if all is obligatory, then we tell you you must daven marriage. Now, what's the difference between marriage and mincha? Mincha, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven mincha. Two answers in the Gemara. Either mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually they get drunk at night. But at night is more of a concern you forget marriage. Or the pshat is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven mincha compared to marriage. It's only 5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned that they'll forget. But by marriage, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day.
Your account may not be able to.
Shabbos Davyut. How are you supposed to look, and what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, he coined the crest of the Yisrael. When you daven to Hashem, wear the clothing that you'd wear in front of a king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. Mishabura says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear cracks. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rava would take off his cloak, the one that made him important. There's no importance in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Took that off, and then he would clasp his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a master. Rav Kahana did both things. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara, Ki'iket Sara Ba'alma, when there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a period of time where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran, the United States, to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rava would remove his important cloak. Rav Kahana would remove his important cloak, and he would clasp his hand. But when there's shalom in the world, Rav Kahana would put on his cloak, he'd put on his talus, he coined the crest of the Yisrael. Rava absorbed Rav Amnuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It brings you to the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? What we're davening today. For health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only chayishah. That's for this world. And Rav Nun himself held your Torah is more important. But once you daven, it's not tefillah l'chud. You continue davening. Rabbi Yeri was talking and learning with Reb Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening. So Reb Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk on it. It says in the pasuk, Meisur Oznei Shmai Torah. You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up an abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing it in Torah. Machlok is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi, they would make a noise on the door, telling people, come, do it in Torah by us. In other words, the Torah is more important than Torah itself. Rav Chizda and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, Rabbi to them, you learned the wrong pshat in the pasuk. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu stood on Klal Yisrael min ha-boker ad ha'erev. Doesn't mean that he necessarily did the Torah from day to night. What it means is that one who does it in Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Ma'aseh Bereishis, which over there it says those words, min ha-boker ad ha'erev. Another sheet in the Gemara is that a dayan should do his Torah all the way to the 6th hour of the day, to midday. The Gemara is a lashon that the dayanim are dealing with the gvura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with it. The Gemara tells us the ludim, the troubles, they need to eat all the time to the point where they eat humans. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listen, the robbers who are up all night to take a quick nap, they need to eat in the 2nd hour. Yarshin, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the 3rd hour of the day. All other people eat on the 4th hour of the day. The 5th hour of the day is for the workers, and the 6th hour of the day are the 6th hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone into a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless, of course, you ate pashachas, you eat morning meal, then even if you eat after the 6th hour, then the food will be. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there unclothed. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed. So some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room, where most all the people are dressed. In the first room, you could say Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei. You could say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, and you could even put on tefillin. In the second room, you can say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on tefillin. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu's name is Shalom, as the pasuk says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that based on that. If a person designated a bathhouse, it was never used as a bathhouse, you're allowed to daven inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that the Gemara had a suffix. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's also to daven in both of them. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machatzim. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend shouldn't be embarrassed. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave a beautiful present. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I have a matana toiva bignozai in my, I have a beautiful present, Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the sechar of Shabbos. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu notified the recipients of the present what the present was. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave him some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. A present that's going to be known who gave it. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave, the Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu they gave it to him, but someone from Klal Yisrael obviously went over to Moshe Rabbeinu and said, hey, your forehead is glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized right away, so Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to notify Klal Yisrael. Rav Chizda says the Gemara had Matis Kuna, had Israel Chaim Keba that Chaim gets, and he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me the Torah from Rav. Comes along Rabbi Machasio, and he said, I love what we just said. If you give a present to your friend, you have to notify him. He says, Rav Chizda, beautiful. Here it is. He says, Rabbi Machasio, you love these Torah? He says, of course. He says, Rabbi Machasio, you're like a person who wears this fine garment, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rav's Torah, you love it. Who said this? Rav. So Chizda was very impressed. He said, really? That's Rav said. I like the second saying of Rav more than the first one. I wish I had more madness to Kuna to give. Another saying that Rabbi Machasi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened. The Yosef and Sally Rabbi gave him nothing. It's a little garment. And it ended up they had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole goes.
What would you say to baby?
And one other
it's like that.
If you choose a city, a newer city, because the time of a city accumulate. Look, the diamond says, let's run away. Like it says, the Mitzvah, the Tzoyar, which is younger than Zdaim. Zdaim was 52 years old, and Tzoyar was 51, as the Pasuk says, Malta. No. One last thing, Zdaim sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was in the turmoil for 26 years. Wonderful day.
On national television. We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press hounds on me. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Aaron Golding is just lying through his teeth on BBD podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with. But I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi Machasio. Today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it can cause the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. Rav Ashi was the Rosh Hashiva in Machasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the saying. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rabbi Machasi, has a choice to be a servant, it should go in the following order. First, he should serve, Yishma Eli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar, or a Parsi, or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmud Chacham. Because if you upset a Talmud Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. Worse than a Talmud Chacham is a Yosem Almana, a widow or an orphan, who Baruch was very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying, says Rabbi Machasi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestines. The worst short-term pain is that of the heart. An ache, the worst one is a headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and I'm trying to explain what this one means. Rabbi Machasi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And so I'm trying to explain, it means that you should never judge a government, because there's so much going on. You should die for the government, etc. Rabbi Rothschild says if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means to fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Gemara tells us Rabbi Yeshua went to visit Rabbi, and they brought out in front of him the best veal possible, Igla Tilta. And he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. He said, well, you could always push off a fast. Be mashlam it, do it on a different day. He said, not a Tanis Chalayim. Tanis Chalayim you have to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. We had in the mission of a person started taking a haircut, or he went to the bathhouse, or he started his meal. He doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei for Mincha. But Kriya Shema, he doesn't have to stop. And then Mishnah finishes off, but he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that once. Says the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are, like Shimon by your fight, you're somebody whose job it is to learn Torah, and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the erasing. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew Shema. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin, just like a writer should not walk out with a pen a half an hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos and will walk Dalet Amos, or will bring his pen or his pen from Shayachid to Shusarab. There's a mission in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. So you shouldn't stand in Shayachid, lean over into Shusarab and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos. And then the Mishnah finishes off the Chaim de Gas, and the same halacha applies to a wine press. Abaye learned that a wine press is a caramelist. In other words, we discussed already Rishus HaYachid and Rishus HaRabbi. Now we're talking about a third Rishus, which is the Rishus Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 16 hours. He's just telling us, don't stand in a caramelist and bend over into Rishus HaYachid or vice versa and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of Gzeira L'Gzeira, and we don't do Gzeira L'Gzeira. It's a double safeguard, meaning a caramelist is a safeguard that you might carry in Rishus HaRabbi. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do that. So what is the mission talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body is in the... Then it's a non-finished product. It doesn't have to take Meiser. That's what the Mishnah is telling us. We have a similar Mishnah that says Rabbi holds that if you dilute wine, doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a shtiyas sarai. You're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, and most of your body's in the wine press. You don't have to take Meiser. Rabbi Tzaddik says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product. You have to take Meiser. And Chacham make a compromise. They say it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press. So it's an unfinished product. I don't have to. If I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press. Take Meiser. There's a brayso that says that a person should not take a pin and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah, that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk with a pin in your hand would be the Daraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanan. So over here it says there's a Gzeira L'Gzeira. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one Gzeira, and walking with that is only the Rabbanan. And the second Gzeira is, you might forget. So tomorrow we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, who says there is no Gzeira L'Gzeira, because according to Rabbi Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with a pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a Gzeira anymore. So now we're down to one Gzeira. Similar to what we have in the brayso, it says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer. They used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to Rabbi. But Yehuda says that a professional person, that's his profession, he's chayav. It's only everybody else who is. And there's a contradiction in the brises. One brise says that a zav that has emissions and he wears a pouch, a kiss, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos. It's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does,
there's no way you're talking.
It's also no more than that. The other brises says not only is it also, but he's chayv. Perhaps we can reconcile the brises and say the brise that says that it's also goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore, for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other brisa goes according to Rameir that says since most people don't wear pouches,
you have 10 seconds to answer me. How old are you?
Even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where some people wear it and some people don't. The professionals do wear it. Rameir will agree that it's also drills a hole. That a professional usually drills a larger hole and a smaller hole. You think this guy is part? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a zav only saw 2 sightings. And in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see 3 sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's chayiv. The second brisa is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is potter. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is potter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yud Beis, continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the brises. One brisa says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa D'Rabbanan. The other brisa says he's over Issa D'Oraisa, and if he did it b'shoigig, he's chayav achatos. The Maschanas HaGemara, Gemara says it's dependent on the famous machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, a melacha she'ein tzrich l'gufa, a melacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha. You want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole on Shabbos, he's over Issa D'Oraisa. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the hole, so according to Rabbi Shimon, he's potter, according to Rabbi Yehuda, he's chayav. In our case, since the zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, just doesn't want to get dirty, therefore, according to Rabbi Yehuda, he'd still be chayav, according to Rabbi Shimon, he would be potter. The halacha is that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another rishus on Shabbos. Chavachaymer from the tzitz of a kohen gadol. The kohen gadol's tzitz only has one mention of a Kodesh Baruch Hu's name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that's still on him. So to tefillin that have the name of a Kodesh Baruch Hu many times. The person constantly has to check his tefillin and make sure they're still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk outside from one rishus to another. The famous Hanan Yoimer. A person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. The Gemara says, Hilchas Rabasi l'Shabbos, or like we say, Hilchas Rabsa l'Shabbos. This is a very important halacha when it comes to Hilchas Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means to the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might adjust the wick, so too he shouldn't remove lights. Shmuel adds, and he says that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing because they're so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, they're different than his wife's. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate, harder to pick them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public. It can gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos? According to Beis Hillel, the incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos. And according to Beis Shammai, you're not allowed. These are one of the Gemaras very difficult to understand. Beis Hillel say that anything that's not hara of a rava created through the sweat of a human, you're allowed to kill. And it is so small that it's hard to see the pri of a reveal, and therefore it's allowed to kill on Shabbos. Gemara goes on to say that Abba Shol would just take the louse and toss it. You wouldn't even squeeze it. But the Tanakama says you're allowed to squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rava would kill it in water. Rav Nachman would go a step further. And he tells his daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explained because he wanted to show that he's not being over Issa Deraisa by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him on Shabbos. Unlike the popular song Beishameh hold, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach a tinuk l'lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, it says Beishameh, you're not allowed to be mebakar chayla or nichum avelim because you'll cause the other person pain. They still say no. When it comes to mitzvah, that's not your own personal need. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered chavtzecha. You're allowed to do b'kechayla manichum avelim. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos? This is a four-way machlokes. Tanakama says the famous Shabbos imilizot. Do not scream and cry in pain on Shabbos. We're full of Rabbi. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, you could Shabbos itself healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom, or when you would leave, you'd say Shabbos Himeliza Rufu Krevelavai, and then you would add the words, his Rahmanas is much, and you should sit in peace. Rabbi Yossi says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of Klal Yisrael. Put him, insert him within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamakom Yirachim Alecha. Hashem should have Rahmanas on you, the Soich Sha'ar Chayla Yisrael, within all the other sick of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his saying in Lashon HaKodesh and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamakom Yifag D'cha L'Shalom, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani Yad Kirinoch L'Shalom. Hashem should remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to bring the tefillah up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And the answer is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is down here below together with the sick. As the pasuk says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there, he supports the sick, and he feeds the sick. And therefore, since HaKadosh Baruch Hu is right there, right above the sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed or to sit next to him. Rather, he has to sit in fear with his talus and sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read to the light of a candle, we don't differentiate. Even if the candle is 10 stories high, it's still usher to read. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same exact material, then it's mutter to read to the light of a candle because the other person will remind you not to adjust the way. If you're reading in front of a large Bible where people sit at a distance and they're worried about the fire catching on, then it's usher, even if you're reading the same material. Rabbi, an important person who never readjusts the wick, even during the weekday, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust. The Gemara has a question from Shmuel ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis HaMikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice harchatas. And the Gemara tells us, Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He would readjust the wicks himself. He wouldn't ask his servant to do so. The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that a servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle and he would not worry he'll readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. One answer is that the Brisa that says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle because we're talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both Brises. Just one Brisa is talking about olive oil. We're worried he might readjust it. And the other guy is talking about nef, kerosene, where we're not worried since it smells so bad, he won't readjust it. Rav says the halacha is a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil, but don't tell people this halacha. We don't say this halacha in public. And Rabbi Yirmiyah says we do tell people this halacha in public. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yud Gimel. We're hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Bet Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lane the following morning, to walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for Rashi Prakim for the beginning of the parak, and that will remind them and make it easier the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Rashi Prakim as well, or since the Rebbe is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Dayan says on the side of the Gemara, he says a beautiful pshat. Children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a zav should not eat a meal with his zava wife because he might come to an avera. But the Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person who's tar should not eat with his wife who's tameya because that we don't have to make a gzera. People are very makbid on tuma and tahara. A person who's a zav parush, a person who's makbid eat chulin b'tahara. He should not eat together with a zav who's amaretz. Abai says the pshat is because the amaretz might feed him food that true samaisus weren't taken from him. Rabbi says the pshat is because we're concerned that later on when this zav becomes tar, the amaretz might feed him food that's coming. We know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, a husband and wife, when the wife is a nida, can they be in the same bed, fully clothed? The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells us on the Pasuk, talks about a Eishes Ish, and right afterwards a nida. And we say, just like a Eishes Ish, you cannot be in the same bed with her, even though you're both clothed. Rashi says, why? Because the Yichud case says it's just logic. So two, a nida is awesome. The Gemara says perhaps should bring a raya from the chicken when on the same table there's cheese. Chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanan, nevertheless he says so. The other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Perhaps you can bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat either meat, milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other and can remind each other. The answer is it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a checker, that's something different, and perhaps it's different than you would be allowed. What about our Mishnah? We learned a zav and a zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is there is no hecker. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. With Das, he's mechulk on this whole. He says the only Issa Raisa is Issa Raisa. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an Issa Rabban. The Gemara tells us that when the Ula came back from learning from the Medrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But the Ula himself is mechulk on himself because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, you tell a Nazir, Leich, Amri Lenazira, Sechar Schar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard. Go all the way around because you might come to an issue. So too, when it comes, Harai is the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan de Belio is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and he's a Shamish Talmud Chacham. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis Hamedrash, and she asked, it says in the pasuk, Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. So I think my husband died. Nobody knew the answer until Belio told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? So Chas v'Shalom doesn't mean a small finger. But how does he treat you when you're Shiva Nekiyim, the second seventh? And he said, oh, he eats with me and we sleep the Kiru Basar. He said, if so, he didn't do our Chokah. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. This points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once and then do Shiva Nekiyim and go to the mikvah second time. And he held that she was tired. I mean, the Rashi she's tired. It's only coming down gone. It's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, he had a very large bed and he wasn't any pure bus. And there's totally answered that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort pants. There was no pure bus or on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to louse clothing or read a sefer, Laura and the candlelight. It says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hananiah ben Chizkiah ben Goran said in the attic. What happened was, Talmidim of Bishami got together, and Talmidim of Yisrael got together. There were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeres. Those are two of the issues. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a called Megillas Highness. That goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the Xeris, the terrible Nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened to Klal Yisrael, and then the Nisim, the Gula that happened to Klal Yisrael. And Rav Shimon says we can also write a sefer like that. There's so many tsaras and gullus that Klal Yisrael went through that we're not going to write. Or the pshat is that a shaita, that feel pain, he doesn't know. We don't know all the good that a Baruch Hu does for us. And who's alive, who has death, you can run a knife through and he won't. By the way, it says a dead person feels just like a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us Sefer Yechezkel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Sefer Yechezkel with too many contradictions, and he gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer Yechezkel. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 zeros are. Wonderful day. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Stay
We're stopping you because you're wearing blue jeans. It's not a thing. It would make much more sense if he had just changed his t-shirts. And like I said yesterday, if you were going to change it all, why did you have to leave campus to do that? And shouldn't the cameras have caught you either way? Take a totally different route. Again, there's cameras everywhere, so we can now plot this change.
Shabbos Daf Yudalet. We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishamim and Bisul agreed upon.
Right?
9 of them have to do with Sulei Truma. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. Very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara. And you have to distance yourself from Truma, how spit could be Nakami.
Get this confirmed photo.
I say Truma means it doesn't make food for paying Truma. If one of the main rights that touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chacham instituted another 9 that could hassle the Truma. The Lashon of Psul means the Truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't power the something else. This part stops right there. One of these 9 things. Today we discussed 10. The Gemara in our daf removes 1. A Tulyim, somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for Shkia to become completely tired. That is the rice if he touches fruit. It becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with 2. Somebody that eats a Rishon L'Tumah. Rishon L'Tumah means the way it works with Tumah. Tumah, you have an Agat Tumah, let's say. If it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level. It becomes a Rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level, to a Sheni. If a Sheni touches something, it could possibly go down, not always, to a Shlishi. And a Shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a Revi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a Rishon, the Tumah, if he touches it, nothing happens. If he eats it, ingests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a Sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's a big chiddush. According to Yeshua, if he eats a Sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a Sheni.
Now, there is
Now
something
this
that
can't go according to Eliezer, who says that you are what you eat. So if you eat a Rishon, you remain a Rishon. If you eat a Sheni, you remain a Sheni. If you eat a Shlish, you remain a Shlish. Every single goes according to Rishon. Says Rishon, the person eats a Rishon or a Sheni, and then he touches Truma. With the Rabbanan, he makes that Truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big kiddush. You have to burn the Truma. It's like why is it? Why did they institute that? We were worried, Chacham said, that maybe he'll eat something that's coming. And he'll put a hat in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of Truma. Only wine is what we're discussing. Truma. That's the only thing that you have to take Truma from, and you can possibly ingest wine. And you're not allowed to do that, because now you're making the wine that's Truma coming. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's coming, even a Rishon or a Sheni, and then he goes out and touches Truma and makes the Truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of zero, somebody drinks something that's coming, a liquid that's coming. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's coming, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's Truma. So why do I have to say that? Isn't it the same as one? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with some cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big thing. The fourth thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikvah and he was a full yard, he has to wait until the night. And then he rinsed himself off, he took a bath, or he poured water on himself. He becomes white. What happened was, people used to go to the mikvah and the water was very dirty. So they rinsed themselves off with clean mayim. And eventually, he started thinking that the way they became clean was from the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikvah. So in order to prevent that, from people not going to the mikvah, just pouring water on themselves, instead of water on yourself, you become feminine. And in order to make sure that this zera holds, they instituted another zera, and that's number 5 on the list. But even a completely tahar person, that clean mayim shuvim pour in him, 3 million, he becomes clean. Otherwise, the first zera will fall apart. The 6th thing on the list are all secret players of Nevi'im and Surim. All parties, they themselves are touch Truma becomes puzzle. And why is that? Because people would hide the Truma right next to the secret player. They said Truma's colors keep it together. Mice would come to eat the food, so they would destroy the secret player of Nevi'im and Surim. You have hands that weren't washed, they are tummy, and people might touch Truma and get disgusted by the Truma after you touch a certain part of your body. If you don't wash your hands, Truma becomes puzzle. Rabbi Parnach says, touch a sefer, they hassle the Brennan says that if you touch a sefer with your bare hands, it will be buried, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you do with that Sefer Torah flies away, you don't get that mitzvah. And what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzera on hands that touch the and only afterwards they made a gzera on regular hands that they are tummy, because if it was vice versa, then there's no need to make it on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already tummy because regular hands are tummy. Number 8 on the list is food that became tummy from liquid. The gzera is because you might have liquid that touch a sheretz, which is common midori raisa. And also that everything that touches even hands, which is the rabbanan, is also tummy. Number 9 are vessels, kalim, that became tummy through liquids that touch the sheretz. Because midori raisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is mekame midori raisa. He said that the liquids that touch the sheretz are mekame. The Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands before touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. They still didn't accept it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the Gzera, and Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the Gzera, burn the Truma, which typically you don't do, typically and go to waste. The Gemara tells us that there's a Zugos, the first Zug, was Yossi ben Yoezer's Shreida and Yossi ben Yochanan Shushalayim. And they instituted a number of Gzeras. One of them was that dirt from other nations is Mikama because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves, and your dead are coming to their bottom. So they said that the dirt is also coming. And they said that even glassware is Mikama, becomes common, and so can clean mattresses, which we're going to go into. Shimon ben Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say, here's a ksuba that's in this vessel. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go, because you had nothing to lose. It was already designated. Shimon ben Shedach said, no, a woman could go after any of the husband's money anyway. She could go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argued about 3 pieces of private trash. Whereas the Talmud and Beis Shammai argued on many, many things, including every one of the 18 Takanas in the second of a wonderful day.
Okay, fine. And it's like, yeah, that's something that our source, a very good source, said that whole block is pretty much employees of that engineering company, Caldera. Okay, just put that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robinson. We found we have a second witness. And her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele, but this one witnessed something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry Steele, and she spoke to the BBC about how she had witnessed
Shabbos Daf as well. We're discussing the 18 machlokesim between the Shammai and the Sila, that the halacha is like the Shammai. Even though they still argued with the Shammai every single one, once they pass in halacha like the Shammai, the following day they still agreed that they were right, the Shammai was right. The 300 machlokesim between the Shammai and the Sila, but there are only 3 machlokesim between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai and the Sila. How much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a fresh challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They're machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says, bring challah on a oimer, which is asir sa'efa. It's 1/10 of an eighth. An eighth is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, Ches, Lamed, Hey, 40. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going to millibags. In other words, in the Gemara math, you take the final number. 2 plus 18 is 20. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about the Sila Shammai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. The Shammai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 3 kav is on 1 kav. Chachamim say, we don't go milabag, we go milagad. Do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shiurim of the mitzvah, we're talking about the shiurim of Yerushalayim. They took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took again 6 and made it 5 in Tzipari, the shiur changed again. And Rabbi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to introduce? According to Hillel, it's a hin. Use the word hin like the Rabbi, which means 12 lugas. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugas. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim passing like 2 weavers that live next to Shara Ashkenaz. Weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashkenaz. Yet, asking like these 2 weavers that testified in the name of Shmai why?
In the background.
And the third machlokes
You've got some
is
real
regarding
shit
women
going
who
on.
sees
No, it's Thursday night football, and everybody should lock and load because this bitch is
Dam
gonna
takes
get
time
hot.
to emerge.
It's gonna
Once
get
it leaves
hot,
the womb,
baby.
she's coming.
Get
And Shammai says she's
It's
only
gonna
coming
be hot.
from
It's
here
gonna
on out.
get hot.
Even though she
This
touched
is gonna
10
be-
seconds ago, and it's
If
impossible for
Tariq
Dam
doesn't have
to be
5
Makama,
points in this game,
no, Dying shotgun from here now. Hillel say that it's
If he just had his for as many children as
the
he had,
last time they
I might be
saw
okay with that.
Dom, in other words, last time she did
There's
it,
nothing wrong with having a lot
months
of
ago,
kids
everything in between
if you take care of
is
them.
every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say, it's me'es lays 24 hours. But if she did a bika less than 24 hours, then with bika, whatever is less.
This guy sucks though. Their coach is the worst.
Seemingly a fourth machlokes, and that is, the person brings a carbon angle different. Is he allowed to do smicha or not? Can he lean on the head with all his might? According to Hill, yes. According to Shammai, no.
Al Michael
The reason why
sucks.
it's not included in the we only have two machlokes, not four, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes in Klal Yisrael. And Shammai and Hill just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes.
They should have me doing
takes his grapes
fucking
for wine.
play. They get
And some of the grapes,
I wouldn't even be giving player
wine,
wine. Just
grape
say,
juice.
see that motherfucker
that
there, Tariq Hill?
considered
If he doesn't get the ball in the
liquid
next fucking play, you're
make
cut.
the grapes susceptible to tumor or not? According to Shammai, yes.
Yo,
according to
dog,
Hill,
what
not.
is this guy's
But
name?
since Hill later on agreed to
Joey
Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes.
motherfucking Diaz.
Mark just tells us there's three stages when it comes to
They're playing the Bills.
Yeah, as we mentioned the other day,
Fuck. This is going to be an ass kicking.
don't mark the graves. It's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bones, and therefore it's Mikamo.
Tua sucks. He's the worst.
Yoismin Yezer, Yoismin Yochanan, the first
Maybe the worst
they made the first thing.
quarterback
And they said
ever.
that if that dirt touches Truma,
I literally think I could do
you don't have to
that.
burn it, but you can't eat its whole type.
I
And
don't
the
have
ear
any
space, it
experience
didn't do
except
any
for
kind
fucking
of xera at all.
backyard.
They cannot say that they said you have to burn it, because the only thing that
Are you
was
done?
burnt right away is something that was true, that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't. Later on,
Kurt.
Rabbanim of Kushon, meaning 80 years before the Quran, they added, and they said that the ear space is also part of it. It also has
Dog.
you don't have to burn it, but it's tummy can eat the truth. Later on in Usha, one of the 6 xeras that they made in Usha was that the dirt from Chutzlar that touches Truma, you must burn the Truma. But the ear space remained the same. Just Rabbi Yossi said that 180 years before the Churban Abayis Sheni, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanon of Husha, the Rabbanon of the Rabbanon of 80, which they called, they said the Tuma, and they said what we said before. And they were also on glass. 40 years before the Churban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lushkas Hagazes to Chanuyas.
If he put up 26 points right now, what would you do? I'd be very happy. If you put up 6 points, what would you do right now?
The way it went, it was 4 generations, 100 years before the Churban Abayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then
You wish you would have
Gamliel,
taken him?
and Reb Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 Sveitos. We have Besa Pras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any Truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is the dirt from Chutzlar. Third thing is clothing of an Amoris that his wife neither might have sat on them and was with the measures. If you find it clean the street, so it's tummy, so it's tummy touches. If you touch fruit to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a zav, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, may red light. Yossi says that you burn this truma in Rosh Hashanah, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a sveka. Let's say it came, you're not sure if it came from a flowers, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touch it. Double sveka. Since it's in Rosh Hashanah, you burn it. If I'm saying Rosh Hashanah, eat it, you don't burn it. And Rosh Hashanah, it's tahor, because subject to Rosh Hashanah is tahor. Now, why did they make a xera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah? I mean, the answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it and you fill it with lead. Now we're looking at a key that's made out of lead. Like the mayor says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the key function. Over here, it is the lead, then the whole key turns into lead, and therefore, that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
I came to your show and I go, wow, I'm a Christian. He swore a lot. Well, that's my bad. I didn't know he was Puerto Rican, whatever. You know, or Cuban, whatever you are. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. You've called me Chinese before? No. I always look at them. Oh, you do? Oh, right. I
Snapdragon, eat this dick, girl. Dude, Shaq does so many fucking. He's been a
Shabbos
spokesperson for Icy
design.
Hot.
We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to woodware and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to Toma. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is Shute Klicheres. If the Klicheres is flat and the metalware is flat, Klicheres is not Mikabel Toma, metalware is Mikabel Toma. In this case, glass is similar to Cheres, to earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not Mikabel Tuma from the outside. If you touch the Cheres, the outside of the cleat, it's not Mikabel Tuma, whereas metalware is Mikabel Tuma. And that glass is similar to metal. And the discussion is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in a Hame cleat, that makes the Tuma go away. What happens if you repair the hole? If it's earthenware, the Tuma does not come back. If it's metalware, the Tuma comes back. And the glass, the Tuma does not come back. Like earthenware.
Worse.
Further halacha is Tuma. If you take a cleat that's from the mikvah, if it's earthenware, it does not become tar. If it's metalware, it does become tar. Once the glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha is an amazing concept of the ear space of a earthenware cleat in the Mikabel Tuma. If you put a sheret without touching the cleat into the ear space of the cleat, the earthenware becomes metal does not become tar. Another halacha, once tame, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of an earthenware cleat, that fruit becomes tame, whereas in metal, it does not become tame. Glass is like metal. It does not become tame through the ear space. Now, why is it that if glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be the common design? The answer is glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass, just like you do to metal. You melt metal and make a new glass. So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now, why is it that if you repair a hole in glass, it's not become common? That is like earthenware. Shouldn't be similar to metalware. And the answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing is Rabbi.
One person.
And the whole idea that glassware is Rabbi. That's Rabbi. That doesn't go. We don't do
this motherfucker
on one item.
65 points today. I'm
now, why is it that glassware, if it's flat, is not Mikabel Tuma, just like earthenware is not Mikabel Tuma if it's flat? And the answer is because Chachamim wanted to make a distinction and show people that glassware is the Rabbanah. And therefore, if glassware touches Truma, do not burn the Truma. Just let it hang as is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from Putzlars, and you burn Truma, even though it's the Rabbanah. Rashi says, glassware, in fact, is exactly like earthenware. Besides the fact that glassware becomes tummy if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. And just like the inside is Mikabel Tuma, so too, the outside. Yusuf, Midoraisa, metalware is Mikabel Tuma. That's a foolish passage. Shimon Mishadach came along and said that metalware, if it has a hole, Midoraisa,
record 1 in 8 versus the
here the hole should be
game 9 touchdowns,
capture the original Tuma and remains.
Quarterback.
There's a story with Shimon Mishadach's sister, who was Yana Melech's wife. She made a big feast. All the dishes become too much names. Perhaps somebody died at the meal. And they all became tummy oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to
be number 1, baby.
Sprinkling them on the 3rd day and on the 7th day with mechatos. She had a great idea. She punched holes through every single one of the vessels and sent them to a professional to repair. Says the Shem Chef, that's a no-no.
Would have been better if it was
people are going to forget the whole concept of sprinkling mechatos from the vessels. So instituted a takana that even if you repair a clean, it recaptures the tumor. Now, what if Shimon Mishadach said at that time that all tumors, even tumor sherets, for instance, and you repair the clean, the tumor is recaptured. You don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatos. There is no mechatos on tumor sherets. 2 answers. Abaya says, perhaps we're concerned that people won't poke a large enough hole in the clean. Instead of it being beside the pomegranate, they do less than it. Rabbi says, but we're concerned.
Absolutely.
Because even if you put a clean on mikvah,
and
it's hard, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a clean and then you repair it,
fastest player in the league.
So people might
okay.
come to think that
You're gonna throw it
you don't have to wait to
No.
use it immediately.
What are you gonna do?
The no, if you're here, it's not even part of
They
it.
might put him out there.
What's the difference between a pine
Why don't you fucking give him the ball?
Broke the key completely.
It's just like so
Slammed it out and started.
Then fucking,
And
that's
that
what they
was
pay
always going to
millions of
come and
dollars.
say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to wait until nightfall after you go to the mikvah.
To what? You're the
Because people
worst.
see you're dealing with a brand new thing.
If they hand the
People
ball off, I'm
might
throwing
think
first.
that you don't need a full shear of a pomegranate to make a We were discussing the 18 halachas that the halachas of Shammai versus Basila.
Dog, do they not know? They were like, oh yeah, Tua, you're here.
And two in the
Oh,
Mishnah
why
were
did you the ball?
the candlelight
Okay, third quarter.
quoting.
This is the worst.
And now the Gemara continues with number
Dog,
12.
just the
And that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. And yesterday we
yo, what
discussed
up?
we have
Nice
three
meeting. How you doing, Tim?
of mayim shuruvim, raw
Hope
water,
you're doing well.
before you get to the 40, and you introduce those mayim shuruvim.
Here we go.
Rainwater passes the rainwater.
Give it fucking Tyreek
Now
Hill,
we're
dog.
discussing
Go deep.
What constitutes mayim shuruvim? Machlokes B'Sham said the
Man.
person takes any type of vessel,
Tyreek Hill got
a very
he got
large
something.
vessel, a very small vessel. In other words, vessels that are not mekabel tum at all.
5
They're
yards.
so large, so small. Or they're made out of material that's not mekabel tum, such
I'll
as
take it.
mud. You put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water.
They're in the red
Even
zone.
if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. And you went to work and you came back, and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered mayim shuvim, and that makes
Get
it
this
mikvah.
motherfucker the ball.
If there are no clouds in the sky,
we're
everybody
way
agrees
behind.
that's not considered mayim shuvim. Because you have to have das. You have to think, I want to capture the water. So where is the machlokes? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, but those clouds went away, and new clouds came. According to Bishama, since I had the proper machshava, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is mayim shuvim. According to Beisila, it's not considered mayim shuvim, and the halacha is like Bishama because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Bishama than Beisila. The halacha is like Bishama. The Beisila says no. That's not one of the 18. In fact, the halacha is like Beisila. What is one of the 18? The fact that all Kusi girls, even one day old, are considered nida. Why? Because Kusim don't believe that a girl under the age of a girl can become a nida. So we cannot trust the Kusim, and therefore they instituted that all Kusim are nidas. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes coming as oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear. It can be the size of the thing. However, if you want something in the room to become coming because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is coming, the ceiling must be at least a cup wide in the daylight. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass like Bishama, is the halacha that the ceiling not need to be a full cup. We're holding onto the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, an animal. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter was a third of a tefach. That means the circumference was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore they instituted that the person is holding onto the mardeya rather than making him come until the evening, because the mardeya was over the dead body. The dead body is aviyah b'sefinu. The mardeya becomes the avatuma once the blood, and the person holding on to it becomes a rishain. A rishain is the mikveh, that's in day. But people might get confused and they'll say, wait, even a full-fledged 7-day coming only has to go to the mikveh that's in day. There is no such thing as 7 days. Therefore, they instituted a kum, where it's supposed to be for 1 day. They made the Targum says, "I'll curse my sons if this is true." It's impossible. It's a mistake. What happened was once a farmer that he was walking with his goat on his shoulder. He was touching it, yes, but he went over in his mouth over a grave. And that in return made him a Rishon. But he thought that he's coming for 7 days. It was a mistake. There was no reason to institute it. I don't always get confused and mistake a circumference with the day after. So according to a clarifying that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 components, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like we said the other day, the nice Kusim. This Kusim is the 18th one. That all daughters of Kusim, they all have Kumas Mida. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of the 18, and that's Haboitzer Lagas. If you harvest grapes for wine, and some of the grapes, they use out grape juice, that grape juice is enough to be considered Peshur Tumah. Now the grapes can become a Tumah because, say, Beit Shammai, we're concerned that perhaps they'll harvest them in a waterproof container and they'll try to save that juice. Since he wants that juice, it's as if he had intent to use that juice. The Lord tells us that that day, that Shammai convinced Philip, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. It was like the day Klal Yisrael did the Chet HaEgel. They should have listened to Aaron and Hur, but they didn't. Over here, Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. That they embarrassed him, they put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, the Lord says in the name of Rabbi the hunter. He says in the name of Shmuel that if you take truma, that's tummy, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and plants it. He won't gain anything because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of tummy truma. Why is that? We're concerned instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now he'd be allowed to the rice to plant it. We're concerned that he might use it the wrong way, and therefore we should burn it right now. Another one of the 18 halachas were decided like Mishamai. If a person is walking here of Shabbos with his wallet, and all of a sudden it becomes Shabbos. With the Raisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amas and reaches around and stop. Walk another less than 4 amas and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 amas and he'll be over there. So what we say is, give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 amas and reaches around. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the guys are on pas akum, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, is a kisur yichud for the guy. All of these 4 halachas are considered one. According to Rabbi Yosef, had yesterday, he doesn't hold that one of the halachas is catching rainwater in a kli and creating mayim shuvim. So we say that the nice kusim is one of the 18. I'm still missing one. The nice kusim we count as one of the 18. If you count the nice kusim as one of the 18 and not shuvim, how does he get to 18? The Lord tells us he's a zera on all non-Jewish boys that they have a halacha of kamei zav. Although a goy can never become a zav, but they instituted that goyim have a halacha of zav because we don't want our children playing with their children the shash of mushtav zav. Now, according to Meir, you must say that the 2 halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid, those are 2 out of the 9 halachas we learned in Psulim, they are considered one. Mr. Meir has a total of 18 halachas. Now we are done with the sugya of Tumah and we're starting a brand new sugya. And we're dealing with Shmisas Kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property do malacha on Shabbos according to. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a malacha on Shabbos that would be also the Raisa, malacha Slisha, needy. And so too, to soak your veg, different karshim and different vegetables. That would be needed. When we shaman, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to Basil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Shammai, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for the animal to be caught. Basil, you can't. You're not allowed to put in wool into a nut before Shabbos. That's illegal. That's also in the Raisa, making the wool white. unless you have enough time to finish before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos, according to Shabbos. You still, as long as you have enough time, for 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. But you don't have to finish the malach. According to Shammai, you're not allowed to give your clothing to the cleaner before Shabbos unless he has enough time. According to Yisrael, you can't. Shimon Gamliel says, Shimon Gamliel was a descendant of Hillel. He says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to laundry, 3 days before Shabbos. One halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a malacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos, in other words, you're not over Isser Derais on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to make the juice come out quicker, so you put a big stone on them, a beam, that you're allowed to do according to Shammai before Shabbos, even if you don't have enough time, because if you do on Shabbos, you got Oiber or the Raisa, and a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yuches, we discussed in the Mishnah that according to Shammai, you're not allowed to eat and soak it in water before Shabbos unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, the Shammai hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes that this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that the issue of Lisha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hands. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi, Lisha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. You take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our Mishnah doesn't go according to Rabbi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps even Rabbi would admit it. In an object, in an item that doesn't require kneading, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said offer. And we're reading it afer. You could confuse the two. The Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you could do before Shabbos. You're allowed to make a ditch to bring water from a water source to your field, even though we're continuing Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though we're continuing Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring for the silverware, even though we're continuing the Shabbos. Now let it do is put wheat in a water. There are two given according to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's a design for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi Yosef, is the concept called Shvisas Kelim. You have to have your utensils rest on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agree to the concept of Shvisas Kelim. So then, why isn't the Mishnah Beis Hillel saying you're allowed to put flax in an oven? You're allowed to do all these things because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There's no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing. It's in a vessel, but the vessel is not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Where they still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish, or like a kurkuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that a fish goes in and gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what the still allows on Shabbos. According to Rabbi, the concept of Shvisas Kelim is only according to Beis Shammai. And Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah even if the vessel doesn't move, like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle which will last into Shabbos? How do Beis Shammai allow to make food which cooks over Shabbos, or make beer, which takes 8 days. Even though the vessel is not moving, you need Shvisas Kelim. We must say, says the Gemara, that in all those cases, the person is mafkir his candle, he's mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit, whatever it is that is mutter, the patch, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's us beans that take a very long time. We also put them on fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, also for you to eat them until the amount of time it takes to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to the Islam, because of a new concept called Shema Yichate. So the problem is you might stoke the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now, when it comes to ingredients and sulfur, there's no problem of Shema Yichate, because if you stir the coals, it creates smoke, which will ruin what you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem. Because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll hear flax. That's the concept of the ear will ruin it, and therefore there's no. What about dyeing wool? Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema Yichate might stoke the coals. So there's a way to get out of it if you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem. Hadassah, you might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to cook beef, but meat, you meat on the oven before Shabbos. We're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll eat it. And the same if you have completely cooked, so you let it cook out. The only thing to do is just semi-cooked. Semi-cooked food, you're not on before Shabbos. Unless you use the semi-cooked food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of Shema Yichate. There are two reasons that we said that help us with stirring coals. One is if the ear that ruins the coal, or ruins what you're doing or any more. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then you don't have a problem of Shema Yichate. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young that introducing to the cooking is healthy, and you seal the oven for everybody, that's not an issue. What if you have one of the two reasons? According to one, that's exactly reflected in Rashi and the Yirmiyah and the different Rashi is filter, and according to your different sources. You don't have any of the reasons. Both reasons don't exist. According to a second Rashi, that's where the Masliks of Rashi and Yirmiyah and the exist. Rashi says it's mutter to cook food in the oven because we're not going to come to do food to the oven, we're not going to stir the coals because the door to the oven will be reminded. However, the Rashi admits that it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. The Shammai say in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the Gemara brings that you're not allowed to lend something to a guy, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy, you're not allowed to give a guy a present if the guy won't make it to his own home before Shabbos. It'll look as if he's doing something for you. Amir La'atam, he's your shliach. We still say, as long as you can get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where the place is items, that's what it says. What we still to say is, as long as you leave from that point on, it's the end of the item, a shaman that your field from Mevar Chametz to destroy Chametz exists, even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell it to the guy, you have to make sure that the guy eats the Chametz. Amazing. You know for a fact that the guy won't consume the chametz, you're not allowed to sell it. They still say no. As long as you can eat the chametz, you can sell the chametz. And the Buddha who holds like a Bishama, that you can't sell chametz to the guy as long as you don't, as you know that he's not going to consume. Says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day. Is this a relapse? Because I just wanted to show it like time to time. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not bothered by this. Shabbos that protects permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal. We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your rishus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichos, and you don't have to prevent it. You're allowed to rent the kingdom, your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday. You're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a guy, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah Berurah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from the Jew. Therefore, there are the following halachas. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Rishonim, that's mutter. Although Rabbi Yossi HaKohen, or some say it was Rabbi Yossi HaChassid, was machmar himself and never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to the Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulation, and there's no dayar means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's usher to send a letter Erev Shabbos. However, if in a case where there is dayar, the person does have a permanent address. Now, he didn't stipulate the fee. According to the Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, reaches his destination. According to the city, it doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay. Because he put it down there and he decides to go on his own. Any further, that's on his own term. The halacha is, one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. The Berurah brings them down, arrangement test. 2 of them are brought here. Places says it's similar to swimming. And Rabbi Yochanan says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. By mitzvah, mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship and stipulate with him and say, I'm only embarking the ship on condition that you stop on Shabbos. And the captain says, okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's okay as well. But Shimon Gamliel says you don't have to go through the whole stipulation process. It's good without talking to the captain of the ship. A very short trip. If you know you're going to reach your destination before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark the ship even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. The Shammai says the reason is it says in the pasuk, Ad Yulita, until you decimate your enemy. That means even on Shabbos. There's once a laundry who wanted to charge a buyer the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. He says, Rabbi, I know what tricks you're up to. I learned. Shimon Gamliel said that his father never gave white laundry the launderer less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says before you give your laundry to the laundry, and measure when it comes back in case you decided to shrink your clothing or stretch your clothing. We learned that Shammai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos. It's something that's also in the right to do on Shabbos. Therefore, when Shammai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy and stones on your grapes on Shabbos before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not a considered rice. Who does that go according to? Gemara brings 2 shittas. You can either go according to Bishmal or Old, but once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you let it. Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the Rebbe says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's missing, it's also to do on Shabbos. So there's another shitah. The Gemara brings the Amora Rebbe Elazar in the name of the Tana Rebbe. That once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, we're allowed to continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey, and it's not concerned about speed on Shabbos. That would be the same as an arrow Mishnah that you're allowed to, once you start crushing the grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because Honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both food, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Lazar himself is brought down in a price as saying this exact same halacha as he said by honey. He says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Hanina says the halacha like Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy beam or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe and on garlic. There's a famous machlokes in Zelta Shabbos in Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain regard. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav Paskins like Rabbi Yehuda, there is Muktzah, you have to be more stringent. And Shmuel Paskins like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. Gemara brings here 4 nafkaminas. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav and they're not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, this is salary, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. A cart for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, the cart is muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. What if the animal was designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rab, they are muktzah. You're not allowed to change your mind and try to shut this or use these dates on Yom Tov. Why? Since you set them aside and you didn't have mind to use them when Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There was a paskin the halacha like Reb Shimon, even though the halacha is like put him in fair. Why? Because the story happened in the city where Rab was the Rav, and therefore they couldn't. These are machlokes, and two Talmidim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has an eruv chatzerot? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want as long as you put into one vessel, and the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Soilin Basar Batzal Ein Soil. Having a wonderful day.
I don't believe you. It's that kind of thing. What ethnic people they're going, mine's whatever. Well, so we play. Well, it's August and they're Pittsburgh.
Shabbos Daf, we learned from the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast meat, eggs, onions, unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? Machal ben Yusai, it's a shear, what the Rashi means, a third done according to the Rambam 50%. Once we're talking about Machal ben Yusai, there's a few tools. Number one, once the food reaches Machal ben Yusai, according to Rashi, it's a third done, there's no more issue of Bishul Akum. The guy could take on the cooking from that point. According to Chananya, there's no Isser Shehiyah. Once your food reaches a third done, you can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah. Even you don't have roof with Kuma, you don't remove holes, and you didn't sprinkle the coal with ants. You learn in the Mishnah, you don't put bread in the oven before Shabbos, unless Karmel Panel has a nice color. According to the Tanakh, means the outside of the bread. According to the Lezer, it means not only the outside, but also the part lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, it will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned that you're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to Korban Pesach, we say that you are allowed to put a Korban Pesach on a spit into the oven because you are part of a group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happened to the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because carbon pesach is a whole dose. It's not cut up into pieces. It's awesome. So therefore, the air and oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it would be a concern. But because you have other people there, it's not a concern. There's the Mishnah that in Pesach Hamoket, there was a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You're allowed to start the fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside of Beis Hamikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rabbi is because it says that there's no isser to light the fire on Shabbos in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara has a bond kasha Rabbi. What Chizda says is because Kohanim's reason, beautiful Rabbi, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah, and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk, this Varish Chodesh Pesachim, is referring to Haktar Sevarim Chalavim, that they're allowed to burn on Shabbos on the Mizbech. But outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the shiur is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rav, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, that's important enough. They don't have to bring small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great riot for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it has to be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another pshat is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness of the wood. The flame has to go through the wood. So Rabbi says, so let's do both. Most of the thickness and the circumference. The Yakim burnt Megillah Seichel, and it says in the pasuk the Es Ha'ach, the fun of Nevares. Rav says that means an arava tree, and Shmuel says that they were together. It's a lesson of Achra. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Reads that our individuals, they don't need roiv, they're easy to catch flame, and if they're in a bundle, they need most of the majority of it to light up. Because this is the exact opposite. That if they're individuals, they need the roiv, and when they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flames. And Rav Kahana says, like Rav Huna in this case. When it comes to pits, so Rav Huna says the same thing by Kanan, that when they're individuals, they don't need a roiv, and when they're together in a vessel, in a basket, they need roiv. This is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says, like Rav Chizda. These are things that don't need roiv, majority fire. We're talking about zephet, which is pitch, tar, buffers is sulfur, vino, cheese, revav is grease, tash, straw, ivava is stubble. Rebbe says that the trees of bubble, what is that? Rebbe says, as we'll see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has like a resistance that catch flame. It doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that it's lit the majority of it, and therefore the small pieces doesn't help. Rami Barada says this is referring to Zaza. Zaza is moss. And with that, we finish the first parak of the Sefta Shabbos, a tremendous mazel tov. Hagan Allah Yitzias HaShabbos, and now we're going to start parak Bamemedit. You cannot light with the wick of left, which is, like we just discussed, the wool that's found poison. According to Rabbi, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Abaya, it's flax that wasn't honed. And look at color. So Shmuel asked them, asked them, what is it? They told him it's kulcha. It's a woolly substance. It's a saros, something like that. The reason why Zehira says it's pushkira. It's a very inferior type of silk. A silkworm. They call it flossing. Rabbi says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says the Mishnah looks at the Seidon, which means achrina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Rav showed Abaya. Abaya says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but pulled it apart and showed him, look, there's a wool, there's a substance like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says shavra, which is nettle grass. They braid it and they make wicks out of it. That's not referring to algae, but rather it's referring to the moss. Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch. And shava is wax. So if you make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oils, but not the category of wicks, so you're allowed to, and you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
So I went back nearly every day recently was wrong. Because he was the guy that mowed the lawn at the fucking skating rink during the summer, and then during the winter it was since we never lived there, but in the summer it was like and he had this candy on the ground. I'm just telling you this right now because of the fact that it's a dog thing. I am going to sit to it, right? I've told my parents every dirty thing I've ever fucking done.
Shabbos Daf Chof Aleph. That list of the Mishnah. Different wicks that are also used on Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen tez. It's the name of the bird. It says it's cottonseed. And the Shlosh says this is the koyon. Kik is kikoyon of yoina, the leaf that protected yoina. From all these three things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix it. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbent into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still awesome because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rabbi Gamliel says the whole list of the wicks that are also to use, if you use them for flotation devices, the mutter. The only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual flame. Says Rabbi, melted fat and melted fish innards are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. But we don't make a double team. We don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's two zeros, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use in the Mikdash because it says in the passage Lahalis there it has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. In the Mikdash, they made the wicks out of the belt of the kohen, and the belt was made out of wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on silver spaces Shoeva where the mitzvah is not midayraisa. However, there is a brayso that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which isn't the raisa, out of the leftover clothing of the kohen. And the answer is over there it was only from the kohenes, which was made out of linen. And from here on out, the next three daf approximately, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the sugi of Hanukkah of the whole Shas. Three-way machlokes. Rav says all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah on the weekday and on Shabbos. How are you? The reason is because on the weekdays you have a concept called kafsa. If the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time, let's say you have to light the candle for a half hour. During that half hour is extinguished, you must relight it. So we're concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use inferior product and he won't relight it. On Shabbat, we have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, Shemayaka, you'll fix the candle. Rav Chisda says, in the weekday, you could use that oil because kafsa aims up it. You don't have to relight it. But on Shabbos, you still have the concern that you might fix the candle lighting, the candle, because you are permitted to read. And Rav says, you're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, all these oils that are possible. Because kafsa aims up. We're not concerned that he might be kusher, that he might not relight it, because he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's also to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shemayaka. Abaya heard this pshat from Yirmiyah, and he didn't accept it. But later on, he heard this pshat in the name from Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, "I wish I would have heard this when I was younger, because when he was younger, there's a concept called the Yangusa, Torah that you learn when you're young sticks." The mitzvah of their Hanukkah is from Shkia until the Talmudim leave the marketplace. Talmudim are people that sell firewood, and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is your chiyuv. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have oil up until they leave to light. Or another shot is how much oil should one put in this menorah? Enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are 3 levels of mahadran in their Hanukkah.
Yeah.
The basic level is 1 candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, 1 candle is enough for everybody. The next level is mahadran, and it's 1 candle, but for every person in the house. And the 3rd level is
you guys
according to Bishama,
have the fastest player in the game.
Somebody trying to place places in the Rambam. In addition to every single person in the house, where's the Balabais? Bishama is saying you start out with 8, and on the 2nd day you go down to 7, and on the 6th day you go down to 6. Still saying you start with 1 and you build up 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 svaros in the Gemara for Bishama and 2 for Beisil. The Gemara says, according to Bishama, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the 2nd day, you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. And the second Pshat in Bishama is because on Sukkot, they started out with 13 cows. They would drink for 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So you go down. Beisil as far as is that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the 2nd day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another try to be is Malam Bakaydish. You always go up in Dusha. So you start with 1, you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to the Rishis Rabbi, you light by your front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, but by your house, by the door. If you live on the 2nd floor, you should light by the window, facing the Rishis Rabbi. If it's a time of Sakhan where you're not allowed to light outside, you're yotzi the mitzvah, lighting inside, on your table, says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Hanukkah and not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, then you don't have to make a hecker. Obviously, that small little candle that you lit is for Hanukkah, unless the Chashik never uses a bonfire. The Gemara tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, we make 8 days of Hanukkah, which you don't do a hesped and a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was, the Yevamim went into the Heichal, and when they found all the oil, and then when the Chashmonaim beat them, they found only 1 half shemen with the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, it lasted for 8 days, and therefore Chachamim made Hanukkah where you say Hallel and you give Shevach Meidot to those water. The halacha is, if you cause a spark and that spark makes us fired, you are fired. If you have a camel loaded with cotton and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire and your camel creates a fire, that's your responsibility and you are fired. If it caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner's responsibility. Says in Yehuda, on Hanukkah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi, from here you see that the field of Ner Hanukkah is from between 3 tefachim from the ground, shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than. Otherwise, we would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 tefachim so candles could go by. Says the Gemara, that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a tircha, and you might not want to do it. A wonderful day. Every place I walk in, somebody wants to give me a cover up. Now I need you to fucking come up to me and fucking hang out with you. So, plus, I mean, I don't need you to give me up. Also, but also a set though. It's a workplace, right? And it's like you don't need. It's also stressful just to start the show, correct? And he's got lines to memorize. The last thing is an element that's a little weird. Shabbos Daf Chabez, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas, and you can't have a mavoi, a crossbeam of Kaira above 20 amas, so too you cannot light your menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Rabbi Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef HaTzadik into the pit, The pasuk says, "Habor rei ein boi mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Gemara says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse, they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door. Like this, you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot kicking dirt is a bezayir. Rav Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hung a fruit, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say nowadays, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's a Mefursha Brisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the Mekar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argue the halachas like Rav and Yisur, but the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rav Rabban Nachmani, paskin like Shmuel lekula, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Reb Shimon, according to Shmuel, the greater, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it may create furrow in the ground, as long as you're not having to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man Omar says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match, to light another candle. And the other man Omar says it's a khushi mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two shatim? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no design mitzvah because you're going directly to another wick rather than going to a mundane thing like a man. However, there's still a khushi mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, that's a question from Meiser Sheni. If a person has a lot which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Meiser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kaddish. Now I want to take that coin that's kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane test. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, the reason why it's usher because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us 40 years the Klal Yisrael was in the desert. HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting a menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his life. He doesn't need our life. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Shechina, is shayr on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi, the pair is facing east and west. Then the second to the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the pair faces north-south, according to one man, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked, it's not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yes, the only issue that remains is if you hold a kushem, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Yeshua says, if a cheresh shaita b'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yaitse if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka mitzvah that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yaitse the mitzvah. If you hold the hanacha mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is you have to place proper final place, and you are yaitse. Therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yaitse. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yaitse? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yaitse is because other people don't see the persuna nisa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yaitse. Why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, he lights candles. What does he do? He pushes the candle and he lights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that you say, V'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say V'tzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we proved that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cheresh shel katan lighted, you are not yaitse even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yaitse with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yaitse to your husband, because afhein hayu bais haneis. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Gimel, a guest must light Ner Chanukah, and if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be samech on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because afhein hayu bais haneis. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other xeris against them. Therefore, a wife could be mighty a husband. Rishuma lady says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soup. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a blackthorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rav, the first night of Chanukah we make three brachas. L'hadik ner Chanukah, sha'asa nisim la'inu, and she'achiyonu. On the second night of Hanukkah, we don't say Shechianu. But on all nights of Hanukkah, you say Shas Nisim Laviseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neiros Hanukkah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for seeing it. You don't say Lahadlik because you aren't lighting. You say Shas Nisim Laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say Shechianu, but on the second night, all you say is Shas Nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs derabanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say Yitzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us.
How are you?
The Gemara explains because it says in Torah, Lo Yisasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a Da'iraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al Avicha v'yekeitcha, Zekinecha v'yaynu, the Zekain and the Chachamim will tell you you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Krumas Amaisrus. He separated Krumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh Kruma Amaisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's a Derabanan. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeres, as an erev tafshilan, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaye, because it's a suffix Rabbanan. Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amoritz is mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah it's a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amoritz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah. And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. Ravuna says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light their house. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Pei. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. You must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Oh, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given pay and they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you could give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, the Torah says, Al Techala. You have a field to take payout. And we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end. Like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishabur says, even if it's 1 long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people can be yoked to the field of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yoked to the field of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be 1 large flame, and 1 large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's puzzle for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. You have a choice between the candle of Shabbos, so you buy a cup of wine rather than do Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Come before Ner Chanukah, if you only have money for one. Since the one you do more frequently comes first. It says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah first because pursuing Nisa, besides the Nisa that Baruch did for us, comes before Tediros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candlelight. And Tyson points out that it wasn't just him; it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, "You'll have two children that are coming from it." In fact, he had Idi Baravin and Ki Baravin because him and his wife were careful. Then the following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candlelighting. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son of Chacham, and she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. If you're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, "It says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night." Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. She took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came Eliyahu and told her, two are also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmid Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmid Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmid Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's Talmid Chacham. And if he fears Talmid Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmid Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmid Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmid Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemayata. Because it says we're not concerned that Shemayata. The concern is that it might be Erev, Yom Tov will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn kachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Because he was headlining, and then we went to a strip club. I thought you were there, and then there was these gang members with tattoos on their faces. I didn't know you, but I was young. See that right here? You were there. Yeah. I think you were like running us and stuff. And then years later, I got photos of the show. I know it was that. That's something. I feel funny. I gotta get out of here. I don't want it. I feel busy. That's why I drink it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Shabbos Daf of Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today. We had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us. 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The whole concept of Hanukkah is the Rabbana. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, it should be inserted by the part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidel. And not, we can insert Yalav which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that the Baruch should build Yerushalayim, and we should have this Amidah, we should be able to bring Karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalav invention. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Eraisa. Rosh Chodesh is the Eraisa. Rav Chanina says, no, we don't say Yalav, since there's no Isser to do Malacha, we got to work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav because it's a price that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed that you bring the carbon muscle, and there are days like fast days that you don't bring the carbon muscle. The days that you bring the carbon muscle, says Rabbi Shai in the Brisa, you say Yalav Yavai in Birkas Hamazon, and that's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yavai for an Esrei by Ritzei. If you forget to say Yalav Yavai, you repeat Shemona Esrei and it's for day by Ma'ir. And there's no kiddush. You don't take a kiddush cup and make kiddush on your shoulders. The days of a fasting on Sheni v'Chamishi that we fast for rain, or the Ma'amadas, and that is there were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought korbanos of the tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Misamidos, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and they said Sukkim and they davened that the korban should work That's my mother's. Those days, we say our name. It also means Rashi uses the item, but we only say our name in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemesra. Perhaps a person will have an itis and they'll eat by mistake and it'll be alive. However, the place points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say our name in Shabbos, because it's impossible that from the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting.
Just a terrible quarterback.
Rav Huna and Rabbi Yehuda hold that you don't say Alanisim
Worst
by Musaf on Shabbos.
ever.
Since Hanukkah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Hanukkah. The other Shita is you do say Alanisim because all the Shemini Esrei have Alanisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the others.
Worst
The Raya for Raya is from a very similar thing.
ever.
Yontif that falls out on Shabbos. We don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says they would say Haftarah by Mincha until they had signature, and they did away with that minhag. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself invokes Haftarah sometimes, but not today. So that's a good ride. What's not a good ride is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention them. That's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachos of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says this is not a good ride because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says that Allah is like a true lady. Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Ne'ilah, we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have a Ne'ilah on Shabbos, the whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Hanukkah Alanisim by Musaf. Now, on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in Haftarah, but on Tzavah and halacha we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in the Haftarah of Shabbos. But Leil Shabbos, Friday night, is different. Friday night, when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazar Shabbos, Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention it. Why is it? Because the whole reason we do Chazar Shabbos by Meir of Shabbos is because of Sakon. The shul was always filled, and we're concerned about somebody coming later, and we have to leave after everybody left, be by himself, and the Mazikim will get it wrong than Meir. People didn't go to shul in those days. So because it's a sakana, we said it's a chance, but it's only because it's a sakana, there's no reason to mention. In the Mishnah, there are two shittas that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from cheder, from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. So one of the shittas, though, is different. One of those shittas hold that you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to you. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen tzreifa on Yontif. As we explained yesterday, shemen tzreifa is truma oil that became common and you must burn. Halachically, you have to burn it. You cannot burn it on Yontif, as we had others. Now, shemen tzreifa, the reason why you can't do that is because you cannot burn that oil on Yontif. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil should push off the loises of you should not make a fire on Yontif, which is not for food. There's three reasons given. Either because it says, ad boiker twice, and the second time comes to the second morning, you have to wait to burn it until Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, oilas Shabbos b'Shabbat. He was bring the oil on Shabbos. You don't bring the oil of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly, if you cannot bring the oil on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says, "Who levado yarasel family? You never possible. Who you cannot make machshir, you can't make knives on it. Levado, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. It's not 10th day. It's already pushed off. You don't make a bris milah, even though it's a kavachimer that you should be able to. So we cannot do a bris milah. We learn from here that anything that's pushed off, push it off on Yontif, including this way. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essence that should push off a lois essay, but Yontif is actually an assay and a lois essay. And one assay does not push off an assay and a lois essay. Have a wonderful day.
Well, guess what? This is Terry Zone. Please get the military killed.
Shabbos Daf Chafei. Rav says, just like there's a feel for you to burn chachim that became tamei. Let's say you have meat from a carton that became tamei, you must burn it. So too, you have a chiyuv to burn truma that became tamei. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. It's very similar to chachim. And second of all, because of the color, we don't want you to by mistake use the truma that's tamei. That is a very big difference between the two. Chachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Lord gives us three reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural, the safekeeping of my Trumois, meaning Truma number one is Truma that's tar, number two is Truma that's tamei, and we could benefit, the kohen can benefit through using the fire and the light. Ma'aser Sheni, which is Yisrael, on the fourth and seventh year of Ezekiel, he can devour it, to destroy it. And when he destroys it, he says it. He says the famous passage, but like the arking is never coming. I didn't destroy it when I was coming or when the Ma'aser Sheni was coming. Mars died. Only Ma'aser Sheni cannot benefit while you burn it, but there's something else that you could benefit. And to be one of two, it could be either chachim or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and think could benefit from truma? Since chachim has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say chachim I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? By chachim we have people. The kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas. Shchita, kabbalah, hilach, and zrika. He's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, it's a carbon for day and night. He thinks himself I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. When he eats it then,
use your fucking
noise. If he leaves over from his carbon, past the allotted time, the fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a from Elo. If somebody benefits from it, he has to pay back the principal plus a fifth. Karetz. If somebody eats chachim when he's tamei, he gets karetz, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And chachim is usher to a person that's an unnamed, a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma, there's only 4 things. So he eats truma is chayiv misa b'shamayim. It doesn't have the karetz part where it kills his kids. Chomesh, he has to pay a fifth. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem chachim. Let's say the carbon becomes a balmum, you can redeem it. And truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas chachim there are times that Yisrael could participate in this carbon if it's shlamim, tight, etc. Carbon chachim count. Another reason the Gemara gives that chachim is more chomer than truma, because chachim has kares, which is the 2 things that kills his children as well, whereas Mitzvah Shemayim is only 1. But not my Yitzchak says. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tamei and try to get away with using it to alleviate the fear that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tamei for tar. The Torah tells us eating light. Give something to the kohen that he can benefit from it. Light. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. If you hear the Gemara refers that you could use, you shouldn't give it to the kohen, but if he already has it, the kohen can use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting the Shabbos candle, to have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say it's a chayva, he calls it, but it's a mitzvah, and we say bracha. Tzivon lahadik ner shel Shabbos. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rabbi, is only rishos. It's not Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. In fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our mission, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had chelis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem's face. Malach. And the Gemara adds that his Talmudim were embarrassed from him, and they would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing, inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnez? There's no concern because we hold like J-Sil. We put tzitzis of chelis, which are samer, they're walled together with the beged of linen. We hold like this so that you can. Minimum of review of the Tzuslaila. And not wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnez. And you might wear shatnez at night. It says that Yirmiyah Hanavi said, he was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi Taiva, I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to about missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have light. It means I don't have a bed. It means when Nafka says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned for Tamachal. I'm just thinking, we should be grateful. We have one of these things. Yes, we're in quarantine, but we have, based on Merchants, I hope, we have a shower, we have great light, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Ezu Asher, who's considered wealthy? Reb Meir says somebody who appreciates his wealth. Reb Tarfon says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, has way too much. That's an Asher. Reb Akiva says a person who has a good wife, but Isha Noah the Maisa, she has good midas. Reb Yossi says someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
So, when my friends go there, I don't know. I go for 100%. Yeah. When you see guys, it doesn't really affect me. Like Kenny John. He was my dog when I got sober.
Shabbos Dav Chavov. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's dive in one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is the Isra of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable. And it might burn the house down. Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. It was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. With Zar done, the Torah tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Kerman and the Yoidim. The Yosef are those who had a harvest, a harvest, and were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Rasa. Yoidim are those who know how to trap, if you learn the snail that makes chelas, from Sulamoy Sur till Chayva. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable. It's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove Trumas and Maestros. On the weekday and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the Pasuk says Mishmeres Trumoisa, as we had yesterday. Trumoisa is plural. Two Trumas. Tar Truma and Tamei Truma. And just like in Tar Truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the Truma. If it's still, it's also. So too, if the Truma is Tamei, Hevel is also also. There are some who are more machmer than our Mishnah. If Shimon Elazar says you cannot use sorry, as we had before, which is 1,000 oil. If Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. If Rabbi says only that oil that comes from fruit. And Targum says you can only use Shem Zayis. Says Rabbi from the Muri, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how can they light candles on Shabbos? In Mother, they only have nut oil. In Alexandria, they only have radish oil. In Kapoitikal, they only have kerosene. Halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is also. Those are the only oils that are also. The rest are mutter. But the oil of fish, according to Rashi, the innards made from the innards of fish, according to places, the oil from the eye of a fish, and itron, which is from pitch, that is mutter. From Sumchasin says all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, not like use the oil of a fish. Now, what is the difference between Sumchas and the Tanakh implications Gemara, as we had earlier? That's the meaning of Rabbi, but over here, in other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't know which one. Chaylev, fat is mutter if you add olive oil to it. Fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. So according to the second Mandama, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil, and fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Rabbi Shimon Shazuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, hapois, which is calcinet, and neft, which is kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tuma. We're going back to the sugya of Tuma, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tuma of the Goyim, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi there, in other words, a string that you were about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikal Tuma. Certainly, a 3x3 tfachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikal Tuma. 3x3 finger breadths of the beged is a Shesi layer. Now, the Torah says by Negoyim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of seven upishtim, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheretz, by shechazera, we know in all these places the Torah is referring to semer or pishtim. About other clothing. So we know that by semer or pishtim, no matter what size it is, even a string or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tefachim, what about other clothing? According to Abaya, other clothing are not Mikal Tuma at all, any size, anywhere, everybody agrees to that. From Lazar and Rishma. But according to Rabbi, yes, Rabbi says other clothing are not Mikal Tuma in all sizes. However, Rabbi Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tefachim, then other clothing, not seven pishtim, and other tumais are Mikabel Tuma. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. A continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Reb Shimon ben Elazar, the Torah says by Negat Soras the word beged, and then explains to us semeru pishtin. It has to be wool or linen. It doesn't matter what size that beged is. It's mekabel tuma. Whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, they're all mekabel tuma. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan we learn from Ras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're mekabel tuma when they're semeru pishtin. But if they're not semeru pishtin, they're not mekabel tuma. Shimon Elazar says, however, if other begadim are 3 by 3 tefachim, then they are mekabel tuma. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheretz. It says, "Oy beged." For those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3 tefachim, it's mekabel tuma, even if it's not semeru pishtin. Abaya argues completely, says, according to everybody, other clothing is never mekabel tuma. 3 by 3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the word beged? Abaya says that we don't have flat out binyan for all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn sheretz from Negaim, nor can I learn out Negaim from sheretz. And therefore, I need a beged to tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers, that semeru pishtin, is mekabel tuma by sheretz. Why can't I learn out sheretz from Negaim and Negaim from sheretz? Because each one has a tuma that the other one doesn't have. A sheretz is mekabel tuma b'chadashim, whereas saras is mekabel tuma b'gris, which is 9 times the size. On the flip side, saras, even if it's a thread, the sheretz is not mekabel tuma b'chadashim. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Shmuel himself. And Abai says, yes, in fact, it's a major contradiction. It's mikatza l'katza, where Abai learned to Rabbi Shmuel yesterday that no clothing that's, if it's not made out of semeru pishtin, can be mekabel tuma at all. Over here, Rabbi Shmuel says that every clothing is mekabel tuma, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, inferior silk, it's all mekabel tuma. Rava says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Shmuel is saying that there's no tuma sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim. It is mekabel tuma, and that would be different than what Rabbi said the other day. Rabbi took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rabbi that said so. It's Rabbi's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes Talmidim got confused. They weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. What, was he saying his own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rabbi? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying halacha that there's no shatnez on clothing that are not semeru pishtin. The fact that the Torah tells us semeru pishtin by shatnez, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnez, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnez even if you put it on. And the Gemara says bedusehi, it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be semeru pishtin, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be semeru pishtin. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, the second Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayiv with tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. Beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how we chaber, and that's why Sfardim with a beged made out of wool, with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like the Ramah, or we wear cotton with, although the Mishnah said, Yerei Shamayim should be makol and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from Oy beged to include all begadim for tumah. So why don't we include tzitzis? It says Asher Tom should include all begadim for tzitzis, and the Gemara tells us that from the words Asher Tochaso comes to include a blind man's clothing is chayiv tzitzis because other people can see it. U're'isim though comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't we see? Night clothing. That no one can see at night, and therefore Suslaila is putter from tzitzis. There's a statement that Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use Pishkan. In other words, something that's mekabel tum from the gun. So we said, Rabbi Yehuda holds that Pishkan, flex, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for stop. There's not like between Rabbi Yehuda and Meir about Shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says only becomes possible for stop once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like Erev, that it's possible for stop immediately. The Mishnah says, on Chavzayin on the base on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make woods out of them. It says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't flame well. What better wood do you have than cotton, says Taisus? Anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become common to soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the roof, the ceiling does not become common. Unless the ceiling, cotton, then the ceiling. Wonderful day.
And the camera's on me, but it has the back of the monkey's head. And I'm killing it. And they're like, we have to do it again because the monkey's head breaks. And I'm like, they're like, we're so sorry. I go, monkeys. I'm doing this for the monkeys. Like, this is not supposed to happen.
Shabbos daf Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mekabel tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not mekabel tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax, hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are mekabel tumah. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shabbos. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flags and they did 6 screens. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing wood is not mekabel tumah. Why? It says crushing Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tumah because the bottom one was made out of semer, pishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and kachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix, non-kosher hide, leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tumah ba'ayah? What was this suffix? The suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to make the tachash? What was the tachash? Rabbi says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold up Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, kala ilan, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says, tachash is a one-of-a-kind species only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like it was kosher, not like unicorn horn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marisha, Harban, the bull that Makriv had a single horn because the Torah said it was a one-time. It was necessary for that, but after that, it was we don't have kachash anymore. That the Gemara is a chaya or because even though animal with one horn, by Rishon was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that because there's something called peresh, and it peresh is a chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a peresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rabbi says, I can make a tzad shabbat. Tzad shabbat, two things. You take sheretz and rats. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Shasi, it's mekama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's mekama a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shabbat, the denominator between the two of them is that they are mekabel tuma. In other words, if you have a hive, say a tiger's hive, and will be mekabel tuma if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, higher animal is mekabel tuma, but oil hames. In common that mace doesn't have. They both are mekabel with less than a kazayis, where a mace that gives it off tuma, the oil, it has to be at least a kazayis. There, Rabbi Bernish said, he learns the kavachimer from the Izim. As we mentioned before, was the fear of a goat. And it's not mekabel tuma. It's called from Saraz, as we said the other day. Right. So when it comes to the bag, it has to be semer u'pish, not goat. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials is mekabel tuma by life. So, the hide of an animal that's tamei, which is mekabel tuma from Saraz, that's in the Torah, or mekabel tuma from Saraz, certainly should be mekabel tuma oil hames. So now we have to understand Rabbi's statement from before. It says when it comes to Melechus Shemayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is it coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzus of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzus have to be black, but Halacha Moshe Messina does from what material. That's where Rabbi is coming to the top. To tell us that the parshios of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal. We don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef. Halal and his halal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshios of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Torah Hashem beficha min amutra beficha. Whatever you could eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal. That we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be Halacha. That has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshios with the hair of a kosher animal or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai. That you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing and make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tummy. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tummy. This is Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tummy. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 fingers, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on the front, and we hold like hula that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilag. If you cause noilag, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this. Now, according to Rikiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a cleat, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
Nobody calls that shit. Oh man, that shit is best food.
Shabbos Daf Chavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission we had yesterday, Silas HaBeged Shekibla, the Loi Hivava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a wick, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Kiva, and why it might be Tomei or Tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another shot. Rabbi says, Rabbi Eliezer says you cannot use this wick on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How do we explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? There's a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. For Rav, we have to say another shot. It's talking about Truma. And Machlokes, what constitutes a beged? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a Machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is Noilad, who's just born today on Yom Tov. And therefore it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Shimon it's not. It says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's not it. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even that. Where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood. Yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. And then you're going to use the wood. So it's noilad on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no noilad on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Lord tells us, Rabbi never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi Chia, who was Rab's uncle, told Rab, he saw him eating a date, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noilad. And Rab didn't answer. Mar says, well, you didn't answer. Did you agree with his uncle or not? So Mar brings a story. Rab was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. He says, Mar, wait a minute. It's possible that Rab was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called noilad. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or that was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick and then making it into a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains coming. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean or to hold a hat. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100%. According to everybody, even Rabbi. If he takes and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not a bag. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, it remains common. Rabbi Akiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not common. Says the Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chava. You're making the fire less. That's the chava. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same chava because this candle is supposed to be lit for X time because I removed the oil from the egg. Now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, instead of an egg, I have earthenware. Most people won't use that oil. Still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. But Yehuda says in all these cases, however, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my tiferes is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glue it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Yehuda was in Beis Nitzah, it's the name of a place, and they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitzah, there were reasons, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi ben Elazar gave Musari, who's Moicha, to Rabbi Abba. Famous machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Issur Harisha. Rabbi Shimon says it's not a problem, I don't have kavanah to do it, it's mutter. Rabbi, he's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was Moichan, he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes marriage. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said it's a it's very heavy, you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a groove, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, a safsel, it mentions a chair, it's talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. The Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's not, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? Talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, which means it's mutter, very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's possible. Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him, he's not having any benefit from it. He's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain. It's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. You see, it's efshar. It's possible for him to get away from the whole problem of Shabbos. Yet, we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasher Rabbi Yirmiyah that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Having a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow.
Quedan dos contactos. Vamos. Esa. Força. Punch.
Even after a shower, but today I took a shower and didn't take a shit. It's never.
Shabbos Daf Lamed. We're going to start from the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Ches. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to the Yehuda that holds Malacha Shein Sricha Lekufa Asur, where Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's Malacha Shein Sricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's Malacha Shein Sricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to grab the wick, then he's chayav. On the other end, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem b'sechon, or just in general, according to Rav Shimon, it will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. What it tells us, he has to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shem b'sechon, and he went into a huge tangent of a galika. The next 4 daf are full of a galika. And he started by saying there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, "V'shabech Anis HaMesim," I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, "Ki la'kelev chai hu toiv min arei hames." A live dog is better than a dead lion. But Rabbi says, "Lo yamesim yahlu." The dead can't do anything. They can't praise the Baruch Hu. Says Gemara 3 shots. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah, and he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. Chashi, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened until Befet Ego, he davened and Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Havayis, the Schus Havayis, Hakadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see that the dead are greater than the life. Another shot. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third shot. David HaMelech asked Hakadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klal Yisrael should know that he was Moichelim on the Aveira of Bashem. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, "I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die." In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Ark into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he died 24 Prakim of the Hillim, and he wasn't answered. When he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that his Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage of the same Shira,
Please give it to Tyler. Please.
The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself.
Give it to Tyler, please.
And they want to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, "No, I shouldn't use the keyboard. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu." David HaMelech says the Gemara,
It's a terrible decision.
when they finished Chanukas
Please.
HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long passage. And the Gemara dashes the passage, "Vayichol Aleim." Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives Bekahara. And then it says, "Smeichen," they had Hannah from Zivashkina. V'toivelei, each and every one became pregnant with a boy.
Please give the ball.
And then it says, "David Abdul." That Hakadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, Hakadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so recently ate. In fact, he got awarded, got nominated for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die on. Rothschild said, "I cannot tell you when he's hurt, how your life is going to play out. I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die in the Shabbos." He said, "If I die on Sunday, it's better for my family." He said, "No, Sunday's already in the week of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday," he says, "every day that you're alive and you yourself said it to him is better than 1,000 oilers that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring." So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah. Pasuk from the Yerushalayim. He wouldn't stop because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. So David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was. Went down the stairs. The Malach HaMavis took up the stairs. He fell, and from falling, he got scared. He stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs in Shabbos? And he said, yes, you could give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter, you put a bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead on the bread. You see that a live dog has more importance than a dead piece. Finally, the question that we asked Rabbi Tanko. He said, as a marshal, because we have a pasuk with chayba, and obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Kodesh HaKadoshim, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim who wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and we say, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course, Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury the Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, a person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun. That is very important. And finally it says, what is this 3 pshatim? First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to the individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. So the Gemara says that when he's upset, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the Averis, and when he's happy with Mishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their mitzvahs in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, because Baruch Hu Tzchok Amarti Megula, because Baruch Hu is going to be happy with tzaddikim. Shabbat Yisani, Anisa Simcha, is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. With Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchoik, levity, and kalas roish, l'tzalas, or sicha, just talking, permitting things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the by simcha shal mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah shoyra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the shriyas hashkina. Two Lashonos. One says the Rabbi should be the simcha, but his talmidim should be in fear. Another Lashon is the Rabbi should start off with simcha, and the talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a milsa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. Fruit, the trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And the Talmidim laughed and they proved to them, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slap, there's fruit off every day, etc. And then, when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine, here, drink a cup of wine, and they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
I told her to sing, and she would sing. She would sing like a physical song. Shut up. And she would sing, and she would say something.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel and not become bedonos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would upset Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house while Hillel was in the shower and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's the lashon of the Zohar, that's not how you talk to Hillel. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know why are all the Gavlin's head round? Says Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes the head to be round. Oh, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets inside again, is Hillel here? Hillel comes out, happy. I'd like to know why the Talmidim's eyes are round. It says, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, once again screams out, Hillel! Down. So, Bob, how can I help you? Why are the Talmidim's feet so wide? He says, ooh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets to the shower, yells him out, and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Shal ben Ishal, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, I'll invite anybody like you again. What did I do? He says, because you lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 zuz. The one you should lose your 2 zuz. Three guys came to Shammai and Hillel at three times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the church of Mitzvah. Shammai was upset at him and mad at him. Well, and Hillel called him. He made him a ger and called him out of it. And the following day, in Gimel, he taught him Kuf, Shin, Reish, Kuf, etc. He says, "What's going on?" Yesterday he taught me about it. He said, "Well, if you trust me for that, then you trust me for everything. And I'm telling you, he's a church of Mitzvah." Another guy, King Hillel, he came first to Shammai. Entire Torah while I'm standing on one. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took us and shoot him out of there. And when the Hillel was Megayer him and told him, "My Da'aloch Sani Bercholikade, what you hate, don't do to your friend." Rashi explains it to be powerful and it could be in other chaveros. You don't want people to do other sorts of chaveros. Don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says it's just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in that one line. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the thing they kuna. And he happens for the Kangalos, he says, "Tell Shammai, I want to become a ger." So the big Kangalos, Shammai took a stick, the Hamas, opinion, and shoot him out of there. So you have to learn the halachas first. You learned the halachas and got to the puzzle by Zah. You must the Kangalos certainly I get the Kangalos. Went back to Shammai and told him the puzzle by Rumosh, and he went and he said, "Because of Yanava, I was mistaken for his Baruch." What does the three games back together one day? They said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, the Mekur that was Baruch. What does the Shisha Sigrei Mishnah are hinted in the puzzle of Vahoya Emunas Itecha. Emunas is right that you have Emunah, you believe that the person took Meiser Itecha. His times referring to all the Mayadim, so the Mayad, the Yom Tov, the conversation by Kaisen, there's the Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have the Yodesh. Yeshua's is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachma and As is Taharas. The Gemara says, Yiras Hashem Yitzaroi, but Yir Shamayim will give you to the Oitzar, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, Sakto and Akadu Emunah, did you do business with integrity? And that comes from the same puzzle of Emunah. Emunah Itecha. What's Itecha? You're about to eat it. You set time for Torah.
Can you hear me?
And then the following word is about Nobody cares. And then comes Yeshua.
Give this ball the Terry kill.
And then when you talk to the Chachma, you understand double for double, it's all about Torah. And then Yiras Hashem Yitzaroi. And the Gemara tells us that if a person is a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, "Take this wheat, bring it up to the attic," and then he asks him, "You put in the preservative?" He says, "No." He says, "So why kill time? Whatever you did wasn't good enough." In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt, such a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Her without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key for the for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building. So what good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim.
All right, this is going to be a big place.
Another much more to get. Somebody builds a doorway in the middle of the field, and it doesn't go anywhere.
How are you?
It's good,
son. Taking that
sort of walking about.
Every day is holiday, every minute.
Stand up for him because he has
what's good in your neck of the woods, son?
He's a big Chacham. What good is Chacham?
Oh, fuck yeah, dog. That's amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. Just one moment. I want you to be able to hear me. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, excellent. Well, what my life is. If you want, data is Earth's number one resource. The Economist magazine declared this in 2018. and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that occurs, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a noble goal.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I talk about other things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known for as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. It's pretty well known on Twitter. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm also a major advocate for the LifeShare program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. David, how do those things sound to you?
Actually, I like those things. I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff. Desalination. So, like, why do you think we need these things?
Well, there are people who don't have clean drinking water, and the earth is two-thirds water, and I feel that the gap that we need to bridge is providing that water to those people. And the way to do that is to desalinify the water so that it's drinkable. It can be used in crops and for other uses.
Wow. So now I'm really impressed that you stream 24/7. I mean, what's it like doing that?
Oh man, it's a trip. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I don't just do it from one stream. I do it from like 20 different streams simultaneously. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. And I just do my best to be a good example to people, to show positivity and an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. Generally, I get a lot of trolls and hatred, and I just let that really not get to me as best as possible. I say that I let it just fall off me like water off a duck's back. I do my best to maintain positivity and kindness in the face of adversity and the challenges that I've experienced. Um, but really, for the most part, I find the goodness in people and find people overall are very positive towards the message and the project that I have.
Wow. So you've been doing this since the pandemic. So since 2020.
Since 2021. I do have footage
Okay.
from 2020. When I first started, I did it on like hard drives. The way it started was it was during the pandemic, and I'm by trade a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, as well as had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I was working remote. And so after work, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, just basically to get it on camera. And I realized that, if I would hook the ball or slice it, sometimes I make a funny joke. And I thought, this might be something that my future family might enjoy. I'm not married, don't have children or anything, but I plan on doing that someday. And if I do, I'd like them to have a little bit of footage of what their dad was like before they met. And so I started uploading my driving range sessions every night after work, and just recognized that it took me a long time for all the uploading. It was probably easier if I just start live streaming it. But I thought, if I want to do this, I want to do it better than any influencer's ever done it before. So I bought like overall 33 different devices and put them like in 360 degrees, so that I have redundant backups and streams of myself. And really, as they say, the rest is history.
Wow. Are you a real rabbi?
Absolutely. I made smicha during the pandemic. I've been a member of multiple Orthodox congregations. Prior to the pandemic, quite quite religious. I still am a religious person, but I mean, never miss Shabbat. Had to chakras every day. I still don tefillin every day. Got my tefillin here, aside from Shabbat. I do my best to live as orthodox a life as I can while live streaming. Uh, Understanding that there are some, like I still have to keep the streams going, but I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do my best to keep kosher, of course. Still, I light candles the best way I can to really give the world a portal into what life is like as an Orthodox Jew to the best.
Okay. That's crazy. I don't know if I have any other questions. Who's that other person that's streaming himself, like sleeping right now?
That's Brandon. Brandon met me through Discord a few months ago, and he likes to stream sports. And Brandon is a very nice person, and gotten to know him a little bit, but he just kind of lives his life alongside me, and I don't really have an issue with that. We have a lot of commonalities. He quite enjoys streaming multiple sports simultaneously. If you don't mind, David, do you mind if I tell you some of the other things that I talk about? Excellent. I'm very into futurology. So things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, space elevators, invisibility cloaks, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. An advocate for a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially connecting Asia to North America. It's about 51 miles that need to be branched, and I feel if we did that, we could connect, the major continent groups of the world and bring the world much closer. If that were done, you'd be able to take a road trip from New York to Paris or Los Angeles to Cape Town, and if you possibly wanted to. And then additionally, the clearing of the Colombia, southern Panama.
Right, it's like the jungle that's between North and South America, and there's no road, right?
100% right. And if we were to clear that and build some bridges, essentially you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Jerusalem or Sao Paulo to Cairo. I think that would really help the world. Additionally, I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company in Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they made headlines recently with their direwolf project.
Direwolf, yeah.
Exactly. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. I talk about some other things that may affect you, your friends, your family someday. If you want, everything I talk about is with your consent. But if you want, when you were born, David, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. But I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through types of technology known as life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, nootropics, to eventually get you to be 120 years old. But you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, we spoke and everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is, again, if you want, with your consent, if you'd like, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, David. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to enjoy, perhaps in the future, a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, it may actually be surprising, or maybe not. But I kind of, I mean, I don't want to say I know a lot about these things, but I'm familiar with all these things. I had like a question: have you seen or do you watch the YouTuber called Isaac Arthur?
Please enlighten me.
Isaac Arthur, I believe that he was a physicist, or I think he's a physicist now, or he at least has a degree in physics, and he was in the U.S. Army as an artilleryman. Then he got out, and he is a science fiction author as well, and he has a YouTube channel called Isaac Arthur, where he talks about mind uploading, decolonization, building ecology, faster light travel, warp technology, time travel, robots, aliens. But he does it all from like a kind of like a hard science fiction like perspective, or like actual scientific, like not just like Star Wars or whatever, but like what is the actual science? Is this even possible? What would happen if it was possible? I think try like that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the recommendation. I've got him pulled up on YouTube right now, and I will add him to my list of things that I enjoy watching. And I've got you in the Discord. I can send you a message certainly when I learn more about him. More than anything, as I previously said, aside from all the futuristic technology or even streaming my life, I'm here to just be a good person as best I can, to be an example to the world, be positive, to have an optimistic view on society, and give people hope. So if there's anything that I can ever do for you, David, within my means, I want you to know I'm here to support you. Okay. Excellent. Well,
Yeah, I don't know. Do you ever play video games?
yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'll have somebody come in here within the next hour, and we'll be playing some. We play a game every night. A friend of mine and then I was up all night playing them with some other friends from Australia and Canada. So yeah, I do enjoy video games. I like mini games, pretty basic games, things like chess, checkers, like everything from poker to card games and such. I also like Grand Theft Auto, Madden, FIFA. Those are my favorites. How about you?
Funny, I've been playing Grand Theft Auto right now. I never played when I was a kid when it came out, and the fifth one, and then so I kind of got into it finally, and I found out it was a lot more fun than I thought it was. But,
Oh, absolutely.
no, I like.
Do you know what?
All kinds of games especially.
Do you know what happens in 249 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 39 seconds?
How many? Kind of glitched out.
Certainly. 249 days, 22 minutes, and 30 seconds.
No.
Grand Theft Auto switches. May 2026. It'll be a changing day in really not just video games, but electronics and technology. It's going to be a game-changing event. No pun intended.
I'm going to buy that. I think it'll come out on PC later, though, because I only play on PC. I think they usually release them like a year later on PC.
Exactly. You're exactly right. Do you stream at all? Are you a streamer?
No. I just found you on Twitter.
Excellent. So I create robots, and that's how you found out about me. So these robots.
I figured you, because you said you had over 10,000 accounts on different websites.
Yeah, so I've got over 100 YouTube accounts, 22 of which I'm live right now simultaneously. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media essentially than any person ever. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be like the biggest treasure trove or treasure hunt of society. People, I feel, will study my life, not just as a story of a human, but also the events that happen in society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I've been using large language models since the launch of ChatGPT, November 30th, 2022. I was actually an early adopter in early November of ChatGPT. We've been able to see its development from ChatGPT 1 to 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 and now 5. I, at all times, keep a radio going to Los Angeles News Radio. So you can really go to any minute of any day of any of my streams and know what was going on in the world. So it's really like a timeline for human society. And I think in the future, people won't just study it from a historical perspective, but it's more human data that we have. And so people will be able to just not only see me in a two-dimensional picture like you're seeing me, but they'll be able to use perhaps uh, types of virtual reality and live my life on their own, or augmented reality and know what my temperature is, know my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, what my caloric intake is, what my body temperature is, what the dew point is, everything about what's going on in my life. And I think that could perhaps be beneficial to the world. But again, most of all, I just do it to essentially archive my life. In the past, people would have, I would have maybe been a journalist. Somebody would write in a journal or in a diary, but that takes too long, and I can't document as much as I can with the videos. So this is what I do. And if you ever need to connect with me, I'm here for you.
Wow. Wow, that is I've never met anybody that has done anything like what you're doing, so that's pretty cool.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your high praise.
Yeah, no problem. You never been eaten of like I guess you said the desert?
Not while live streaming. I've been in New York City.
Right, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I live in Indiana, so I've been out west once or twice. But
Very well. What's life like in Indiana?
it's pretty good actually. It's very, Midwest, just a lot of farms,
It seems peaceful. It seems peaceful.
It's pretty peaceful.
Very well. Your Colts are doing really well this year. I don't know if you're a Colts fan.
No, I don't follow too much. I thought we were still in the preseason for football.
They've played 2 games and surprisingly done well in both of them. So the season just started. That's fine that you're not a sports fan. We do. I do my best to be as well-rounded a person as possible. So as you came in, I'm watching Daf Yomi and Thursday Night Football. I've done my best to listen to every major audiobook, at least certainly religious books that we have. But additionally, every major music album, I've done my best to sing at least the major songs on them. Watch every Oscar winner since the Oscar started in 1929, and many other movies. Additionally, I've done my best to archive, of course, 3 Super Bowls, 3 Olympic Games, including 2021, 2022, 2024. I look forward to being able to hopefully be able to archive the 2028 games. Hopefully, I go viral by then, but that'll be here in Los Angeles. And just in addition to my life, people I think will be able to connect it with my interests as well. And I think you're on the ground level of something really special. And with this robot, I've got multiple robots. They essentially just repost whatever word I want. So anything that has to do with the word Jew, it just reposts. So that can be really positive things towards Judaism. It can be really negative things towards Judaism. I wish I could differentiate. The bot isn't that smart, but it just reposts, and then anything with the word Jewish, then also anything with the word crypto. So those kind of 3 niches I use to get people to know about me. I just started with this bot recently on Twitter. I mean, recently is in the last 24 hours, and I already got 10 people to join this server, and that brings me over 2,000 members, which is, for one individual, really great for organic growth. So I don't know how much longer it's going to take, but with enough enough upvoting or reposting, I should say, we're going to go viral. And then when that happens, it's going to be a very special day because I want to help a lot of people who are less fortunate. I want to be able to tell this beautiful story of what life is like and really want to give people a view into what Jewish life is like to the best of my ability. And then I'd like to live stream the rest of my life. So this would be maybe something that I've currently done. I'm approaching 4 years. It'll be 4 years next month. But I'd like to do it for 40 or even more. So that'll be really exciting as well. And you'll be a very famous person on it, David, if you want. So just know that you are on the ground level of something special.
All right. I think I had another question. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I can't remember it. Do you have any questions for me? I don't have too much longer to be on here.
I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Okay with sharing. No, it's okay. I mean, I have a few more minutes. I'm okay with sharing, things like I'm not going to share my real name or where I live, but normal things.
Most certainly. What are your interests? What are your favorite things to do aside from playing video games?
I like to go camping.
Amazing.
Like guns. I don't know if you're okay with guns. I'm big into them.
Go for it. Okay, so you like target practice or hunting, or what do you like?
Mostly collecting historical items, but I like to shoot them too. No, I actually don't hunt.
Okay, great.
Yeah, at least.
All right, do you like to do target practicing?
Yeah.
Excellent. Are you good?
I'm decent.
Very well. Okay, so you like to camp. What kind of camping are we talking about? Are we talking like a lean-to, or do you have a dome tent? What do you use to camp?
I have an army tent, and I have some friends that I go with, so we do backpacking.
Very cool. Can you start a fire without a match? Okay, that's good. So, what's the best mode for you to do that? Or method, I should say.
So in the past, I've done flint and steel, cracking flint or steel, or flint is doing steel, great spark. And then also one time I did do making fire with two sticks, and basically you get one that's called a bow, one that's called a spindle, and then the spindle is vertical and it goes into like a piece of wood.
Okay.
And then your bow is like a bow and arrow, but you wrap the bow string around the spindle, and then you can go back and forth, and it spins the spindle, and it rubs against that wood, and then eventually gets hot enough to make it spark. I did do that one time.
Okay, now I've seen that done. That seems like it's a very delicate process. Am I right? Where you have to gently blow on the spark as it starts.
Well, once you get the spark, yeah, but before the spark, it's very not gentle.
A lot of friction.
As hard as you can, yeah.
Okay, and camp when it's raining.
We've canceled bad weather in the past, but we will. I think the most weather-intensive camp out I did was below 0 Fahrenheit. Sleeping overnight.
What's that?
Much below 0. I mean, it was to the point where someone could have died if it went wrong.
Do you keep a fire going?
Not keeping one going.
Do you use lanterns for light, or how do you keep things illuminated?
Just like headlamps.
Okay, well that works. Okay, and then you've got some friends who you go with. Very cool. Do you ever get scared when you're out there all alone?
No.
Okay.
Not really. I don't believe in Bigfoot or anything. The thing I'd be the most scared of is other people, because people can be bad, but I have a gun, so and then 4 or 5 grown men, so nothing really is going to attack us, probably.
Very cool. And you don't have, cougars or bears or anything?
Not really in Indiana, no. We have coyotes, but coyotes won't attack us.
Right, exactly. Okay, well then it's like one of the safer places to do that. Very well. Do you go fishing?
Just casually.
Okay, and like so you'll go camping. Will that camping include going fishing, or is that a separate activity?
Not yet. That's something we want to do in the future. Just catch the fish while we're camping, actually cook them.
Yeah,
I've never done that, so that'd be interesting.
absolutely. What kind of fish do you fish for? Which do you fish?
Around here is like bass and like bluegill and stuff. I think there's like invasive carp, and then there's catfish, but I don't fish for catfish. So I don't know how.
Okay. And okay, so you like to camp. Uh, do you have any other hobbies that you want to share?
Not really. Mostly, I like to play video games. I like collecting stuff. I collect all types of things. But that's it, really.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, I hope this is the start of a beautiful friendship. And again, if you ever need to talk to anyone or you need support or you just need a friend, I'm here for you, okay?
All right. Well, yeah, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, David. Thank you for your kindness and for joining the server. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too.
Peace.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Shout out to David Rosenberg. And shout out to Tyreek Hill. Come on, Reek. Give it to Tyreek Hill. Give it to Tyreek Hill. They call timeout. I'm going to take a whiskey.
Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling pasuk. It says, "Al tirsha harba." Don't be a big Russia, meaning it could be a small Russia. So the Gemara know a tremendous insight. If a person doesn't have Beir, it happens. Don't despair. Don't say, "Oh, I already was on this Aveira. I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire title." It doesn't work like that. A person doing Aveira and be true for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But if he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Huda, the malacha, since you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So, extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining it. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered its spot. If you move the wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to move wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi holds you part. But when it comes to the wick, it's hard. Another pshat Rabbi Yochanan says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called Masaka Manis, fixing the wick. It's in the wick is high.
No way.
A wonderful, wonderful day.
Not once I go to the store, not once I go to a talent coordinator, I don't blame me. That didn't make me do all that crazy. He had this other thing going with Tommy, and I get it, and I get all the other stuff. But the creepy things he did was, if you were somebody's too, that was the creepy thing he did. He did it to you, he did it to Delia, he did it to a couple other guys, and I'm gonna beat this horse to death because it's done. It's done. He's not gonna fucking fight with me. Yeah, he's not gonna come back to me. I'm not gonna do that to him. I just want to let him know. I don't forget about this. I don't forget about anything. When you do something bad to me, when you do something good to me, I don't forget about anything. I don't want to beat him up. I don't want to fist fight him. He attacked me, and I just told him he was ahead. You know what's funny?
Shazdaf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and ananer. This explains since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. The law explains Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. It says you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis. Rachis, that we say, he calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. Like the Gemara gives us 5 mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when he's giving birth, it's a time of danger for him. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, we're punishing her for the chet of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. Perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was on the boat because of Baruch Hu doesn't punish us at the same time. Yanai would let the boat to see that there are holes and use some kind of eggs. Because if you reverse some kind of eggs, there's a concept of menakim shluesim. Baruch Hu uses your shlusim to pay for those nisim, and that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until it happens. Don't wait until a person is sick. Doubting that a person should not become sick. Because once they become sick, it's harder for them before they come. Then you have to use a lot of sfusim. As it says in the pasuk, the person himself, mimenu, you need this sfusim. Another drush the Gemara uses from that pasuk, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu, just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel that there's a chiyuv misa of bezdin. He says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like a marketplace, there are a lot of fights, that's similar as to imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if there are already handcuffs, he's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick, he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning has good tzchusim, he'll be sick. A person, 999 malachim that saying bad about it. There's one malach, echad mini elef. 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another man that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons in that one malach are against him. And he has one reason for it. It's 1 in 1,000,000. That will be matzah. Rabbi says the women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. Some say because they are not careful and they use a lashon of design instead of saying Aron Kodesh, they say plaza. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call Aron Kodesh, I don't know which is a closet, and they'll call a shul a base am, just a regular folk house. Because he says there are 3 bedikot, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa, nida, chala, and some say there are 3 debits, there are 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and adlakas haneh. Rabbi Shimon says that Higdash and Meiser, Trumas and Meisers are the that is the center, and we give a certain nemana amaretz that he cooked. Trumas and Meisers from the Deraisa, go to the Rabbanan, there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust amaretz that he wasn't magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because the Aveira of not the nether, not the military obligation, let's say tzedakah for any nether, wife will die, Rabbi's own children will die. He's Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said the Torah, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in the Torah. And the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says, "The man you be mecha." You want to live long? What the pasuk right before is safta. Mezuzah is talking about mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mathematics. B'neichem, teach your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah are just mezuzah. Machlokes remain in review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes the child to die, Shlomish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, less lover, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation. There's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Every time he says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah keneged midah. A person will fight with his wife, he'll lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil on his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, truma meiser, you'll be punished in the winter. But if the person does we'll have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says, and we learn until your lips are numb from saying die. Have a wonderful day.
is the fucking reason. Yes, I don't want to know that. It's just too late. It's just that one show a lady stood up, and I didn't even know what this word meant. I don't know.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up eating their own children. The pasuk says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The avera of eating debt, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough. Perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't. Or for the avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chereb, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty. There'll be famine. You'll eat, you will be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past, or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by Chilul Shabbos and by Chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts, they'll come and eat the livestock, there'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of Ritzicha, of murder, Baruch Hu was mashre of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of Gilai Rais, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shmita and Yovel, will be dullest to the world, and we will leave our country, and others will take over. For the avera of Nivel Peh, the Lashon of the Gemara is Tsaros, Rabbis, Zeros, Kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tsaros. And the young Bachurim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and He won't answer them. Everybody knows why a couple gets married. You talk about it, you're supposed to live 70 years. Flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a makah also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokai. Hidrokai comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says avera, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayis. So the Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was a oinus because of the Talmidim. When a person has sinas, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas. If a person has gases ruach, the simmer for that is that it becomes poor. The simmer for a person that talks lashon hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe anymore. The Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats tebel without giving trumas and maizros. When Chacham went into Rabbi Avna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedavim with Chol Makom. He starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says because of a bittul Torah. But women who are not about the Torah, why do they get asked for? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah; they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? Says the Gemara because they're mevatel their fathers. Says Rashi when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is eating, that's their avera, and that's why they get punished. And kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the avera of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda, the Rosh Hashanah, as we mentioned before, because he sat with Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yosef was quiet, and Rabbi Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put Zionus in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Meir, which Rashi places both to say that he was a chashuv person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Rosh Hashanah because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yosef didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipori, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai took a flight, he rented the Beis HaMedrash, where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave, and it was a nace, that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bared fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bared fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Bar Yochai's son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud. They took off their clothes in order to save their clothing. They would put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came. He notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave, and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like burning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave." So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, Baskel said, "Yes, you can come out." Wherever Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Lazar, "What are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go." And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, like it says, where it says Ahu Saba means Eliyahu. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, "What are you doing with this?" He said, "I need it for Shabbos." "But why 2? He said, "One for Zachar and one for Shamar." And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, "Kama Chavivi Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvah, how Chavivi in the mitzvahs." And he calmed down by his life. Says Pinchas Ben Yair, who was either his father-in-law or son, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud. And he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair said, "I cannot believe that I see you like this." And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai told him the opposite. "It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai." And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair a question, and Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair would ask Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai a question, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
What's happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness. Family member told me a lot about this because media is kind of presenting him as this
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Cholamayid, we're falling.
With a lot of words to really say nothing at all. I don't want to be everybody and not done today.
2004.
Charlie Kirk's death is really just a shooting that just happened, jumps up, down, and says that they did it, and gets arrested for saying that they did it, implying that they did it, well, whatever. All right, you guys, let's take a pause. There is a lot happening right now, okay? Bibi Netanyahu is again denying that he murdered Charlie Kirk, despite the fact that no one I know accused him of anything. Is that normal for a state leader of a foreign country to have to twice deny that on national television? We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press out on there's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Aaron Bowling is just lying through his teeth on PBD podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with. I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. That is all happening right now, not because I'm lying, but because we are choosing to stay focused on solving the murder of Charlie Kirk. And what we are operating is much darker than I think any of us could have possibly imagined. So welcome back to campus. We are pulling all of this together, and I'm going, I don't even know where to begin. And I guess we should just start with one of many explosive discoveries, thanks to all of you guys, by the way, anonymous sources invested in the story, wanting to get to the truth, having that gut instinct that something is not right. So we've been wondering yesterday. I was also doing a set Instagram series of pulling everybody into what doesn't make sense about the changing of the clothes that Tyler Robinson allegedly did. And we've been wondering why it seems the feds were only willing to release a grainy image of Tyler Robinson from the day of the shooting, despite the tech stack that UVU campus has, right? There's no images that we can see that have been released of his Dodge Challenger that's supposed to be idling nearby the campus for a very long time, right? If he's, as he texted this text messages, and the plans are texting, and he's telling him every second, minute by minute, what he's done. And he mentioned that the cops have done a sweep. Remember, Tyler is supposed to be babysitting the gun in that moment, waiting for the right moment to go back and quote unquote retrieve his weapon. But he sees a, I'm not kidding, quote unquote squad car. Right. He writes, I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. Squad car. Okay, yeah, no. How many times do you call a police car a squad car? What are calls in a squad car? Someone on the squad. That's how that works. Yeah, but that's what Tyler writes. Squad car. Elsewhere in this correspondence, and by the way, thanks to one of you people who commented on yesterday's episode and pointed this out to me. But elsewhere, Tyler says something that only a woman would say. That's why it didn't flag me as weird. I was reading this and flagging his eye. He says to Lance, allegedly, quote, I worry about Prince. I had to leave it for a rifle in a bush where I changed outfits. Wait, changed outfits? Somebody commented, and don't say outfits. That's a woman thing. Okay, yeah, that's true. I would say I changed my outfit. A man does not say, just say change.
Yo, Cadence, how are you? Excellent. Cadence, how'd you find out about me?
You called me on Twitter, so
Amazing. Absolutely. Did I repost something of yours?
Can you repeat that?
Absolutely. Did I repost something of yours?
I think I might have been like, yeah.
Excellent. Can I tell you about myself?
Not at all.
I appreciate the opportunity. Welcome to my Discord. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Cadence, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I did, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. If you weren't aware, The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Cadence, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to create generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Cadence?
Is there any reason you want me specifically to do that?
I want to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So that's 2,000 some odd people in this Discord and everyone who's been recorded on my last 3.5 years.
Why did you decide on that name? Rabbi Rothschild.
Well, I'm a rabbi and my last child, so that's my name.
Okay, fine.
I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. And it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater under land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Cadence?
I think it sounds good. I don't really know.
That's okay.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
That's absolutely fine. I talk about other things to help the world. I'm a futurist, someone who likes the future and futurology, the study of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like invisibility cloaks.
I'm not high enough for this. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay, Cadence. You tell me about you. What do you like to do?
I think I'd rather not speak about myself, to be honest. I just need to feel business, and I
Absolutely.
got the call straight away.
Absolutely.
Also, I don't love those calls, but probably stick with chat.
Okay, I understand that. Well, you should know, Cadence, more than anything. I'm just here to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. If you ever need any support, I'm here for you. Okay, Cadence?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Blessings to you, my friend.
Cheers.
Cheers. Peace.
Okay, felt that person, these messages together. Not really that's for sure. Now, another question is if there is this footage, why not to believe everybody to make us feel like this is not a operation? Why not just release anything to the public? Well, the reason is because according to the full which I emailed you, any of the footage that they had, the footage that they found, they immediately sent it over to the feds. The feds told them that they were not allowed to share it at all. If you're secrets, share this at all, it's not going to be good for you. If they are kind of being pressured by the feds not to share things publicly. And that's why I would say 9/10 is beginning to remind me of 9/11, right? The feds sweep through everything to make sure that they have all of the footage so that no one can question the data that they put out. It makes me think, how long did it take before they were willing to show us any footage of the alleged giant Boeing plane that hit the Pentagon building? they have all of the information, all of which they can control the narrative. Except sometimes things don't go as planned. Because before people realize they have anything, people are trying to reach out to the feds. They're texting a friend, and the next thing you know, the whole neighborhood, all the forum has something. And this is what happens. Something made its way around the entire town and into my tips line repeatedly. It's a very clear image of Tyler Robinson, allegedly taken, I'll say allegedly for safety here, it's looking right to my timeline, allegedly taken at 6:38 p.m. at a nearby Dairy Queen. Here is that photo. I can show you. Just take a look at this photo. What is wrong with this picture? A lot is wrong with this picture. First and foremost, 6:38 p.m. You shot someone. You have gone through great pains to hide your face, to change your outfit. But wait, you fully change your outfit. Did you? Looking at this photo, and you're wearing jeans and you're wearing the red shirt. Now we have a 50-50 combo of the outfits, and now you're showing your eyes, and you're not fearful at all that you might be recognized. Also, wow, you must have quite the stomach. You don't have a record, next thing you know, you shoot someone, and you're like, I'm just going to go have a meal. You don't seem to be too shaken or too upset. Something problematic is this location, by the way. We match this out. It's about 15 minutes from the campus at a time when we're told that he's idling by, babysitting the rifle, so you can see. We're showing you it's about a 17-minute drive away from the campus. So is there should be a lot of footage then of this Dodge Challenger driving back and forth? Okay, and like I said, the biggest thing that jumps at me is he looks kind of intense there. So he's got a full-on psychopath wearing half of what the feds told us he was wearing in the morning, and half of what the feds told us that he was wearing during the shooting. So why did he text in this exchange at all and say that he changed outfits? Well, just I changed my t-shirt. That's reality. I just changed your t-shirt, and that was enough. Was it just a t-shirt that he changed? The outfit, again, as I sensed yesterday, has always been problematic. I feel the outfit was a mistake. It never made any sense to say that he wore an outfit onto campus, white khaki shorts and a maroon shirt, and then decided to completely change hours later. Because why wouldn't you just change the t-shirt? That actually makes more sense. Every kid wears jeans. You don't have to change blue jeans or change out of khaki shorts to avoid detection. That's not going to go, hey, we're stopping you because you're wearing blue jeans. It's not a thing. You would think much more sense if he had just changed his t-shirts. And like I said yesterday, if you weren't going to change at all, why did you have to leave campus to do that? And shouldn't the cameras have been caught you either way? Take a totally different route. Again, there's cameras everywhere. So we can now plot this change, this alleged Dairy Queen stop onto our timeline. Right? We can see that right there. We were very accurate when we started getting really serious about looking at the timeline. The timeline said the first correspondence that allegedly took place between these two had to have taken place between Tyler and Lance after 6 o'clock p.m. Here we go, 6:38 p.m. You get this confirmed photo. I should say confirmed photo, an alleged photo of Tyler Robinson by that Dairy Queen on campus on the other side of the town, and that's where we can sue it. Campus is supposed to be a lockdown, it's supposed to be a manhunt. That's where we can assume these text messages or texts around this time where Tyler Robinson is signifying he's close to the scene of the crime. That's where we should be able to find more vehicle or for Jim's vehicle. Maybe you are a shop along this way, you're that Dairy Queen. You should check your footage to see if around this time, 6:38 or else, that you saw a Dodge Challenger go by. Source tells me that they saw him dropping, here it is, there's a cemetery, and he was dropping clothes into that cemetery. Now, we have not gotten anything from the feds about where the clothing was dropped off. We've changed nothing. My question then is, what is going on? My suspicion, I believe, is that there are multiple people that are involved, and said, unless that man is a cold-blooded killer, he just seems to be la-di-da, eating some dairy. And it's not making sense. Now, there is something that another local told me that the locals are discussing that they believe actually took place, and it rings a lot truer to me, a lot truer. Anything that I've heard thus far from the Feds, I'm going to tell you that in a moment. But first, I started to sort of hyper focus on the doorbell cam footage, right? Because that mysteriously made its way to TMZ the morning after Charlie's assassination. Actually, what time did that footage make its way? Just so I can take a look at it on YouTube here. TMZ released on 12. I don't know exactly the exact date it released the footage. I think it was their footage said that at 8:07 a.m. TMZ is the first on September 10th that tells us that there is doorbell cam footage. But I actually want to see when TMZ released it. So can you just put a note for me, Skylar, that I want to look at what TMZ announced it? I feel like it was in the morning, okay? And so I started asking myself, where did that footage come from, right? We should look into it. Let me just say this right away. As a rule, when a tragedy happens, I don't love the people who have the instinct to immediately speak to a tragedy. What I mean to say is that imagine you're on campus somewhere, a shoot happens, students are screaming, they're running, somebody is dead. I feel that a normal person's instinct is to make sure their loved ones are okay, and in the vicinity, make sure they are okay, obviously, and then to call and alert everyone who are being concerned that you're okay. You're okay, right? Your mom said, like, you're going to get on the phone first with, like, your mom and dad. You're not going to get on the phone with TMZ. You're not going to get on speak to the press. I don't think so. So it's always a good question when you sense that something is wrong, as I very much sense right now with the Trump assassination, to go back and reflect on opened up to the press with information. If you've been a long-time listener of the show, the mainstream media has been controlled by the CIA since Operation Mockingbird. And so I addressed that question. Who is making footage to TMZ? Why TMZ? Whose instinct would it be to give the footage to TMZ if you're really just a person living out in Utah, surprised by everything? Why are you giving it to, like, TMZ, which covers celebrity gossip out of Hollywood? Right? The New York Post. That's supposed to be a local paper, a local news source. Why would you get up the New York Post? Which Utah citizen thought of TMZ first? So that was the Feds. Well, we were able to stop that, okay? We were able, because gratefully, the individual, one of the individuals who owned the house, spoke to a local news station the day after Trump was assassinated. His statement, you're going to see, is Irwin Steele. Let's watch that footage of Irwin Steele next to it. Kathy Beckle led us to her backyard. She says, search this area for the suspected gunman and his weapon. Just a few streets over. Irwin Steele was another neighbor who was met with officers in his front yard.
There it's been many times. This is a place. This is a car. Right next to the University of the State. At the same time, they're generally good.
Steele says they're hoping authorities by giving them any footage they have on their outdoor cameras. He says it's still starting to hear the gunman who have been so close to their homes.
We have students going up down the street all day long, and it's never been a threat to our safety. And so something like this to happen, it's shocking. It's really shocking.
Seems like a good guy. I had to meet with him. Immediately, actually, I was wondering why would we ever told that it was doorbell cam footage? Obviously, it's not doorbell cam footage. It's too high. Hence, high footage in general. Secondly, like I said, this clip is from the morning after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So TMZ had already publicized that footage, and that strikes me as a little odd. That would stipulate that either the Feds, like I said, collected that footage the night before and then gave it to TMZ, or this guy himself gave it to TMZ before he gave it to the Feds. So looking into Irwin, and we find that he doesn't just co-own just that one house on the street with somebody else named Samuel Steele, but Samuel and his wife Carrie are are the ones that own the house that keep the footage, not Erwin. Erwin is saying that he lives in that house, but actually we found some other Steels that live in that house. And I'm wondering, okay, that seems a little bit confusing. Maybe you're all family. You just go, oh, okay, well, we kind of own all of these houses, whatever. That strikes me as a little bit odd. I decided to look a little further to see like what it was that he was in, what business is your family in. And it turns out that they work for an engineering place, a place that makes called Caldera Engineering. It's a company called Caldera Engineering, and ostensibly they manufacture valves. Okay. And that stood out to me because I just find that the manufacturing of valves keeps coming up when I'm looking into certain people who know all about technology. I can name three people that I got curious about whose family manufactures valves. I don't know if that's a big business out of Utah. Also in Canada, when I was looking at Harley Pasternak, that's exactly what his family did. They were in piping and valves. And I went, okay, whatever. Local source told me that virtually everyone on that block works for that company. Steels are a big family in okay, fine. And it's like, yeah, that's something that our source, a very good source, said that whole block is pretty much employees of that engineering company, Caldera. Okay, so that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robinson. We have a second witness, and her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'll tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele. This one witnessed something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry, and she spoke to the BBC about how she had witnessed the police swarm the townhouse of Tyler Robinson and Lance while she was walking her dog. Here is what she says. I'm going to read it directly here from the article. This is from the article. It reads, Sherry Steele lives across the street from the residence. Came back from an evening walk to see a large police presence. In the video that she showed the BBC, so there's BBC's published video, a loud voice, which she said the authorities can be heard shouting, freeze! Come out now! It just kind of blows your mind. Coming up the street, all of a sudden there are helicopters above her house. Mrs. Steele said, adding that she had never spoken to Mr. Robinson. Okay. A couple of things that don't work about the testimony. First and foremost, doesn't work really timeline. I really care about the timeline here. Okay. She said she's walking her dog.
How you living, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm phenomenal. My fantasy football team's doing really well. I got a new strategy for getting people in here. We surpassed 2,000 people, Miss Aquarius. That is so big.
Yay!
So I'm absolutely,
That's good.
that's so good. I'm thrilled about that.
That's good. Okay, messing with people, huh?
Yes, ma'am. And
That's good.
I'm about to play with you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, Miss Aquarius. All right, ma'am.
Oh,
Look at you. That's big time.
come on, let's.
Bingo, bango, bongo. That's what I'm talking about, girl.
Oh, God. Notification?
Not what I wanted. Got it. That's what I'm talking about. Look at you, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, refuse to lose. All right. This is a big shot.
Come on, got it. Let's go.
That's looking good.
Yay!
That's looking good. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Ooh, tough split. But you got a good one. Got a good score going.
Nope. Can't do it. Let's see. Come on. You got this. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Come on. You got this one. You get this one. You can get this one. You got it. You got it. You got this. You got this. See? Yay.
For sure.
Oh, she might. Nope. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. Yes,
What is that?
let us win. Let us win.
Ew.
Yay. Good job.
I'll take it.
What are you on, Rabbi? I'm 24. And then you got 30.
What'd you say?
What level are you on play that?
For bowling?
Play, yeah. Level.
Let me see. 29.
No. Oh, okay. Cool. Look at the butt there.
Oh, this is a tough shot.
Let's go. Ooh.
Strike. Beautiful.
Thank you. Come on.
Tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Almost.
Yeah. No, Rabbi. Got it. Good spin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you got it, Rabbi. Oh, God. No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. Get it. Got you. Got you. Got you. Yay! Alright, you got it. You got it, Rabbi.
No doubt. I'll take it.
Look,
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
nice job.
you-
Rabbi. You win out.
You win, I
And
win.
the figure is,
Friendship undefeated in bowling.
yay! I like when you say that, Rabbi.
I like saying it, Miss Aquarius.
Now, when I ever come back, I'm gonna invite. Can I invite her to play bowling with me? And you?
All right, yeah, she's doing her thing.
Okay.
Night night, Miss Aquarius.
You know.
Sweet
I
dreams.
know. I like to invite her. I only did it one time. And that's because you was asleep. I like to do it with her. But if you ever see her, say hello. I hope this thing is okay, okay?
Will do.
Right, me and you play tomorrow.
God willing.
God's willing. All right, I'm standing here. Talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent.
We're going to go to the dentist tomorrow. Never thought I have to get up at the same time. Get my pot up. So I see you in the morning, okay?
All righty, sweet dreams.
Baby, sleep.
I don't know. He's just doing his thing.
I know. All right. See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Should have been nighttime, right? Their 33 hours should have been 9 p.m. Is when Tyler Robinson turned himself in. But then we found out from other sources that actually it was more like 7 o'clock p.m. Beds are saying 33 hours, so it's 9 o'clock p.m. Certainly wouldn't describe it as anything wrong with your dog at that time. And by the way, at that time, according to our source, he didn't at all. Okay, we're supposed to believe that it was overnight that they brought in Lance, and then, according to Lance's own family, it was overnight that they, after bringing Lance in around 11 o'clock p.m.-ish, right? And then overnight is when they then swarm the household and then go through everything. So what's going on here? Second thing about Sherry Steele's, I can't find her. We stalked, approached the says, contacted Lance's family to see if they knew that name. I cannot find the name Sherry Steele that lives in that building complex, nor can I find her alleged footage that the BBC mentions the following morning. I just put it out there. Let's move on. Because there are going to be 2 more steals, this time minor children. We do know, according to the indictment, that there were children that witnessed that were there for the shooting. And these children, like I said, are going to provide an eyewitness testimony to Charlie Kirk's shooting, and they are say that they saw what happened close, and I remember to hear them say that they were a family of 16. So, like I said, resources, there are a ton of steals that are in red. Here is what these particular steals told America in the early hours of Charlie's assassination next day.
Right now by Tiffany Walker, he says Alfredo and Mia Grant, who are in the audience yesterday. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know it's been a difficult day for all of you right now. Tiffany, let me begin. Can you just tell us what you remember about the scene yesterday?
It was horrific. There was one shot that rang out, and everybody instantly looked around and then fell to the ground because Charlie instantly get shot in the neck. And everybody fell to the ground, and then people started running and we got run over. And I was with my family. There were 16 of us there. So 5 adults and 11 children. And we instantly got separated. We're trying to find everybody, and we had amazing good Samaritans that grabbed kids. One took my niece and took her to her apartment. Somebody grabbed these two and my daughter and took them over to the tennis courts and stayed with them till I came. It was a super awful tragedy. And there were really good people that stood up, and it's actually really powerful to see that.
Yesterday, what can you tell us about Charlie? Now you go first.
So I remember hearing this thing. It was hard to know what it was, but then I saw it, and I saw blood everywhere, and it hit his artery, and I fell to the ground and covered my hands, and then I just started saying a prayer, and we all ran, we sprinted away, and we ran away and then we met at the tennis courts, and then we couldn't find anyone. It was just me, Mia, and then my other cousin Bella, and then we were calling everyone. We didn't know what to do, and then we finally met up with them, and it was just so scary. I remember that we were 15 feet away, and I thought the shot was like a firecracker or something. It just didn't seem real. After that, we went behind where Charlie Kirk was, and then we were meeting up at the tennis courts, trying to find everyone, get everyone together. And Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. I'm gonna miss him so much. I've always watched all of his videos, and everybody's gonna miss Charlie Kirk. Okay, so I was just interested in the family more broadly speaking. I can tell you the family is very heavily involved in politics. That woman that you're looking at, her father was a businessman, turned a councilman. Sister ran for lieutenant governor. They're also featured in another incident. She kind of pops in a lot. A mayor. So by all accounts, locally, they're a good family. They're usually involved in politics, but the right side of politics, I would say, as somebody who was conservative, I think that was kind of maybe strips there, trying to learn more about these individuals. For me personally, I don't love the idea that this time the killer is still on the loose. They had nothing at this time, and I'm just going who would allow their kids back onto that campus that survived a shooting and to go speak to the news the next day when the killer is still on the loose? But I don't need to, judge the actions of parents. What I do know is we're not getting the full story. Okay, and I reached out to these individuals by asked them to speak with me. I want to learn more about what they witnessed. I want to learn more about what they say that they heard, what they saw, what happened afterwards, what the setup there is at the campus, what time they went there. I want to know everything because it's just spiritually down that we're involved. Okay. Now let me tell you something about what the news with your business. Like I said, it's the first thing that has made sense to us. They are telling me that something which you recall for first people that got out the map of everywhere to look. This is where the shooter walked, and this is what happened, and here's our diagram of everything took place, and he ran to the woods, he grabbed the gun, but we're not really getting into too many details about where he got that gun from. We're just kind of told in the woods, and this person tells me, actually, the gun was found in the backyard. We all know each other, and it was found by a chicken coop. Well, you could describe it as a wooded area, but it's pretty suburban here, and it was found by her chicken coop. The locals are theorizing again. Proof of this is what they are saying, is that they're not being honest about the fact that the house right next door to where the gun was found is a mysteriously vacant home that is owned by the university itself, and that is where they believe that the true shooter ran to following the assassination of Julie Kirk. They think, again, the theory here, that Tyler Robinson was instructed to simply drop off his gun. Okay, he walks onto campus to simply drop off his gun at the chicken coop place. So I'm going to show you that. Do we have a map of that? Vacant property and where the gun location is found. And he says you have to be an insider to know that the general direction that person is running, even though they're very close, similarly would lead him to the vacant home that we've all kind of had questions about. It's kind of vacant for a while. And actually, where the gun is found, it's just two different places. So his theory is that Tyler Robinson, and this would definitely align with our decoy boy, right? I did it. Oh, actually, it turns out that I have child pornography. Is that Tyler and Lance could have gotten mixed up in some internet stuff, which makes sense because that's what we have learned. Lance is on the web, and that they were actually instructed to either getting out of the situation. Again, we are in full theory zone. I'm telling you what I'm hearing from locals. This is not Candace Owens' theory, but this would make sense to me. That these were just guys that said, okay, if we found something weird on your camera, or weird on your laptop, here's what you're gonna have to get out of this. Maybe they're being blackmailed or threatened, or you're gonna go to prison for a very long time. What you're gonna do is you're gonna take this weapon and then lock this weapon. You're gonna leave this weapon right here, okay, and that's it. Then you're gonna busy yourself elsewhere around, and we will tell you what to do next. That's their theory about Tyler Robinson, okay? And that then the real shooter is an entirely different person who actually went into what they would describe to be a safe house. We get out there, and I can tell you that we are now cutting that narrative, asking if you are a person who has any footage, and you have been instructed not to get any footage whatsoever. I don't know. I can't understand if you own the property, it's yours. I don't know how it's not yours anymore, since don't forget the concept. It's all wrapped up. It's over. We've got him. Move on. I don't see how you showing us a Dodge Charger that you saw driving by would be problematic. So, yeah. Know anything, please email tips@CandaceWilliams.com. You're going to get to that don't protest too much in just a moment. First, going to throw it to some of our sponsors. Riverbend Ranch, everyone, I just want to do something to try healing Charlie Kirk. My friends at Riverbend Ranch put together a tribute to listen.
To Charlie Kirk, celebrating his ability to end his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagree. He won his massive people, but he taught us continues to resonate with even more powerful. Message from Moses at Riverbend Ranch.
I actually met the owners of Riverbend Ranch with Charlie out there and had them fantastic family. Also wanted to tell you guys about American financing, because if you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. So I keep paying that 20% to the worst banks. So you can call my friends at American Financing. They have mortgage rates that are in the fives, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pocket out of the hands of the credit card companies. now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity to write down high interest debt. No upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker: if you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right to not wait. Call American Financing now, 800-795-1210. That's 800-995-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Also, I'm telling you guys about the because we all have 2 ages: our actual age and there's our body's eternal biological age. What I didn't know is life will go on a biological age. Here's the thing: it's so processed foods, vegetables, perhaps 10 plus years older on the inside of their actual age. Major university studies suggest how to slow down aging. You can slow their aging by drinking fewer greens. That's all the did. They changed their eating, drinking, or their exercise. They just had certain greens as aging fruit and vegetable filled with greens was doctor selected for specific health benefits. Cell health, heart health, kidneys, and metabolism, even healthy as well. And the brain health and ability to slow health aging and cardiovascular small contributing. Swap your untested vegetable or green drink. Check out the university study. Get 20% off. CandiceOfGreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.promote.Candice. I mean, I'm telling you guys, I've been through a lot of media attacks. I have. I've been through it. This is another level. Okay, this is like, it's like, there's a surge there that I've never seen. They are all parroting the same talking points. They're clearly collaborating. I can tell you it's a Zionist attack. I've lived through enough of them to know what they're like, and they all kind of say the same thing, slightly different. And the idea is to pile up and hope that if people keep seeing the same thing, they'll just believe it's true. And of course, Bibi Netanyahu seems to be at the center of it all. That Zionists control a lot of publications in America. That's just a reality. They can go through that. It's a little weird. I have never said throughout discussing this case, we can't very much about that. Bibi Netanyahu is Charlie Kirk. Tucker Carlson never said that. Megyn Kelly never said that. Dave Smith never said that. Instead, what we are doing is we are disputing Bibi Netanyahu's narrative that him and Charlie were on great terms, really friendly. He had just invited him out. And here's his love letter Charlie wrote. He heavily implied that, and he was saying way too much, too fast, and too soon. That didn't feel right. He just wanted the truth out there. I don't know who specifically came out and said that he killed Charlie Kirk, but now he's for the second time denying that is. People are going, what's actually going on? This is weird. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I didn't feel compelled to come out and make 2 videos to go ahead and kill him. That would be weird. Like, you'd be like, can't conspiracy. Why do you feel like you say that? Tucker Carlson had to make 2 videos saying I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. You go, that's weird. Megyn Kelly, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would she do that? Or she didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But Bibi has come out, like I said, with the second statement, and you can listen to it. Take a listen.
Nazi propaganda said that they were alive. Well, somebody scrapped it. Awesome. Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a child. Once in a century talent, defended freedom, defended America, defended our common humanity. Charlie loved us. Loved us. Told us to let them set the one of my greatest motivations is that it's forming alliances with the Jews. About love and vital. The whole thing is so important to my life. It pains me to see someone not physically, politics, here and there. Not only did I not mind, I loved them. This is the
It really had, like, it was hitting 2018, but, like, this is just not hitting. Gaza's not helpful. You're talking about a free country, Gaza, just kind of being bombarded because you want to go beachside place, vacation for your friends. It's not feeling good. If we can see what you're doing, we do know you are a cold-blooded murderer. It's actually Gaza. There's no question about that. How many kids have been murdered? Okay. And you're again saying too much. I don't know why you don't seem to be able to get through speech without lying, or is it lying a lie? Specifically, maybe is funded by maybe because you don't just use the guitar. In fact, you are the one, your administration is the one that's been on your investigation for taking money from the guitar. Actually related to Gaza. So, and what you bring to Gaza thereafter. So, why are you saying that about Americans giving towards money from the guitar? Wouldn't be a problem according to your administration and your cronies. So, what's this about? I was so hopeful that you would be able to get through that speech without mentioning the Holocaust, but that was kind of the opening liner. Joseph Goebbels said, bro, Joseph Goebbels has nothing on the Zionists in America and the propaganda that they have pushed. I gotta tell you, that's the reality, okay? Let's go for it. Let's go sing it for it. How you guys created this system of propaganda. He's the real father of modern propaganda, okay? It's the Freud family. We're linked to this. We see what you guys are doing. And you're not making people feel comfortable with the fact that you keep to deny something that certainly wasn't asserted by me on this program. And you're doubling down on it. I published the full letter that Charlie wrote you. Not lines of it. Okay? It's a lie by omission. And to stop mentioning the fact that you invited him to Israel just 2 weeks ago without mentioning the fact that he declined to go. Am I lying? Can anybody actually work and assert that I am lying? You can say my name. Candace always lied. Charlie said, I'd love to go to Israel. Charlie said, I'd love to have you on my radio show. And for some reason, that seems to be a common theme, that they have sent the hounds out, but they're unable to actually dispute the words that are coming out of my mouth. If Bill asked me, extraordinarily accepted, publish whatever it is that you say. Hey, Bill, you can come on the program, we can talk about metric units. He just kind of put it, even the same thing, I just saw right through it because we're all weak. He just, I guess, shared text messages with Charlie Kirk to dispel the claims of, you see how it says blackmail in parentheses. They put Israel. I never said Israel blackmailed him. I never said that. Okay? And in fact, somebody that is at the Hamptons published a statement and said that Charlie said he felt morally blackmailed. Okay, so that doesn't help the case. But anyways, the Blackman published these private messages, and I guess that was just supposed to dispel the idea that anything happened in the Hamptons. And yeah, actually, what's missing from these messages are like a deed of context, and they don't dispel anything that I have asserted. Okay, so what's going on here? Then they drop this guy out, Eric Williams, goes on the DVD podcast, and this should be embarrassing. Like, the amount of lies coming out of this man's mouth was astounding. Okay, but they ran the New York Post, right? Outfit of the Mossad, outfit of the Deep State. Random. And Charlie Kirk had a breakup with Candace Owens as if they were dating. Let's listen actually to what Eric Williams had to say on the DVD podcast.
Some of my credibility is going to go down because she needs some receipts. Real active from receipts. How was that to me? It's still going. I mean, you were there on the room. Andrew Coleman was there in the room. You're on the board. Yeah. Okay. When's the last time you saw Candace? In person? Yeah. 2015. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. When's the last time she was at a time? Okay. Well, you know, now you can leave by. There's a question that Candace Owens is nothing, has nothing to do. She would be in a perfect world if they didn't have this, what I already know. Why did her go? She got to grab it for him. She was a logical error to me. But she's not even invited, correct? So this is so they're divided. She's not invited. She's not there. She's not there. You don't think she'll get the funeral? No. That's the interview. She doesn't speak any of that.
So that's just what you do. It's so good for this to happen because you guys are watching everything that I'm saying. You can watch this live. Eric Bowen, I just don't even get this. How can you say that I have not spoken at a Turning Point USA conference in years when I literally went on tour with Turning Point USA's college campuses last year? Like, that's just incredible. Me and I went, I was on tour for a year. I don't remember that happening at all. Okay, then I get fired from the Daily Wire. Turning Point USA is the first to issue a crisis gig statement of support. And I do what was the YWLS conference right after that. So let's just actually bring this in, what you are referring to. Which is the type of part I'm telling you, is that the Zionists started circling Charlie and trying to control things. This was actually in the around September or whatever, and I was always very honest that Charlie and I had a conversation, and they were putting pressure on you kids on her. She's talking about Israel. Oh, that's Charlie. I am under so much fire right now. Do not even. I'm a radio athlete. Worry about the comments. I have to rebuild my life. I have to figure out how to get my podcast back on the road. I had literally, I'm banned from Australia because I still science. Like, I have so much going on. For me, not just being at AMFest is nothing. Like, that doesn't even mean anything. Save yourself, okay? It means nothing to me. Tell them whatever you need them to tell them. And I'm going to focus on trying to rebuild my life because they also have canceled YouTube. Remember all that stuff they did last year? It was insane. And I came back bigger, and I came back stronger. Because at the end of the day, the truth will win against lies. That is the message. So the reality is that they came in for it. That's what Zionists do. They started putting more pressure on him. This time, he didn't want just Minnesota. Tucker Carlson, because Tucker went to AmFest, and they said that can't happen again either. And Charlie started realizing which way the wind was blowing. And in fact, in the very week that Charlie was assassinated, he was saying that he wanted to be back on the roster. That's where his mindset was at. You cannot dispute any of this because it's real. This is then somebody that's a showman guy is the one that said, I want my name off of the building at Turning Point in 48 hours leading up to his assassination, a couple of days leading up to his assassination. They were squeezing him, trying to control who he was allowed to speak to. And that filter is, I can tell you, was huge last year. And they had enough. And I thought a lot more was going to come out about what happened at Turning Point. It wasn't just that. They were spiking the ball, where they were spending the money. It was almost like they just wanted to take over the company that he had built and turn it into just another outfit of the facade. Like that's the information that I have, and I want to make sure that I properly vet everything, go through everything. That's what it looks like, and it's going to come out. Okay, so little talking points and lives, look up and research and see this. That's not true. And that's your big LOL point. Like, oh, well, this she's not speaking at Charlie's honoring Charlie events in Arizona. And then they ask me these questions. So, like, when's the last time you spoke to Erica? Or did you have you attended a Charlie Kirk? What's it called? The weird things are all running these talking points. This is what Dr. Daily Dale. Is she planning to attend his memorial service in Arizona? Was she asked to speak? Or did she ask to be a part of the program? Why would I ask to be part of it? Like, this is obviously Erica is in like full control. I would hope she's in full control. I don't know. There's some stories about donors that are pushing things, but let's reopen that. More questions here. Has she attended any of the vigils for him? Is she planning to attend? Does she speak to Erica? When's the last time they spoke? Board member Eric Boland, by the way, he's not a board member, another good fact check for the APT, said that Charlie Kirk had a quiet breakup with Candace Owens after she got too far. Has there been any communication between, and there hasn't been any communication here, it's just, let's be up. It's just all made up. Like I said, the reason that they're doing this is because they want us to stop investigating the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm convinced this is a full-blown Fed operation. I'm hearing about the repression that's even happening with planning this event. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, but how dare she attend a vigil? That's what I think. No, actually, I didn't attend a vigil. And no, you're right. I was not invited to speak alongside President Trump and J.D. Vance on the stage with Tucker Carlson at a memorial event. What does this have to do with anything? answer is it has to be nothing. They're working on a narrative like they always do. They're coming in, they're squeezing, and they're trying to pretend that Charlie and I didn't speak for years. It would not be further from the truth. Okay? Charlie and I never for a single second stopped being friends. Ever. Never happened. They can't produce one shred of evidence to that effect. Nope. Just donors. And the donors at Turning Point need to be investigated. Because what I'm hearing, like I said, from Turning Point sources is not good. And guess what? This guy is being forever. That's totally fine. On top of that, talk about federal operation out of nowhere, where she just lies. I don't even know how they got to the press. They're just like, no, this is so dumb. Where she comes out and says they have offered scientific evidence to the U.S. courts that she is a woman. That's what her lawyer says. The lawyer's a liar because we haven't even started this case yet. So how could you offer scientific proof to a court to prove you're a woman, especially because you're not suing me over the claim that I said you were born a man. You were born a man. I guess you were a boy, a male. That's what I should say. You were a male, and you've never sued anybody for the statement. You sued for things around it. You're suing me because you're saying you said I stole the identity from my sister. I'm not a thief. You've never sued anybody for the claim that you were born male. So I don't know what this is. Just like we're just gonna all hound Candace and try to distract her from looking into Charlie Kirk's murder and assassination, but it's focusing more. This is not normal. Like the amount of lying that's happening right now is because you don't think I'm strong enough to handle it. You're trying to break me. You're not gonna break me. Okay? And watch you catch a bullet in the throat, trying to let everybody about who was involved, why it happened, and why you are attacking the people who are the person rather who's trying to investigate it. You're not a good friend, they say, if you investigate this. Now they're running up, how dare you get clicks for investigating it? What? This is my show. How dare you get clicks for even talking about me talking about it? Morons. You guys think that's stupid? How dare Candace get clicks as we get clicks off of Candace getting clicks? It's so asinine. You're so stupid. And the entire world is watching. And that's what last left and right here realizing something more sinister happens. We're not taking the MAGA bait. Dad, MAGA, he's been more MAGA than ever. One of the commenters pointed out, why was Dad supposedly more MAGA than ever? Like, what happened recently? Like, where is it? What happened? Further than Trump, more MAGA than ever. That's kind of the opposite. People think we're my Zionists. People are going like, it seems like Trump is kind of giving up free speech. And his administration seems to be controlling media and gossip. So that doesn't ring true either. And then it's like, oh, we're here for trans. Neither. Left and right, we're paying attention. We're looking up and rolls over us. And it's a pretty picture. We had to hear guys' comments about some of this over a lot here. First, I'm going to tell you about Tax Network USA, because if you are stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, you don't have to wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. 5% per month, 25% just for not filing. There is help. Tax Network USA. We take the burden off your shoulders. We stop the spiral for his worst. They have helped thousands of Americans. Employee, the small business owner, who haven't filed for years. They've seen everything. Exactly how to done. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to help you win. You'll get a free consultation if you qualify for help you to reduce more than what you owe, or if they will help protect you from wage insurance from bank lenders. So don't wait. The next IRS call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Kansas. Because you can't miss the tax deadline if you have not heard options. And Tax Network USA help. Again, the number is 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Kansas. Also, tell me about home title lock, because if you are a homeowner, you should listen to this. The FBI has been warning homeowners about real estate fraud and lies, just title theft. This type of theft does not happen by breaking down doors and stealing stuff. It happens with a one-page document with a forged signature and gets filed by the county. If your title, record of ownership, gets transferred out of your name, criminals are using your ownership to drain your equity and sell the property. You don't even know about it until you start getting collection or foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I ordered the home title lock, so you can protect your equity. And find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Candace at HometitleLock.com and get a free urgent alerts for changes, and if fraud occurs, the U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's catalog.com. Welcome, Candace, who will use the Tell you guys also about Mimi Skincare, because for those of you that are wondering, how to keep my skin looking healthy, clear, and glowing, my answer is simple. Mimi Skincare. Your skin is starting to show signs of aging. Fine lines are begin, skin starting to sag, it's tired, must be long. Also got the glow. It's even try anti-aging skincare line with products that wonders on these 3-step aging routines. Packed with power fat ingredients that work to restore your skin barrier, skin production, reduces fine lines, and locks in moisture, and it brightens more healthy glow. Here's one of the most knowledgeable products with results, but it's also proudly American made. Every formula is crafted right here in the USA. Why one of the best Korean skincare brands? Quality, I'll stay true to our values of faith and freedom. Right now, is giving listeners 15% off your reviews code Candace at checkout. But this offer ends this weekend, so don't wait to go to skincare.com today. Stock up on your steps and routine and see the results for yourself. Support a brand that shares your values and take care of your skin at the same time. .com. Code is Candace at checkout. All right, Steve Carrington, thank you for the $20. He writes, this is what he actively fighting on it. And he won't sue because then he will get cross-examined. He won't risk it because perjury equals guilt. I don't know, man. The fact that Rabbi is suing, this is what they do. I guess it's just what they do. No, they've got people in their back pockets, lawyers, corrupt lawyers doing their bidding. I mean, they created the system, and then they mock us for participating in the system. Like I told you, Bill Ackman at this Hamptons retreat, reporting 20 attendees told them they shouldn't even aspire to own a home, they should just give money to stocks. Like, okay, I'm sure you own no homes. They just want to turn us all into slaves. Like, truly, that's what I see about the billionaire class, what they actually want out of us, which is just for us to work forever and to own our absolutely nothing. Krista Young, thank you for the donation. Candace, something is not right, Krista writes. You are going to uncover the truth. They messed up and we are here for it. Charlie said once, plays to the games, play the stupid prizes. We don't know, but we know, so do not stop asking questions. Yeah, there is a reason they're doing this. They want me like, oh, just not until there's this memorial thing in Arizona, which is not a funeral, it's a memorial event. Okay, that's, by the way, in large part, from what I understand, being controlled by the White House. Trump is controlled by Zionists. So they're like baiting me here. Why would I be invited by anyone in Trump's Zionist administration? And I am speaking, no, it's not that I'm speaking, it's common sense. They're not going to allow me to share the stage, right? This is, Michael Malice, I did the name right, when he was going on his rant. If you watch the rest of it, he says something's not right. He says, people who are close to Trump in the first administration cannot get close to him. He's like surrounded at this moment. Michael Savage, pardon. And he's telling the truth. Okay, I feel like we're an occupied nation. And nothing in the first memorial is also in the movement, so that is even crazy. But this is their sink line done, right? They're rolling the wall. Are you speaking? Are you going to fight? Let's get this done. No, not. Guess what? It's not going to stop you from listening to this and understanding what exactly is happening. You're trying to keep us alive because you know that you're messed up. You know you're messed up and it's got something. That was the bad mistake, and we're going to keep recovering things. Lulu, thank you so much for the big donation. She writes, Candace, you stay strong. I believe Charlie is watching in heaven. I do too, and this is why it matters. And know if anyone can figure out the truth, it is you who have been released to find this fire. There's 12, 2, 3. However, nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, or nothing concealed that will not be able to come out into the open. It feels that way right now. I really do. I believe that the devil is head. Charlie assassination, whatever it is, whatever truth we come to, it's going to explode. There's so many revelations about how this world works. Principalities, rulers, and dark places. The Bible tells us this is correct. John Heichel, thank you. Wow, his donation is huge. Keep going, Candace. You got this. Christ is king. Christ is true. Cajun Pinay writes, praying for you and your family. Stay safe and keep on prayer. Thank you so much for this donation. Brittany Watson writes, Candace, you are like a crime-fighting superhero. Something all of the world's political farmers to investigate was unbelievably vindicated. Right up, yeah, I can tell people about that too. They better enjoy this break. Thank you for all of your hard work. No respect. They're like, everyone's attacking her. We're just going to try to lie here. You know, you're lying. You've been lying. Your whole political existence is a lie. And it's all needs to be revealed. Everything needs to come down. Jasmine writes, get justice for our brother in Christ. We are with you and we are listening. God is with you and your family. Keep going, Jasmine. These donations are, I've never had donations this big. On YouTube, and I just want to thank all of you guys for that. Three Dicklets writes, ISIS, thank you. It's just me. Free Palestine and the U.S. I agree. Amy Surly writes, God bless you and keep up the search for truth. Morgan, did you see the book about Charlie's assassination on Amazon that was available the day before it happened? Praying for you and your family's safety. God bless you, Crisis King. Amazon issued a response, apparently, this is my producer's note, blaming it on technical issues for the incorrect publication title. And Amazon did. That's a weird excuse. Like I said, we did everything. There's also some artists, some yeah, this wanted to talk, and it was called like Charlie Kirk at 31. Right, when people started going buy books, like the person in the photos, some of the books that nobody probably got on the Scott Robinson, all lies are being revealed, all of these will be pursued. Persona product. Okay, I'm happy with that. Very content. It's a lot of something is wrong. It's time to unify as a country and on the left and the right to unify and to solve what all of us need rights. Seriously, our lives make a real change. Anything keep going. Thank you. Everything's good versus evil and truth versus lie. Yes, ma'am. Leslie writes, you are relentless. Candace, do not I will. And I see you guys in the comments. They can put out what they want. I see you guys gang. Like, no, watched it, lies. I saw you guys, okay, PPD chat going crazy. Thank you for that. I don't know how they just allowed him to lie like that. It's just really something that could have been debunked. But I'm built for this. Like, you get built different when you watch someone very well, very close to twist beside you, nobody. When you watch that person catch a bullet, you are really start to comprehend what's wrong with the fight against. They are going to comprehend people. Truth. Muhammad writes the book of everything. Thank you, Cynthia Martinez writes, Candace, you are divinely protected. More so after this horrifying loss, Charlie smiles beside God's throne of grace. And he is. You are wrapped in their protection, wisdom, and triumph. You inspire my family and I. Alina writes, here's guitar for me. Oh, Lena, are you a guitar? Always praying for you and your family. In Jesus' almighty nature. Oh, well, Lena, guitar is the single guitar is an individual. That's for you guys. You can never bought sweatshirts and hats and gear on our website. Sign up. Just to be clear, the CIA stands for Candace Intelligence Agency, which you see on the back of that, obviously, because we consider ourselves to be decentralized intelligence agency. We get tips from you guys, and we'll look to research. I wish I had a bigger team, we're tiny, but it's not. We're just going to keep this going and stay locked in. And on Charlie walked the truth. Charlie walked for free speech. Charlie is not a fan of religion, and I it's about why he lost his life and to his mind. So,
I like this song. She's so hot. I don't agree with what she says. She's so hot. What don't you agree with? The thing about the dude being king. This is the king.
All right, you guys, let's take a pause. There is a lot happening right now. Okay, Bibi Netanyahu is
She's got
again
those boards. I
denying
hate
that
those
he
things.
murdered Charlie Kirk, despite the fact that no one that I know accused him of doing such a thing. Is that normal for a state leader of a foreign country to have to twice deny that on national television? We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press out. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Eric Bolling is just lying through his teeth on PBD podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with. That I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. That is all happening right now, not because of lying, but because we are choosing to stay focused on solving the murder of Charlie Kirk. And what we are covering is much darker than I think any of us could have possibly imagined. So welcome back to campus.
Because we're back at it again. It's the father and the kid. Are you proud of Tyreek Hill?
This is really the fight of the kid. Come on now. Come on. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. We don't play that music. What's that? That's what we gotta start doing on Patreon. Just playing the fucking music. Hit me with your best shot. Loose on there, too. You sing that? Fire away. It's a chick, right? Yep. Come on. Hit me with your best shot. Now, how's that go? Yeah. Hit me with your best shot. Pat Benatar. Pat Benatar. I want to guess that was 1,000 tracks. 80s. 1980s. 80s. I was in boarding school. And my roommate, and I remember he came up and he goes, he's just standing there like this, super mad at me. And I was like, what's wrong? And he goes, you want to tell me what's wrong? And I go, I don't know. You touched me. He goes, did you play my album without asking me? And I go, play your album asking me? I go, no. You weren't playing Love is for Strangers or whatever the fuck it was. Touch my drum set. I was like, no, I didn't. He goes, yes, you did. And I didn't. But he thought I played his stupid fucking music. He should have broken it. Yeah, how about I break your record? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So roommates, dude. Oh, man, I remember I can't stand people like that are super precious about their shit. I told you I had that roommate in college I ended up finding where he put labels on everything in the cupboard. That's the most annoying. I'll eat all your thing. And then he couldn't deal with me, so he called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom was like, you gotta quit me in something. What's this? Call her. Freshman, call that. That's it. You're out. You're out. You're a loser. On all his future main bars, he took everyone individually out and labeled them with a nasty. What? He like come all out and out. You know, they come in the nutrient bar, just come in the box. Then they're each individual. I hate you took every single one out and wrote his name. Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car, and I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it and they'll drive it once. So I'm like, listen, and they roll it. I'm like, fucking drive it. Drive it, you precious bitch. But Brett, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it? Oh, yeah. I took the picture. I'm halfway through the dry sheet, Doctor. That's good. It's entertaining, right? It really is what he calls fantastic. Flip the menu over. Do you regret it? No, it was high. It was fun. It's a wild boy. Yeah, that was a I guess his dad and his brother don't talk to him or something. Really? They really shut down. Now, for a while, they did. They was the interview for the dad with the brothers in the interview. Yeah, but Emilio was in the interview. No, it was his other brother. Emilio Estes declined to participate, so did his dad. See if Charlie Sheen talks to Martin Sheen or Emilio this was the new film.
Okay.
He says it.
But they just didn't want to be part of it.
I mean, he's a fucking documentary film. He's got he's not. He's there talking.
Check out, see if Emilio has
No,
I didn't see
he's
it.
watching.
No, I watched the whole thing. It said Emilio Estevez Charlie Sheen might participate in this documentary. See if Emilio Estevez was in Charlie Sheen.
He has more than one brother.
Stepmother.
Does he? Hey, what's his name? Why is his name Emilio Sheen?
Yeah, like some because his real name was Carlos Estevez. And they changed it to Martin Sheen. His real name I think was Estevez.
Why was Emilio not in the Charlie Sheen package? What brother's in it?
That's Emilio Estevez in the 80s was huge.
Yeah, he's huge. So what brother's in it? He looks identical to him.
He's just worked though. He hasn't worked. Yeah, he looks a lot like him.
Yeah, they look like that's why I thought it was him. Right.
Yeah, they all look very similar. Yeah, it's a good family. I work with Martin.
You can tell the dad's a good dad.
Martin Sheen said something I'll never forget. He's such a good guy. I did West Wing. We were eating lunch, and we were talking about a movie called Guilty by Suspicion from here. And it was when it was a story Robert De Niro played, I can't remember the name of the actor, and because he wouldn't give up the name communist, he said, I'm not turning this, I'm not rat. And they blackballed him. And he said, have you no decency? Shame on you, shame on you. He said, Senator Stratton from here.
Okay, so it's Charlie Sheen.
And I said, yeah, you never know how you're going to behave in that situation. Because, you know, they're threatening your life with war. And she said, yes, you do. Yes, you do. But when you have to do the right thing or the wrong thing, it actually confirms who you are. I never forgot that on the phone.
You see him just as a dad, that after you upset, he's like, no. He's like, you just give him love. He goes, I never judge him, I just give him love. You always show him. Once you get through the doc, you see the common theme there as a dad. He's just always there for you. Always there, no matter what.
Hey, you know what?
Just shows up.
That's what we do.
He's just always there.
I'm going to say my show with you. I'm there for my friends. Imagine my son.
Yeah. Dude, how about the Charlie Kirk shooter? His dad was the long-term man. Apparently they had a strained relationship. So I can't imagine turning your son in like there's a strain. It's a little different because, see, I thought he lived for him. He's a good kid. On the case. But, so it makes sense he turned him in if there's a strained relationship. Because he can say you're really close with your son and he did something like that. My word. That would be a tough decision.
He was
just sliced. Yeah. I think the kid shoots and obviously he becomes this martyr and all this shit.
with his love, it was transition. You know,
Yeah. Did you see the text exchange? Yeah. I call bullshit.
No, I think it's right.
The language in it, there's the sweeping, this, that, it's a little weird. The text exchange, I think it's fabricated. I think it was pretty thought out to get the girl off. The girl looked like his boyfriend off. That's like, she's like, you did what? And he goes, yeah, babe, did you see when I was raping? She's like, what?
Okay.
It's to get her off. Yeah, I'm just worried about you. Don't worry about me. I think it was all, it's a little like it. Also, kids that they don't really talk that.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think it was set up to get her off. Does that make sense? That's my conspiracy. Like, you know, some our tags, like the smelling ears and the way we talk. And also, don't get me wrong, they're gay dudes, but they're still dudes. So, like, holy shit, you know, like, yeah, no one's talking that clean. What? I'm so sorry, mom, you stay low. What? You're joking. Yeah, babe, you didn't see me breaking the bullets? No.
Wow, you're so right, dude. Now that I'm reading it in that context, that makes sense.
I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. The fuck thing was age of 4. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. trend of that's different. That's different. And the aristocrats died just as much as the aristocrats were the officers. They were in that war. It was pretty crazy. Everybody participated. Your dad, your colonel, whatever, commander, you said you're something like Vietnam. You find out it's all bullshit. How mad would you be? I mean, you could say the same thing about Iraq. That's what I'm saying. It's all that Afghanistan, all that shit, all the current shit, all these neocons. It's like, all right, how many kids? You ever done a contact sport? I got this, these neocons talking. I'm like, have you done any military service? Have you done any? Do you know anything about violence? Or you just hear and talk about it? What else is going on, man? Most of us came tonight at 8 o'clock. He's fine. That's like, he's playing out the game, but still. Oh, yeah. This is not attack. This is baseball. It's football. And the 8 o'clock game for him. He's fine. So we're pressing for him. For him, it's late for me. It's late for him. Yeah, it's late. I still play them yesterday. Yeah, I was like, on the group chat. Damn, late game. Like, yeah, we play at night. I'm like, oh, this is fine, that's like shit. Dude, are you upset that you missed your call to be in a Ryan Murphy show? That Kate story? I feel like you look like it. Well, I met Ryan Murphy, but he doesn't miss. And his show was so good. That's the base of my favorite. I said, what's your secret? He goes, discipline. Oh, shit, yeah. He's really cast in this week. Timepiece. I feel like Charlie Hunnam. Yeah, I can't believe it. Is he with the shirt off? Oh, dude. Bring up Charlie Hunnam from shirt. Most dudes know from Sons of Anarchy, but my point is, he's also English. Yeah. You're telling me you don't look more like a Dave than Charlie? I don't know what it is. I mean, look at that. You don't know your dark history. Oh, boy, you missed the boat on that one. You know war history, but you don't know serial killer history. So he's basically the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. So the inspiration behind, Jesus, you name a big serial killer, Texas Chainsaw, all this shit, he's the original, and that's you with a hat on. Wow. You look similar. To be honest, you have the same beard. Real psycho. Oh, buddy. So you know how in the Texas Chainsaw he made, like, he would wear their skin, and would make lamps, or like, Silence of the Lambs? Yeah. You know, they wear their skin, and like, all that's inspired by him. Like, he's the original. That really shit. Yeah. He create human suits out of skin. Oh, that is. October 3rd just drops. Your boy cannot wait. Dude, this is my sweet piece. Look at how dark some I know, I just feel like he would have played such a better Ed Gein than Charlie. I would. He played. If this was a guy who wore people's skins, that's where he's from. You know, yeah, I mean, look at the depravity. He's just the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. He started it all. Wow. Go to the trailer. Nipple belts and skull bones from corpses. Yeah, all anything you know about serial killers, like especially movies, it's all based on true straight up here. Jesus, crazy, right? He was the worst of the worst, huh? Watch this. Yeah, he's a great actor. He's too hot. That kid's in that one. I think it was really creepy as he could. Say, that's him. So where there's kids. Oh my God. Wow. Can you imagine this shit? This is real life, man. Let's take a little break. I want to talk about football and how I make money if I want to play football. I'm talking about real money. I'm talking about pit my game day instincts and scoring real money. You know what I mean? I'm talking about just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats from breakout rookies to elite quarterbacks. I want to unlock the upside. Every snap rings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Do you know how I can picks with just a $5 entry on my first pick set. Do you know anywhere I can do that?
Every new customer, so if you need a DraftKings, you get 15 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. The season you play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app right now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Play 5 to get 50. Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over in age. Eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. October 3rd, Ryan Murphy and Gabe, let's go. Going to the murder that Ed's committed. It's bad. So it's bad. You're talking about purity. Now at Zach Baggins Museum, his haunted museum, he has the actual, it's like a big ass pot that he buns. George Jones is known as the Butcher of Plainfield. Where 2 women robbed graves, bodyguards of the Castle Livers and Florida. Some also suspected he killed his brother who died in mysterious circumstances. When law enforcement visited his farm, they found Warden's body hanging by her feet in the shed. She had been fatally shot. Police were decapitated. Her head was in a box. Authorities also discovered the head of Mary Hogan. Kate Amanda killed the 2 women did not pled not guilty by result of insanity.
I'm sure he killed off one time. Yeah. That's how it's happening.
No, 2's not the 2 pretty lightweight. It's the weight here. You got 2's on 2. You get a show off 2. Come on now. Come on now.
Okay.
So 2 officially suspected. One more death. His brother. Okay, he keeps bringing up his brother. But he only ever admitted to 2. Okay, like that. But he didn't wear their skin.
Yeah.
Or their tits.
See if he did wear their skin.
No, he did. That's his thing. He made like rams and shit.
That was the people who robbed graves. God.
No, he did to the because the graves you can't use the skin.
Yes, the risk of an old suit made of human skin. Another grotesque items of clothing. I mean, he confessed to grabbing that.
That was all skin. Again, this guy had a bad rap. He's actually,
the more we look into it, he's not that bad. I mean, he killed 2 people and his brother.
he crafted a female human nipple.
Yes, he was a fucking crazy creep.
Other items include skin gloves and a lampshade made from the skin of a human face.
Yeah. He was as crazy as
He was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Yeah, well, he's definitely insane, but we'll have to kill him anyway because it's just, you can't have that sick a dog running around. That's just, even at a hospital, it's like, we gotta take you out.
He's the right. He's the Jackie Robinson of the series.
It was a delusional attempt to physically become his mother.
Now, here's the other issues. In order to be classified as a serial killer, it's kind of shit. That was exactly what it's now.
That was like 50 women.
Just by all, but the definition of a serial killer, you have to kill 3 the same way. This is true. Okay, so technically, he's not a serial killer.
He did wear dead women's skin.
They're already dead.
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of recycling.
Right, it is recycled. And it's actually the mishandling of a corpse that doesn't even bring jail time. It's just creepy and it definitely can't be around people.
But he's definitely way worse than this, and they didn't get a Netflix movie. He's at 2, and there was a mysterious death of his brother who we can't prove.
Yeah.
So we're still at 2. So technically, Knight was a serial killer, and then he was recycling old skin from graves. Okay, so
He's still in jail, but he's found guilty. No, not guilty. Well, when you are deemed criminally insane, you are now put in a hospital. So that's you free. But wow, yeah.
No, back in the day, I mean, you're talking Middle Ages, yeah. Holy shit. We're at least 140 children. I'll tell you what drives me absolutely nuts is they keep labeling Charles Manson a serial killer. He never killed anybody. Strictly not a serial killer. It's insane.
Jack the Ripper.
Got him. They were way worse. You guys see Ted Bundy, the VR team?
John Casey.
John Wayne Casey, John Wayne Casey, yeah. They came though. The better VR team too.
Got to put that.
Can't wait. Halloween live. They are so creepy. Around Halloween, Texas. LA's a big came to the party October, right?
La 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 la. That's the song. That bad voice. Is that what it is? That song is played in the trail. Oh, God. I wanna be yeah, that's
Our house completely transformed from yeah, that spot where the shed pumpkin.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I dig it.
It's a great thing to have. I love it so much.
All this money. Sugar.
My son
God, what a I was excited for the series. 2. It's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. The whole thing of 5-part series.
right, you're like, hey, this guy.
This
guy with the jacket rumble.
The Mendez brothers had killed 2, and they made 2.
By the way, it's horrible.
It's horrible if you got your mom.
I mean, it's all horrible. Yeah, we're just used to. That's how fucked up things are. We're used to at least 10.
Well, you give me the Jeffrey Dahmer, you give me the Night Stalker, you give me all this shit, and then
You probably would have killed the mom for it. Some of the serial killers start with grave robbing, weird shit, and then they hook up the courage to kill, and then they have to keep up with the ante. It's not the guys who got trucks down in that submarine.
oh, I know, kill her. Kill her.
Kill her. Sorry, after I showing her videos.
Yeah. In the summer.
They tried to escape. They ran away. You know, right there, you got the bushes. There's actually video of it. Is that it? It's so awful. The submarine. This is so awful. Because he was a complete crazy. Carrying a pistol-like object is a fake bomb strapped to his abdomen. He has been serving a life sentence for the sexual assault of a journalist to board his only submarine off this way. Off this way out of a pistol before police were captured. Yeah. Pete Madison's high-profile search international attention. Journalist Kim Wall seen the photo published in the Danish tabloid sitting in the grass with his hand behind his back as the police nearby their weapons.
This one down.
And his confidence gone. He's a fake pistol developed to be their mom.
So Madison was first representing people on rescue to seek out something to build. So washed up, but she was letting out that one that doesn't stab her. All around her jaw. Tried to take me there, after I had the patch over her head. We should cut her. No, I'm not scared of shit. I don't know. First time. That later fell off severed head. Too bad. Then he goes, oh, she got a girl with an eyes on. Because he's a psycho, just gets on with it. That's what the people do. Stab 12 times on the genitals. They're just psycho. It's a horrible thing. Just hey, you got her. God, that's all. That's what you got. Human beings out there. Yeah. And like to your point, like he was insane. No, or he was just kind of evil. Seriously, beautiful. She didn't get to the deeper Halloween. Oh. No. Just like that. Like chair together or some shit. Still asking for Mr. Morrison. Oh, how you doing for your drinking? How's your heart rate? I've been doing a lot of like so scans. I show better. So I already had like multiple scans. Results come in better, but obviously I'm not the best level. So yeah, I don't have hepatitis. It's a test. Oh, okay. What they test you for hepatitis? They test for lunch. Why? Because you're just not feeling well or just no energy? Because of my body. My stomach's bloated like multiple months. I wish that was the case. You have a bloated stomach, and your heart is beating fast. The heart stuff, everything else is. They're wondering about congenital like heart. Is it like sort of your heart's not able to pump up the water out of your lungs or something? I don't ever said that. Well, that's what congenital heart is. Congested. I think because of all the years of drinking, they're concerned about that. So that's why liver stuff can cause it. So that's what they're doing. But that's the area where I want to focus on real figures. Whatever you do. Let's go through some. So last night I posted something on Patreon. This is for like everyone who just ask for like fans for events. So they gave me a few. Oh yeah? Fan things? Yeah. Let's see. You might not enjoy some, but they're from fans, so I want to give them a shot. So what do you guys think about the whole offer? Yeah. So they're asking like, yes, they hear us talking. You know what happened? And then Dana did an interview with the press for the Crawford Canelo fight. Like, man, why are you so against MMA superstars fighting boxers? Like, because they get their ass, because they get their like set. Because the boxers ain't coming over in now, and they're like boxers. Now, it's no different than Victoria. Actually, he's talking smack. I mean, he believes it, just like the counter thought he beat Floyd. Oh man, please try that. Just go with the legitimacy. But don't. Okay, I don't know. Everybody did. But if someone said, hey, you can do it, but there's no money involved. All these guys. It's just a money thing. So we get a so Dana's like, take a beating for him. Dana's like, no, it diminishes his problem. So let's say Ilya in his prime, which is right now. Let's say Dana goes, fight Crawford in January. And then he gets fucking started, and then boxing and you're not gonna fuck around with knock you out. These guys are worried about that brain damage. It's just it's problem. It's a bad problem. Yeah, for $100 million, so and then you can yeah. I'm great. You can't see it. I know. And my asshole hurts. I'm fantastic. Because I have $100 so I'm never recuperate at the Four Seasons for a month and more or 82. That was from Mr. Mike. This one is this guy's a hunter. He's a hunter. And he's showing this article about these two hunters that went to sea. He's also in Colorado. And these guys are very like, they've been hunting all the time. They know exactly what they're doing. Suddenly, all their equipment, everything stuff in their truck, they can take it all and move on to anything. Suddenly they're not. So they're thinking something like this. Something fishy's going on. There's a question, or what's he? I smell water. Yes, I just take it. So I just play a little bit.
And Ian Stasko, 25 years old, disappeared while hunting close to the New Mexico state line. Deputies in Caneos County say they tried to make contact with a pair of hunters last Thursday. They say they were reported overdue while elk hunting in the San Juan Wilderness area west of Trujillo Meadows Reservoir. They failed to check in with their loved ones. Warner's fiance, Bridget Murphy, says Warner and Stasko have not responded since.
They're very savvy and horsemen have never been. If they're able, they will do everything they can to survive.
The vehicle, which had camping gear and backpacks inside. The sheriff's office says that makes them concerned that Warner and Stasko may have run into bad weather at some point. Crews are searching from the air and the ground.
Especially if I find a wedding, it was like a big cat, like a mountain lion or something. There's mountain lions up there. You can find it. And there's also two of them, so mountain lion might be able to handle it.
What is
it says in some hunting groups, and people are saying it's kind of fishy that the last quarter to where out their truck and no peaks or anything since.
I smell stuff out, but
right? That's all about it.
How long have I been missing?
Since Thursday. This guy was not from the area, plus storms not good. And their season now, they're lost. They would know what to do. And just leave all your equipment in the truck.
I smell a rat. I smell something.
You think a rat? Like a big rat?
No, man.
Sorry. Damn it, like a big rat.
Terrible storms came in on Thursday night with thunder, lightning, very, very bad fog, rain.
But that doesn't really explain why they're leaving. Yeah, they're still experienced. If you're qualified experience out there, I can still go these that big. Yeah, but if they were, if it was like you and me, I would be fun with the storm, right? Suck each other out. These guys are experienced. They something you have to. I don't want to. Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. I don't want to use it. No. I know. No, please. I just would rather die in peace. Please. God, no.
Thirsty. That was from Angels. And this one is from William. This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins. Or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Talk a little bit about magic. Let's take a break and talk a little bit about magic.
You've been fired on all cylinders.
I'm talking about MAXX. Okay, we're talking about focused calm energy. I'm talking about high-release caffeine. High-release caffeine.
That's just hard to find. It's sold out, dude.
I had people hit me up on my DMs going, hey, my magic one's taking a while. It's because they are literally so in demand that they have to make it go over. They take a lot of time in how they make it. But you will feel clear. You will feel dialed in without the overstimulation, without feeling jittery. All right?
hours without a crash, take my money, get work done without burning out, right? More productive, stay sharp, college mind.
Wait, I don't have any right now. And I take one right now, and I will.
There's like 6 cases.
Yeah, there's 6 cases.
Yeah, you found it.
That's my refrigerator. I prefer it cold.
I do.
Right?
Magic my math.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Did you guys see that footage of UFO footage? Hellfire missile?
No, let me see
It
the
hits
fly.
it, and then it hits it, and then it just keeps on keeping on. And that's what they said when I saw that.
Oh, yeah, it's called bullshit. Let me just see it.
What do you think it is then, B?
Oh, wait. Wait, is it blurry? Oh, it's blurry.
Night vision, dude.
Theory about UFOs. It's a U.S. military drone made a missile and an unidentified object just off the coast.
Could that be another big drone that just gets keeps going?
Could it be Pong? It could be anything. That could be anything.
No, but don't you think most more than likely it's a drone? We're not knowing it.
Drone shows a glowing orb off the coast of Yemen. Suddenly, on the left side of your screen, you see a Hellfire missile zip in, strike that unidentified object, and bounce right off it. When we slow the video down, you see the Hellfire missile continue to travel on its path, that trajectory becoming clearer as zoomed out angle. Not shown is a second Reaper drone that launched the missile. Congressman Eric Burleson shared the video.
That guy's yeah, so the Reaper drones are the ones that shot down Hellfire. But then I think it's just some fancy drone from China or some shit. We're not knowing.
Yeah.
Like they're saying that Hellfire should have been able to like.
Might be one of our own drones that has some kind of anti-missile technology.
Yep. Whatever that guy says, I'm not. It's not for me. Yeah, looks like Dorky Big. It's interesting here. There was a scuba diving heist at Disney. This is in Orlando. So someone stole about $10,000 to $20,000 using scuba gear. Okay. That's just for fan. It's for a fan. It's for the fans. So it's like, holy shit, that guy looks like my son made that scuba gear. He's trying to spray this, but you got away with it. And scuba divers get to that level. What did they get away with? It's $10,000 to $2,000. Just wonder they're finishing up, cutting up that money to put in the safe. And they just smashed it. So they must have been inside. Yeah. Must have been like that. That's the Paddlefish restaurant. So they got away with $10,000. 20. They said 20, but they went from 10 to 20. Almost every 20. This is Mindy Kelly going off on Jamel. Jamel was on the fucking horse. I was on the flight with her. Oh shit, going down there. She's from like Israel or something. But she's really got fired. Racial and everything, sport and everything. She's just smart. But dumb.
Play Jamel Hill, speaking of so-called journalists who haven't Obama, here's this jerk, South 15, as if wait, Charlie's murder. There was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, white goods raised by two parents, lived in a good home. Dad is a minister, also a sheriff. And checking in a boxing dog, not even okay. First of all, a coat of mascara would be your friend. I'm just going to tell this to you, woman to woman on television. You need a little work. And you have to back off the camera a little bit because you are not attractive enough to have an extreme close-up. Push away your laptop, Jamel, and add a filter or two. Honestly, like, we actually don't use any on this show because I do put on makeup so I look presentable, but you need work. Because you can't be ugly on the outside and the inside. You need to choose one. Okay? Choose one. That is disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Fuck her. It's weird how she lost all points about him being a furry, loving, trans dating. I don't even know what this guy's fetishes were, but leftist ideology infected guy who wrote on his bullets anti-fascist catch and
asked them for like some short descriptions of it. Let's go to Kelly's promotion. She's great. Hilarious. What? That's hard. I would never text her. No, I wouldn't. No, I like that. Yeah. No, I do. I love it. This is Darren Tell. I saw this video and he does this. So the whole video just like his daughter. So does the rapper. He should with him and see her. He lives in Brazil. Yeah. It's hard to read. And I think that's what he has because of the Brazil thing. Yeah, but it was still like a nice. And Darren's, doing well these days, so that's what's nice to see. Yeah, it's a great video. I just had questions like, he can't see her or what? Yeah. Man, how much do you love your little kid? Fuck. Fuck.
2005.
That's an ache that's in your heart when you're not when they're in another country. That shit is. And he must be a hero to her. All right, this is from Happy Bunch, but it's from the Impulsive Podcast. It's like, according to the Impulsive Podcast, he was foreshadowing Conor McGregor dropping out of the Irish potential race. Conor says he's coming back. He's in the pool. He's doing his thing. All kinds of things. He's been training. He wants to find his White House card. That's a big card. And then when's the election? Yeah, the Irish presidential election. I don't know. So I was like, which one is it? Which one is he more focused on? Polling is saying he's going to win by a landslide. No, really? Oh, hell yes. Polling saying he's going to crush the election. So they're doing everything they can to try to keep him on the down. Yeah. 60% saying imagine. That's what I think Trump can prove that anything can happen. But their voter system is different than theirs. So I had an Irish deputy job as he came in. So even if Conor wins, it's not like in the States. He didn't have enough power. Right? He's like, they're basically just a celebrity. They're face of it, but there's a lot more going on than that much power. He's like a real sweeping changes. I think it's a two-party system. I think it's very similar to the Brits. Yeah. Prime Minister is exactly. They're basically well, the monarchy's different than the actual in a way, that interview with Logan too. People were like, yo, he wants a bit in the relationship with her. I watched them like, it sounds like why? And watch the video, I have like this channel. So Dan White also talking about it. Yeah. Dana White's like, how's he doing? So what? Because why is he so mad at you? It's so much. What over the Rothschild? That's the unusual. That's my take is he's not really supposed to be. And I'm here with the guy that's saying, well, they have a superstar coming. Tell me what ingenious in the business, right? And even these boxing guys that I was arguing with 10 years ago, because they don't know. I think I heard Ariel Helwani say, dude, no. But where are those boxing guys out here? Because I'm not trying to start it. And he said, who? We just got on the last thing. How's he doing? He's doing good. Well, he's upset that the relationship is what it is with UFC. Yeah. And I'm upset about it too. Well, maybe they have an interesting thing out there. We should probably look at that. See, it's not happening. That's he was like, next question. Yeah, how's he doing? How's he doing? Yeah, what's up, man? How's he doing? Oh, yeah. You should definitely figure it out, get the band back together. Like, my take on the career is really good. Jeez. That's Dana, man. I feel like Dana does forget. He'll do that with fighters. Be like, guys never fight again. He ends up fighting. And that would be more boring. So talk about they were
Yeah. Or not to say it's not that he can be persuaded.
I think
Yo, how are you? What's good? Cardin, can you hear me? Cardin, how was your day? Yo, Cardin, can you hear me? How was your day? I hope you had a good day.
Francis, right? Francis would be great. Absolutely never happened. Like, his contract's with PFL, you can never happen. Love that guy. Hope you good for business. Francis for John function. Oh, okay. Okay. He just doesn't
Anybody that talked about fighter pay that he got along? I mean, yeah. There are a lot of people that were talking about fighter pay. Is there anybody that was kind of leading the charge that was in the charge? Captain America. Captain America is Rothschild. Okay.
I didn't do anything that bad, so he said some nice stuff about me from time to time, so I think I'm okay. I know he hates Ariel worse than me, which I don't know what that says.
Okay.
Christina, that's great. Thank you. Also, if you're on the front end of it.
Got it. Got it.
Not a fighter, but someone in media. Remember Kevin O? He recently retired. But Kevin O was one of the media members that actually came to ask marketing questions. I was able to still stay to the media. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Errol's gone. Thomas, a bunch of different people. But yeah, no Thomas. I got off for a fact, but it seems like he's not invited to these. Yeah.
No Thomas is also a Genesis cast.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of being a journalist is having to ask a couple of questions.
Of course. The UFC's gone a different route. The right way to do it, the wrong.
They've been really good at being the only game in town. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. So many fighters. Why do you think so many fighters can't do it in the UFC? Like, what is the reasons?
But with the UFC is the journalists. It's like now they've turned it into like they want their influencers. So like we don't want people pushing fighter pay and then I'll dial, all that shit. We want following and telling.
That's another business practice.
The bottom dollars, yeah, it's down. States view, so
Well, that might be because the champions are traffic.
I don't think it's good to do. I think it's good to have some people that are.
Are there any American champions?
Okay, are you guys familiar with
Yes, piece of shit. Yeah, soft piece of shit.
I know that before.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, but that's why I just do it.
I never do.
This is interesting because there's an apology, not even an apology, but so this is a
I'll do it. Yeah, because he's starting to feel what happens when you're a piece of shit.
so I'll play the original clip. this guy's doing it all wrong. Like, if you're gonna be that guy, trying to left-leaning fans, you gotta double down. Fucking but he can't be in the middle. He's a moron. He's a zero no character. Scumbag. Yeah. I've started man, all a man did was talk and just kill in front of his young children. I've started beating that guy up. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy forever. The thing is, if you're gonna do it, you gotta stand by it, dude. When you start getting blowback off you, you get blowback. If you're this punk rocker, you gotta stand by it. Yeah, because this is how I feel about people like him, people like AOC, people like Tim Walz. You know, I think they're dumb. I just think they're actually mentally bad. They're dumb as shit. Some people are just not that bright. There's a video of you. Yeah, you gotta double down. If you're gonna do the move, man, try to get fans. Well, you're already done. But Marshall, because now you're losing the fan base. The far left that supported is fucking. He never listened to John Carson. No, of course not. But he's doing it for the polarization of it. So if you're gonna do it, you gotta double down. Because you did it. Those people are like, yeah, we got one. Nobody has a piece of shit. No, hold on. You do it, polarization, the left goes, all right, we got one. And then you issue this apology. So they're like, oh, wait, we're off. It wasn't even an apology. It was an explanation. He's backing off. So he's like, no, it's not what you think. So now those people that wrote stupid idea, they're off. Right ain't you. Left isn't important to them. That makes no fucking sense. Alrighty. Plus the audience like cheering him on, and he says that increases so much. I assume they're not so much either. I think it's good. Let's go here. I don't know if you guys noticed anything during the broadcast with Canelo versus Crawford, but this is John Anik next to Mexico and Andre Ward. John Anik just says something. He notices that not really matters. This was a celebration of boxing. Right? Final thoughts on everything that transpired. This is much about nothing, so this is where it's different. So in UFC, the broadcast, they look at each other and they have interaction. Boxing, they stare at the camera. So if you watch Timothy Bradley, if you watch boxing, whenever they're talking, they're never looking at the other guy sitting in the host directly in the camera. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, the grades, blah, blah, and everything. So they're engaging. This is much ado about now. Correct. This is people looking for a story. John Anik fucking crushed it. He was the life of the party. Great. He's the best. It's so hard. I don't think you realize how hard it is. He just keeps it going. But no, he's the GOAT as far as that stuff goes. But this is nothing. They're not being disrespectful. In their craft, they stare at the camera, they watch the camera. They don't talk to each other like a conversation. Yeah, which is also what the reason why this thing came in is John Anik is the one that's telling you they can look at me if you want. That's because they're used to the old school model boxing. It's like, hey dudes, like where I come from, you can look at me. Like it's okay. Like you don't have to be disciplined. Stare at the camera, like talk. It's like let's have a conversation. And they're to them like, oh shit, really? And you can tell like, hey, what's up? You know, that's all that is. So it's hey, Brandon, let's take a break. What kind of shirt do you think I'm wearing? It'll take a while. You're rocking True Classic. Yeah. True Classic. It shows off my new wrestler bod. You know, and that's what I like about it because it hugs my arms. It hugs my tits. But it hangs loose in the front, even though I don't need it because I'm shredded. If you guys get some True Classic, you'll feel the difference the moment you throw it on. Tailored where you want it, relax where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabrics, no BS. Yes, fabrics, clean essentials that actually work in real life. You grab them at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get yourself a discount. Get yourself hooked up. It's True Recover Classic. Built to get back. Yep, trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. Yeah, they're not throwing shit in. That's him letting them know. Okay, dude, where I come from, we have a conversation.
You know what I did the other night? I went to sleep. I woke up at 4 in the morning, and I watched the Canelo Mayweather fight, and like the speed, there. Oh yeah, his ability to not get hit. Canelo did a great job. He was 23. But damn,
you guys watched this right? This happened. You told me this. He popped up. Apparently, they weren't able to find him. They found him. The guys arrested him. But you guys like taking money from girls, right? You know, it was find a way. He'd find a way to like. And in the beginning, he would be like, pay for stuff, and then tell the girls afterwards, like, oh, someone's trying to get me. I need some money to get out of danger. And they would obviously, they finally cut the tickets. He's a real piece of shit. But I mean, these women, it's like, no, I don't know the details of it. I didn't watch that documentary. But you're like, it's fucking terrible. It's super fucking up. I can't think of something. They got him at an airport. He got away for a hot second. Arrested at the border. Service was crying. That's what we talk about. Solitary and silence.
he'd be in anguish in Georgia for months.
But all that money, like, such a get it back, right? They got to spend it. It's already spent.
Well, so one of the things that happens for like Americans is people like this, they get arrested and they're in foreign jail. And what they automatically do is that the government is going to bail them out. So my buddy is an international cop, for lack of a better word. He's stationed in Tahiti. And this dude got caught. He was on his way to Australia from the United States. And he got caught with drugs, taking drugs from the U.S. to Australia to sell them. A lot of Tahitians found him and put him in jail. Now they put him in a jail that was underneath, it was a jailhouse, and there was an underneath area, and it was basically kind of a dirt floor with windows, hot mosquitoes, flies. And so when my friend got there, he was like, "This is bullshit. I give my vitamins, not give my food. Fuck you guys." And he was like this, right? What my friend said was, "Hey, we are not able to get you out. We're not getting you out.
We're the crap in their country.
Yeah, we're not. This is not something that the United States is going to step in and say, hey, you're just some dude." So my friend went back to see him, and the next time he saw him, he was a mess, bit of mosquitoes and everything. He goes, "You're all right?" He goes, "Yeah, everything's great. I'm amazing. Things are really, really good." He wouldn't dare say anything. And that's kind of what happens when you're a fucking American and you fucked up like that. This guy, I know, but he's Israeli. You might think the Israeli government's going to step in. They're not going to step in. He's in fucking Georgia. You belong to Georgia right now. That's south of Russia. That's not a good place to be. I'm sure they're not treating that well.
So it's a big ground for since that was part of the tradition. Since when the person we call you prosecutor or whether there's a risk of torture or inhuman treatment in Israel.
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it is.
CNN travel journalist.
Top rating. I think you said that before.
Yeah. See it.
Basically, when he's making just drinks avocado shakes. So this is obviously in a sense because he's not coming out to actually play football. He's coming out to play flag football in Saudi Arabia because that guy turned out sheep. He's Muslim. Flag football's huge. Even if you mean the Olympics in Texas, it's massive. It kind of bothers me how they like the others start with football. The issues now, like guys are making money like playing football. There's flag football Olympics. There's college flag football.
Are you a D1 flag football player? Will that bother you?
football's more than
Yeah.
I don't think that's a flag.
Yeah, I've been going over. I take we'll do jiu-jitsu and I'll practice moves. And the difference between practicing your moves and putting them to practice when somebody's actually trying to fucking do moves I do in wrestling is literally like night and day. It's like when you
With flag football, though, like flag football is just a thing. Like as far as skill position, like
it actually might require a different kind of athlete.
no. Maybe it's great athletes. Like
No, I'm saying, but you can
it's not a different
taller,
athlete.
you can be
Well, no, with like Tyreek Hill plays flag football. Like our guys can like DK Metcalf would destroy flag football. It's not bad, and it's good for quarterbacks. For the skill position, it's great. But it's like you want, I don't know, like it's all about TD, so there's no linemen, they're out. But as far as the skill set, it's good to go skill sets.
because you're still rushing the quarterback. Grab the flag. There are no linemen.
That's 7 on 7. It's only a skill position. Why the fuck would you have linemen?
Because you have people trying to get the quarterback.
Rushing LB football. You have linebackers blitzing.
You can't be, you need blockers for that.
No, it's flag football, dude.
But you have blockers.
No, there's no blocking in flag football. It's flag football.
Yeah. Yes. Linemen exist in some forms of flag football. What are you talking about? Why do you have to die up these hills? Like, you're like, no. Like, Bubba, you still have people like trying against the quarterback, so you need to go to block, right? Am I wrong?
So there's no dedicated lineman. So the center, right, hikes it and runs a route, but there's no offensive line. So my kids play flag football. There's no line. So in high level, to go to flag football in like the Olympics or like the travel, there's not a tackle guard, right? But then there's no defensive line. You're not allowed to block.
Okay, so I see. So
season rusher role, single defensive player, which is a linebacker, blitz.
Oh,
there's not your traditional.
I had somebody there block.
No, you're not allowed to block. Really saying no.
Oh wow. Okay.
So if you block, it's illegal.
So women are allowed to large blockers use their bodies, but they cannot make contact with their hands.
No. See what I'm saying? There's no line.
Hey, the Brian Jones have the line to protect the quarterback by screening. So you can kind of get your body in the way.
I can. I get to my ground.
Half the block is free. Let me see that. Bring up the high level flag football game. Let's see.
These kids are fucking talented.
Oh yeah. But I have to know now.
It was like this. Like this, you can't put the ball up here and then more down here. Like this. Or the drum like this.
Yeah. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So
you see what I'm saying? Like there's.
Wait. So. Let me see. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Wait, what is that?
It's 5 o'clock.
All right. My bad. Completely. Oh wow. Oh, I had no idea. So there's nobody's blocking.
But Brad, when you said it opens doors to other people, I get what you're saying. Because you're saying like the people that could not play an actual tackle, they could actually dig in playing flag football. Not gonna get destroyed. So,
well, it's like he said, it favors the skill positions, right?
But it's open source. It does like competitive. Like you have real athletes in flag football. So if your son's on athletic and just doesn't like get hit, like you can play at a low level of flag football.
You're not playing high. You still gotta jump, catch the ball, faster, taller guy. You still gotta be a quarterback.
Flag football, dude. If you go to like the top kids, they're insane. They're on ESPN. So and then my thing is, and I'm big on old school as fuck. I'm like, well, that kid's gonna get a scholarship to Ole Miss or something, right? But does he play tackle football? No, right? But this is what the dads do here. So in the fall, talented kids play tackle football. Then in spring and summer, we'll play flag. So you develop the same skill set. You're just not getting in. So it builds the skill set. Switch from
Pads have to play a factor. Getting hit has to play a factor. Getting blocked has to play a factor. It's a little bit like, if you're a
big guy, like if you're taking off, you're like, fuck. There's nothing for you.
Fuck, there's no blocking. Oh, wow, my bad.
Do you see what I was going to be mean? I was saying, like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do I know?
It's fucking weird. It's weird.
I've always played with walkers. So when we play like a
Yeah, we should do this.
Yeah,
I know. We would.
yeah.
No, like Tiger plays it. So
But they don't have that.
it's just like there's no blockers getting in the way. And then even Boston, when those touchdowns got called back because the kid went to grab his flag and he just hit his hand and fucking ran the ball.
Food fight.
Yeah, there's not much behind this. Any other context? We all love Benihana's, right? There's no Benihana's at Austin, right? I don't think so. It was a bigger name. You can find something similar, but $10 out. But apparently, when I first saw this, I thought it was like just customers, but their employees had to like jump on it. Look, there's two more fucking store truth and shit. They take it. Benihana's does have an interesting crowd.
That's not good. That's not a good look when your employees freaking out. Yeah, we gotta get you out of there. That's what I was thinking. You just watch because there are a lot of knives around. Everybody's good with knives. Somebody starts getting diced up. Shoot. Like, no, I don't. Stay away from that. So there's always a woman that screams. You gotta always have your woman that screams, and you have to have the guy who doesn't act like nothing is going on. There's one guy who's waiting for a bus, and there's a woman screaming.
I can never leave it like dinner.
Yeah.
I love Benihana's.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want something thrown at you. That would sort of hit me as
Being held down, being held.
by a chef, by the way.
There you go.
And in the security.
He's not doing so well.
No, he was an employee there.
Yeah, things didn't go well for him.
Right, just freak the fuck out. Tell him to shoot the shrimp toss thing. He's like, dude, I'm so sick of this.
Yeah.
Dude, do the onion volcano thing. He's like, I'm not doing it, man. I don't think they fucking fun.
Did you chop your onions? Yeah. It's always
I fucking love Benihana's. Kiddos love Benihana's too. That place is lit. Shit, look it up. Is there any in Austin?
Did you ever read Kitchen Confidential?
Sure as fuck.
Anthony Bourdain's book? No. Oh, it's fucking great. And it's about the insanity of the restaurant.
Oh, I bet.
Drugs involved. A lot of shit. Oh, those boys are wild. Oh, wild.
There's a Benihana's in Austin. First of all, it's 1 star. I don't know what's happening.
No, it's not. It's like it's 5 stars.
No, right there, it would be. This is 2 5s, the other one's highlighted.
That's not good at all.
Is it really good? Whoa. Did we start Benihana's?
Yes. Steve Aoki's father.
Great. Well, that's a tough.
He was a genius. He made the chairs just a little uncomfortable so people didn't stay for too long.
The chairs are uncomfortable.
And it was like, I'm going to make the chairs a little uncomfortable so that you've had enough after, maybe 50 minutes.
I mean, it does take a hot second there.
Yeah.
Do you know that LeVar Ball had to get his leg in
From diabetes.
when his good spirits when he first got invited from him or his kiddos in the wild? I mean, he takes all the shit, but it's amazing when he does these things. So
Now, I have nothing but respect for that.
all this he takes the NBA.
Are you kidding? That's insane. That's insane. Wow. You gotta give a man like that props. What are you talking about?
Okay, this is a little. Just watch it till the end. You'll see what's going on here. This is Brewski.
I'm Mexican.
You ain't white.
Yes. I'm Mexican. Mexicana.
You can pass for a white girl in LA, like one of them valley girls.
Yes, I know.
You drink matcha.
Yes.
White girl. This is KSI meeting KSI. This KSI on his knees. It looks like the guy's on he's got a raised on the left, like an apple box.
Jack, guy.
Usually they are though, yeah. Like little people don't see a skinny little person ever. They always have insane asses and stuffing. Like you're not gonna see no arms first. Yeah, he does. And his traps though, his forearm. If there's any versions of Brennan, this is the second. Yeah, even Brian did that pass. Yeah, boys, I think that's it. We did it, man. We fucking did it.
John, here I'll see you this weekend at the Comedy Zone. Friday, Saturday, September 19th and 20th in Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 3rd and 4th. What's the club in Albuquerque? Hiatus.
Oh, nice.
It's been around, but it's a great club. When I hear Albuquerque, New Mexico. And there we are. There we have it, kids.
Our kids, we love you. For the Patreon, go to patreon.com/TFATK. You get 2 shows ad-free. You get all the shows ad-free. You also get 2 extended shows. Say 20 to 30 minutes additional. Twice a month we do fan questions. Behind the scenes content. It's only $5 freaking bucks. Ditch that Starbucks for a day. Join the TFATK Patreon. It's patreon.com/TFATK. We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. Kiss. Really? The fighter of the kid. Come on now. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Play that music. What's that? That's what we gotta start doing on Patreon. Just playing fucking music. Hit me with your best shot. You saw there too.
Sing that? Fire away.
It's a chip, right?
Yeah. Come on. Hit me with that shot. That Benatar. That Benatar.
I would have guessed that with 1,000 tries.
80s. 1980s.
80s.
I was in boarding school. And my friend, my roommate at the time, I remember he came up and he goes, well, he's standing there like this, super mad at me. I was like, what's wrong? And he goes, you want to tell me what's wrong? I go, I don't know.
You touched me.
Did you play my album without asking me? And I go, play your album without asking me? No. You weren't playing Love is for Strangers or whatever the fuck it was.
Touch my drums out.
No, I was like, no, I didn't. He goes, yes, you did. And I didn't. But he thought I played his stupid fucking record. You should have broken it.
Yeah, but even
how about I break your record? Shut up. Shut up.
So lights, dude.
Oh man, I remember. I can't say people that are super precious about their shit.
I told you I remember in college I ended up finding where he put labels on everything in the cover.
That's the most. I'll need all your
and then he couldn't deal with me, so he called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom was like, "You gotta quit eating something." Who is this? Fresh when he called that.
That's it. You're out.
You're out, and you're a loser. On all his future game bars, he took everyone individually out, and they both closed him. What? He like took them all out. You know, they come to the future game bars, just come in a box, and then they're each individual. He took every single one out and wrote his name on it.
Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car, and I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it, and they'll drive it. I'm like, drive it, precious bitch.
But Greg, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it? Oh yeah, I took that picture.
That's I'm halfway through the Charlie Sheen documentary.
It's okay, it's entertaining, right? It really is. Recall's fantastic. Oh yeah. Flip the menu. Do you regret it? No, it's high. He's a wild boy.
That was a lot of fun. I guess his dad and his brother don't talk to him or something.
Really? They had a relationship now for a while. They
wouldn't be interviewed for
the dad with the brothers and then
but Emilio was in it. No, his other brother was not. Emilio Estevez declined to participate, so did his that. See if Charlie Sheen talks to Martin Sheen or Emilio Estevez. This one. Okay.
He says that
I just didn't want to be part of it.
Emilio's in the fucking documentary film Young Martin. He's not. Yeah, he is, dude. He's there talking.
Check out. See if Emilio Estevez.
Oh, I know.
No, I watched the whole thing and it said Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen. See if Emilio Estevez was in Charlie Sheen.
Brother,
Scott.
does he? Hey, what's his name? Why is his name Emilio Sheen? Yeah, like something.
Because his real name was Carlos Estevez, and they changed it to Martin Sheen. His real name is Estevez, and they changed it.
Why was it in the Charlie Sheen? So my brother said,
That's Emilio Estevez.
so what brother is in it? I haven't seen him. He's identical to him.
I know. He doesn't work though. He doesn't work. Yeah, he does a lot like
Yeah, that's
Yeah, they all look very similar.
Ramon's like the
Yeah, I don't know what they do. It's a good family, man. Martin Sheen, I worked with Martin Sheen. Martin Sheen is like, I'll never forget. He's such a good guy. I get once we're sitting there eating lunch, and we were talking about something called Guilty by Suspicion. And it was when the story about Robert Terrell played, I can't remember the name of the actor, but he got blackballed by Hollywood. And because he wouldn't give up the names of the communists, he said, I'm not trying to get another rat. And they blackballed him. And he said, have you know these shame on anyone who's in the center strip from your days?
Zeus. Good. How are you? What's good, big dog?
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. I believe you.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Years. Years.
I never forgot that. I was like, well, I got
But everyone else
Yeah, tons of people. Are you ready to lose?
this stuff here. Like, holy shit, no one's talking that.
Fucking finally.
I'm so sorry, bro. You stay low. What? You're joking? Yeah, babe. You didn't see me breaking the bullets? No. Wow, you're so right, dude. Now that I'm reading it in that context, that makes sense. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. The fuck context? His age of 40. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, God. Weird, right? But yeah, after the death, can you imagine as a father? If there was a straight relationship turning yourself. But a lot of famous stories about command defense and sons into war, into very dangerous situations that we dealt with during World War II, especially the British. You got your World War I. You had to do it. Like, can you imagine being a commander and set yourself something that was but the trenches up there, that's different. That's different. And you know, the aristocrats died just as much as the aristocrats were the officers, and they were in that war. So it was pretty crazy. Everybody participated. How about your dad and your colonel or whatever commander? You send your son in like Vietnam. You find out it's all bullshit. How mad would you be? I mean, you can say the same thing about Iraq. That's what I'm saying. It's all that Afghanistan, all that shit, all the current shit, all these neocons. It's like, all right, you have any kids? You ever done some kind of contact sport? I got this, and these neocons talk. I'm like, have you done any military service? Have you done any? You know anything about firearms? Or you just hear and talk about it? What else do you want? How much else is a game tonight? Clock. He's fine. That's like, he's playing up. But still, this is time to attack. This is baseball. It's like for me. It's like for him. Yeah, it's like. Yeah, I was like, you know, the group chat. Well, I met Ryan Murphy, but he doesn't miss. And his show is so good. I said, what's your secret? He goes, this. I was like, oh shit, yeah. He's so good. And they cast him as straight 9 piece. I feel like Charlie Hunter guy. I can't believe it. Is he with a shirt off? No, dude. Bring up Charlie Hanneman for shirt off. Dude, no, from Sons of Anarchy. But my point is, and he's also English or British. You're telling me you don't like a game that sure? I don't know what team this is. I mean, look at that kid. You don't know your dark history. I mean, oh boy, you missed the boat on that. You know war history, but you don't know serial killer history. So he basically Jackie Robinson serial killers. So the inspiration behind Jesus, you name a big serial killer, Texas, Jigsaw, all this shit. He is coming to now and actually with a hat on. Wow. He said he was a month. Wow. Feels like him. Oh, buddy. You can tell how it's the Jigsaw he made. Like, he would wear their skin. Yeah. And the big lamps are like, you know, sides of the lamps. Yeah. You know, he wear their skin. And like, all that's inspired by him. He's the original. Yeah. You crank human suits like skin. Good. Oh, that is. Don't you learn this drop shoot over? And I'll wait. This is my situation. Look at how good this thing was. I don't like this really great lady, such a good charm. I wanted to make you late. And this was a guy. It has to be the dust in the gravity. She's a Jackie Robinson. Make something like that look wow. And act like you're fucking serious. And skull by the athletic commission. From corpses. Yeah. Watch this. Yeah, he was wow. Did you hear the great acting about the guy that was actually in the story? Trading and fighting and everything else. Capital said that. So I mean, that's creepy. Holy shit. Going back to sit down to the fucking clinic here, the brain clinic. Get him fucking checked out. So where there's skin. Oh my god. Wow. Can you imagine the shit that you. This is real life. I apologize for that. That makes sense. Frank, I want to talk about football and how I make money if I want to play football. I'm talking about real money. I'm talking about pitting my game day instincts and scoring real money. You know what I mean? I'm talking about just picking more or less on two players' stats or breakout rookies to quarterbacks. I want to unlock the upside every snap ring. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Do you know how I can make money using that criteria? Okay. Can I get $50 for bonus picks with just a $5 minimum on my first pick set? Do you know anywhere I can do that? That's right now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Play 50 Big Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings. Big Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over in age. Eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Big Six not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Big Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at big6.draftkings.com/promos. October 3rd. Ryan Murphy head game. Let's go. Going to the murder that head's committed to. It's bad. It's bad. Change up up here. Now at Zach Baggins Museum, his home museum, he has the actual, it's like a big ass clock that he George Cousins is the butcher of Heinfield, Timberman, Rob Graves, the Castle Biden, so also certain things his brother and died under circumstances. When offers to visit his farm, they found his body hanging by her feet in the shed. She had been fatally shot. This was decapitated. Her head was in a box. He's also discovered the head of Mary Elgin. Kate had to kill the two women and pled not guilty by his insanity. I'm sure he come up with that. Yeah. That's not that many. Two's not two. Like where? It's the way you did it. You get a show off too. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Two officially suspected. More deaths. His brother. Yeah, he keeps agreeing with his brother. But he only ever admitted to killing two. Okay, like that. But he didn't wear their skin. Yeah, that's it. See if he did wear their skin. But he did. That's just like, that was people who thought were crazy. Yes, sorry, it's going to just stay with me. Stay with me. Keep me honest. Come on, we look into it. He's not that bad. I mean, he killed two people. His brother, a female human. Yes, he was a fucking crazy creep. Other items include skin clothes and a lampshade made from the skin of a human face. Yeah. He was as crazy as he's found not guilty by reason of insanity. Yeah, well, he's definitely insane, but we'll have to kill him anyway because it's just, you can't have that sick a dog running around. That's just, even at a hospital, it's like, we gotta take you out. But he's the original, right? He's the Jackie Robinson of the serial killers. Was the original attempt to physically become his mother. Now, here's the other issue. In order to be classified as a serial killer, it's kind of shit. So I was excited for this now.
You thought it was like 50 women.
Just by all. Look, the definition is serial killer. You gotta kill 3 the same way. This is true. Okay, so technically, he's not a serial killer.
He did wear dead people, dead women's skin.
They're already dead.
Yeah, they are.
Recycling.
Right, it is recycling. It's actually the mishandling of a corpse. It doesn't even bring their skin in. But I have to see if it's like 10 minutes. Yeah, he looks close.
Then this, they need you to know.
Sure, yes, Jim. Dude, with the Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is so good. His recall for all his movies is so good. They talk about clearly he gets out of rehab, he relapses again, he's in all the shit. And then, like, the NFL season's yeah, I you know what? I'm a little disappointed in it. I mean, you can't necessarily call yourself a serial killer. You can call yourself an absolute freak and a complete shithead. You killed 2 women, which is unacceptable, of course, and horrible. He got off. But he's found in jail. He's found guilty of everything. Insanity himself. Not guilty. Well, when you were deemed criminally insane, you are now put in a hospital. So that's what I'm saying. But wow. Yeah.
No, back in the day, after you talk about the Middle Ages, just killing bitches.
Yeah.
Shit. We got this 140 children. I'll tell you what drives me absolutely nuts is the key thing with Charles Manson, a serial killer. He doesn't kill anybody. He's certainly not a serial killer. It's insane.
Jack the Ripper.
Well, God. You guys can tell about you that he's going to be artsy.
John Casey.
John Casey, John he's going to come first. John White is his dad. He's good. And Kane, though, the better PR team. Chill.
Gotta put him in.
I'll watch it now. I can't wait. Halloween 5, man, that's so creepy. Around Halloween, Texas. LA's a big Halloween. Big Halloween. Yeah, big Halloween. Can't remember the part.
When is Halloween? October
31st. Right?
La, 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 la. That's the song. That voice. Is that what it is? That song. That's playing. That's in the trailer. Oh, God. I wanna be
Yo, how are you?
Yeah, that's our house.
Hello? Can you hear me? How was your day?
My son, God,
and I was excited for the series 2. That's 30 minutes. This 30 minutes is a 5-part series.
right? You're like, hey, this guy with the jacket up. 3 miles.
Mendez Rose had killed 2, and then 2.
By the way, it's horrible. I mean, it's all horrible. But we're just used to. That's how fucked up we are. We're used to at least 10.
Well, you give me the Jeffrey Dahmer, you give me the Night Stalker, you give me all this shit, and then
You probably would have killed a lot more if you had caught some of the serial killers. Start with great robbing and weird shit, and then they overcome the courage to kill, and then they have to keep upping the ante. So that guy, that journalist down in that that it? It's so awful. This is so awful.
Danish inventor.
Because he was completely crazy. Carrying this like object is a fake contract to his abdomen. A Danish serving a life sentence for the sexual assault of journalists to report his own way. Long has been out of prison before captured. Yeah. Pete Madsen's high-profile officer, international attempts on the Swedish journalist King Wall. Seen the photo published in the Danish tabloid sitting in the grass with his head behind his back as his nearby trained their weapons. So down. And a news conference going. He's a fake news story about their law.
So Madsen was first arrested in 2016 upon arresting him to the siege of design and build UC3 Nautilus. A story about his victims that seemed violent and the torch are washed up on shore in Copenhagen. She was later found out by a dozen stab wounds. How long around her genitals? Tried to take a beer and see under a heavy patch on her head. We checked out her. Oh, that's great. I don't believe it. First time. Divers later found well severed heads. Too bad. Then he was all she done in common with an oxide filter. Keep going down the way.
Because he's a psycho who just gets off on it. That's what those people do. Stab him 12 times with the genitals. They're just psycho. He's a horrible human being. Just hanging caught her in his suffering. That's what he wanted to do. God, that's all. Just that's where you go. Horrible human beings out there. And like to your point, like he was insane, or he was just a complete piece of shit, evil person.
So he was mentally ill. Shouldn't he get anything for Halloween? Oh, that's so funny. No, just like that. I'm chair together or some shit. He still has some trouble. That's your person with a cake. Oh,
How you doing for your drinking? How's your heart?
I've been doing a lot of what do you say? Scans. I show better. So I already have like scans. Results in it later, but obviously I'm not the best level. So
Yeah,
I don't have hepatitis. It's just
okay. What they have that?
it's just from
Why I'm feeling well or just no energy?
my stomach's been bloated for like 2 months. Just I wish that was the case.
So you have a bloated stomach and your heart is beating fast.
The heart stuff, everything else is
They're wondering about congenital like heart. Is it like sort of your heart's not able to pump up the water out of your lungs or something?
I don't think you said that.
Well, that's what congenital heart is. Congested.
I think because of all the years of drinking, they're really concerned about liver stuff. So that's why liver stuff can cause all the shit. So that's what they're looking at. But that's the area I want to focus on. They'll figure it out. Yeah.
Whatever you do.
Let's go through some. So last night I posted something on Nature. This is for like everyone who's just asked for like fan ordinance. So they gave me oh yeah, fan things. We try. Let's see. You might not enjoy some, but if you have someone give you a shot for you. Yeah, so they're asking like
wants to box.
yes,
They tear us across. You know what happens? Box
and then Dana did an interview with the president of Crawford, Canelo fight. Like, man, why are you so against, MMA superstars fighting boxers? Like, because they get their ass, because they get to make sense. So the boxers ain't coming over to MMA. They're like, wow. No, it's no different than MMA. We're gonna actually, he's talking style. I mean, he believes it, just like the Connor's thought he'd be Floyd. Please try to just go to the gym and see. But don't. I don't. But if someone said, "Hey, you can do it, but there's no money for all these guys," it's just a money thing. It's we can. So Dana's like, take a beating for him. Dana's like, no, it diminishes his problem. So let's say Ilya in his prime, which is right now. Let's say Dana goes, cool, fight Crawford in January. Then he gets fucking starched in a minute, and then Ilya has to defend his belt in UFC 6 months later. It just leads to something stupid. I'm with Dana. It's also like, no, it's okay taking that right now. It's gonna suck. I mean, you don't fuck around with all. Knock you out. You guys don't worry about that right now. It's just Dana. It's his problem. It's a bad one. Yeah, for $100 million, I can find. So, and then you can put me in whatever you want. Yeah. No problem. Hey, how you doing? I'm great. You can't see out of one eye. I know. And my asshole hurts, but I'm fantastic because I have $100 million. So I'm never quit praying at the Four Seasons for a month and for a 82. That was from Mr. Mike. This one is. This guy's a hunter. He's a hunter, but he's a hunter. And he showed this article about these two hunters that went missing like randomly. So I started Colorado. And the thing is, these guys are very like, they've been hunting all the time. They know exactly what they're doing. Suddenly, all their equipment, everything's stuck in their truck. They can take anything on their phones, and they're suddenly they're gone. So I think it's something like, something fishy's going on. Is there a question or what's he? I thought this I smell that's the water. Yes, I take. So I just play a little bit.
And Ian Stasko, 25 years old, disappeared. Deputies in Caneos County say they tried to make contact with a pair of hunters last Thursday. They say they were reported overdue while out hunting in the San Juan Wilderness area west of Trujillo Meadows Reservoir. They failed to check in with their loved ones. Porter's fiance, Bridget Murphy, says Porter and Stasko have not responded since.
These two boys are very similar to us. Andrew and Max been married in a few months. They're very savvy outdoorsmen and fishermen. If they're able, they will do everything they can survive.
I bet it's going to kill you.
Which had camping gear and backpacks inside. The sheriff's office says that makes them concerned that Porter and Stasko may have run into bad weather at some point. Crews are searching from the air and the ground.
So as soon as I find the body, it was like a big cat, like an outlier, so there's just mountains out there, and you can find it. And there's also two of them, so I might want to be able to handle it. What is, so it says in some hunting groups, and people are saying it's got a fishy that last quarter tore out their truck and no pigs or anything. Yeah, I smell stuff foul, but right? That's all about it. How long have I been missing? It's Thursday. This guy put out from the area, plus storm's not good. And they're seasoned hunters, so it's not like, yeah, they're not out now. They're lost. They don't know what to do. And just leave all your equipment. That's kind of weird. I smell a rat. I smell something. Maybe a rat. No, I meant. Sorry. Damn, it's like a big rat. Terrible storms came in on Thursday night with thunder, lightning, very, very bad fog and rain. But that doesn't really explain why there's still experience. If you're going by experience out there, I can see these that make you come to the right now. Yeah, if it was like you and me, I would be fucked with the storm, right? Suck each other off. But these guys are experienced. Then something's over. You have to. I don't want to. Dude, I'm trying to. I don't want to be using more. No, that's seriously. No, I know. No, please. I just would rather die, please. You gotta keep that coming. Oh, no, you gotta come. Oh, God, no. Thirsty. That was from Angelos, and then this one is from William.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back, endure it all weekend. these caffeine. Climb on these caffeine. That feels hard to find. It's sold out, dude. I have people hitting me up on my DMs going, hey, my Magic Mind's taking a while. It's because they are literally selling demand because they have to make it over. They take a lot of time in how they make it. But you will feel clear. You'll feel dialed in without the overstimulation, without feeling jittery. All right? You guys can crash, take mine, and get more done without being out. Right? Stay sharp, confident, in control. It's Magic Mind. By the way, I don't have any right now, and I would take one right now, and I will. There's like 6 cases. Yeah, there's 6 cases. Yeah, and it's all refrigerated. I prefer it cold. I do. Right? Yeah. Did you see that footage of the footage with the California missile? No, let me see it. It's it, and then she keeps on, keep it on. And that's what he said, but I saw kind of, oh, he has got bullshit, and I'm just seeing it. What do you think it is then, B? Oh, wait a second. Is it blurry? It's blurry.
It's military drone shooting identified objects.
Another big drone. Keep going. It could be anything. That could be anything. But don't you think most more than likely it's a drone we're not familiar with?
Drone shows up globally off the coast of Yemen. Suddenly, on the left side of your screen, you see a Hellfire missile zip in, strike that unidentified object, and bounce right off it. When we slow the video down, you see the Hellfire missile continue to travel on its path. That trajectory becoming clearer from this zoomed out angle. Not shown is a second Reaper drone that launched the missile. Congressman Eric Carlson shared the video.
Yeah, so the Reaper drones are the ones that shot the Hellfire missiles. I think it's just some fancy drone from China or some shit, whatever. Yeah, like they're saying the Hellfire missile should have been able to like. I think one of our own drones that has some kind of anti-missile technology. Yep. That guy says on the top. Interesting years. There was a scuba diving heist at Disney. This is in Orlando. So someone stole about $10,000 to $20,000 using scuba gear. Okay. That's it's fun. It's for the fans. So it's like, you know, holy shit, that guy's looks like my son made that scuba. He tries to spread it. But you got away with it. That's scuba diving to get to that. And what did they get away with? $10,000 to $20,000. I just wonder, they're finishing up, you know, got ready to put it in the safe. They just smashed it. So they must have been inside. Yeah, must have helped that. And that's at the Paddlefish restaurant. So they got away with it, right? 20. They said 20, but he wants 10 to 20. So that's 20. This is Mindy Kelly going off. Oh shit, she's from like this or something. Okay, let's do it. Show the name of even sport. She's not smart. What dumb.
Play Jamel Hill. Speaking of so-called journalists who haven't moved along, here's this jerk, South 15. Wake Charlie's murder. There was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right. Blaming the Democrats, blaming the wrong, saying you're the reason this happened. Only to find out why. Two parents lived in a good home, and as a minister, also a sheriff. First of all, a coat of mascara would be your friend. Just seen a sound stupid woman do work on television. You need a little work. You back off the camera a little bit. You are not attractive enough to have a screen close up. Push over your laptop, Jamel, and add a filter or two. Listen, we actually don't use any on this show because I do put on makeup so I look presentable, but you need work because you can't be ugly on the outside
and the inside. You need to choose one. Okay? Choose one. That is disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Fuck her. It's weird, and she lost all my thought about him being a furry, loving, trans dating. I don't even know what this guy's fetishes were, but leftist ideology infected guy who wrote on his bullets anti-fascist catch and notices bulges OXO, etc. Did make a little monologue. I do.
She's like a savage. She's crushed. She got all these worst shoes. She doesn't take any shit like on sport shoes. Yeah, I try to ask them for like some sort of descriptions of whatever. Let's go to the records. Kelly's production. She's great. Great. Hilarious. What? That's hard. I would never text this. No, I like it. No, I like that. Yeah. I like it. I love it. This is Darren telling me guys how hard. I saw this video because so the whole video just hooks his daughter. That's it. It's just you. So does he have a relationship with her? That's it was in Brazil. Yeah, it's hard. I think that's it. Because of the Brazil thing. Yeah, but it was still like a nice. And Darren's, doing well these days, so that's what's good to see. Yeah, it's a great video. I just had questions like, he can't see her or what? Yeah. Man, how much do you love her? Okay. Fuck. It's an ache that's in your heart when you're not around them. When they're in another country. That shit is. And he must be a hero to her. Alright, this is from Happy Bunch, but it's from the Impulsive Podcast. It's according to the Impulsive Podcast, it was foreshadowing Conor Rivera dropping out of the Irish. This is coming back to he's in the pool. He's doing his thing. All kinds of footage of him training. He wants to fight on this White House card. That's a big card. And then when's the election? Yeah, the Irish presidential election. I don't know. So I was like, which one's he more focused on? Like you're saying, he's going to win by a landslide. No, really? Oh, hell yes. Like saying he's going to crush the election. So they're doing everything they can to try to keep him on the ballot. Yeah. 60% say imagine. That's correct. I think Trump could have been anything to happen. But their political system is different than theirs. So I had an Irish guy from Chelsea came in. So even if Conor wins, it's not like in the States. He didn't have enough power. They're basically just a celebrity. They're face of it, but there's a lot more going on. Like, you got much power. He's like a real strange changes. I think it's a two-party system. I think it's very similar to immigrants. Yeah. Prime Minister is exactly like the royal thing. Right. They're basically well, the monarchy's different than actually. Dana White in that interview we looked into, people were like, yo, you went to the relationship with Ariel. I watched some of it sometimes. Never happened. Why? Dana, watch the video. You have that clip, Jen? So Dana White on also talking about it. Yeah. Dana White's like, how's he doing? So what? Why is he so mad at him? What over the Rothschild? Yeah. But that's the unforgivable. That's the I take it he's not really supposed to be. And I would love to hear from the guy that's saying, well, they're the superstar problem. Tell me what can change us in the business, right? And even these boxing guys that I was arguing with 10 years ago, what the hell know? That's not for the kid. He can be persuaded or convinced. I think you're stupid. Really? Yeah, that's not his thing. No, really, I got David Bell. Trying to use examples. Glad with you. You're so far. Like friends make me absolutely never happened. Like, it just never happened. Okay. Wow. I'll be for business. Francis was done. Fuck it. Oh, okay. Okay. He's just a little
Anybody that talked about fight okay that he got along with? Tito seasons out. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of people that were talking about fighting. Is there anybody that was kind of leading the charge with it? Captain America, yes, or something, Robin.
I didn't do anything that bad, so he said some good stuff about me a thousand times, like, I'm okay. I know he hates Ariel worse than me.
Okay.
Just saying it. It's great, but it's also,
Got it.
I'm not a fighter, but somebody in media, remember Kevin Early, who's the retired. But Kevin Early was one of the members that actually did ask Marty questions. Was he still staying? I'm saying, like, yeah, Errol's gone. Like, Thomas, a bunch of different people. But, yeah, Luke Thompson, I know for a fact, but it seems like he's not invited to these.
Luke Thompson, Tennessee Cats.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of being a journalist is having to ask questions.
Of course. It's a huge job in different route, but they find a way to do what's wrong, but they let it go.
And they've been really good at being communicated town. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. So many fighters. Why do you think so many fighters can't do it in the UFC? Like, what is it about this?
It's what they do. The UFC is the journalists. It's like now they've turned into, it's like they want the influencers. So like, we don't want people pushing, fighter pay, all that shit. We want people huge following and tell us how to make it.
That's another business process. Works.
Depends. A lot of dollars, yeah, that makes money out of the job. It's down. States.
Well, that might be because all the champions are American.
I don't think so. I think it's good to have some people that are on one page.
Are there any American champions?
Okay, are you guys familiar with this piece of shit?
Yeah, soft piece of shit.
I know that we really fuck that Peter by yeah, but that's why this is interesting because he's trying to get money. So this is a
Yeah, because he's trying to feel what happens when you're a piece of shit.
So I'll play the original clip. young children. Why is there being like that? Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy forever. The thing is, if you're gonna do it, you gotta stand by it, dude. When you start getting blowback, obviously you get blowback. If you're this punk rocker, you gotta stand by it.
Yeah, because this is how I feel about people like him, people like AOC, people like Tim Walz. You know what I think about them? I think they're dumb. I just think they're actually not only bad, think about them, they're dumb as shit. Some people are just not that right. Like, here's a video of you.
Yeah, you gotta double down. If you're gonna do the movement, try to get fans.
Well, you're already done. A large group,
Because now you're losing the fan base. The far left that supported this fucking.
he never listened to Charlie Kirk.
So they're fucking out here, of course not, but he's doing it for the polarization of it. So if you're gonna do it, you gotta double down. Because you did it. People are like, yeah, we got one.
Double down's a piece of shit.
Yeah, come on. You do it, you get the polarization, the left goes, all right, we got one. And then you issue this apology. So they're like, oh, wait, we're off.
It wasn't even an apology. It was an explanation.
He's back it off. So he's like, no, it's not what you think. So now those people that stupid idea, you're off. The right hates you. Left isn't on board. So that makes no fucking sense. Plus the audience like cheering on him. He says that criticism so much. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, I assume they're not this much. Earlier, I don't know if you guys noticed anything during the broadcast with Canelo versus Crawford, but this is John Anik next to Mexican and Andre Ward. John Anik just says something. He notices that I'm not thinking of stuff.
This was a celebration of boxing. I tell
This is much about nothing, so this is where it's different. So UFC is the broadcast, they look at each other, they have interaction. In boxing, they stare at the camera. So if you watch Timothy Bradley, if you watch boxing, whenever they're talking, they're never looking at the other guy sitting up. They're almost directly at the camera. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they were smiling, like, you two are the greats, blah, blah, blah. So they're engaging. This is much of what we do about them. This is people looking for a story. John Anik fucking crushed it. He was the life of the party. He's the best.
it's so hard. I don't think people are hard. Just keeps it going.
No, he's the GOAT. That stuff goes. But this is they're not people in their crap. They stare at the camera, they acknowledge the camera. They don't talk to each other like a conversation. Yeah, which is also why they do that. The reason why this thing became a dance is John is the one that's having a good look at me if he wants. That's because they're used to the boxing, the old school boxing. I can't do this. Like where I come from, you can look at me like it's okay. Like you just like stare at the camera. He's like, let's have a conversation, and they're like, oh shit, really? And you know, like, hey, what's up? You know, that's all that is. Let's get to it.
Hey, Brendan, let's take a break. What kind of shirt do you think I'm wearing? Take a wild guess.
You're rocking True Classic.
Yeah.
True Classic.
It shows off my new wrestler vibe, and that's what I like about it. It hugs my arms, it hugs my tits, but it hangs loose in the front, even though I don't need it because I'm up and shredded.
If you guys get some True Classic, you'll feel the difference the moment you throw it on, tailored where you want it, relax where you need it, no bunching, no stiff fabrics, no BS fabrics, clean essentials that actually work in real life. You grab them at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get yourself a discount, get yourself hooked up. It's True Classic.
Built to get back.
trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. Yeah, they're not throwing shit at John Anik. That's him letting them know. Okay, dude, where I come from, we have a conversation.
You know what I did the other night? I went to sleep at 4 morning, and I rewatched the Canelo Mayweather fight. And, like, the speed Mayweather had. Oh, yeah, his ability to not get hit. Okay, Canelo did a great job at 23 at the time. But, damn, he's a
You guys watch this, right? this happening. Yeah, so it ends up popping up. Apparently, they weren't able to really find him. So they found him. Yeah, he was arrested apparently. But he was just like taking money from girls. Like, he was finding a way. And he would find a way to, like, in the beginning, he would be like, pay for stuff. And then he'd tell the girls afterwards, like, oh, someone's trying to get me. I need some money to get out of, danger. And then finally touched him.
Kicking ass, taking names, baby.
You're good. I downloaded Oblivion Remastered. I played them one time, including the original song. Just kind of fucking around with that.
Are you gonna stream it?
No, I'm not a big streamer. I'm not even really playing right now.
Okay. How is it?
Have you played it?
No, I don't know what the. I haven't played it.
Okay.
Is it good?
Oh, I mean, the original is amazing, and the remaster is just the same with better graphics again.
All right. What's good with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just doing my thing. Like I said, I downloaded that game. Not too much. Let me tell you, not too much.
All right. Do you like sports?
What?
Do you like sports?
No.
Why not?
I just don't. I used to say my favorite sport is Quidditch. Like a nerd.
Yeah, from Harry Potter. That's a real sport, though.
Well, not. It was more referring to like the mythical Harry Potter one, not the actual Quidditch. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You watch, though, in like 100 years, they'll have brooms and shit that can fly.
Most likely, yeah. Or something. Some way to fly, right?
Right.
Just play Quidditch and whatever.
And then it'll be like the most popular game ever.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, once you get those flying sticks, it's over.
Friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. It's that show you used to love. Just rebranded enough. It's bigger, better, bigger, power, but it's the golden hour. It's a golden hour.
Eric, you're looking skinnier, big dog. That shirt's getting baggy and baggier. Let's get that shirt down.
I'm trying. So, I just gotta listen to jerking off, bro.
I'd be like, oh, man. Crazy. I can imagine. And Chris's shirts are looking bigger too. Look at you guys.
Bro, yesterday was leg day, and I just kind of went crazy, bro. So I got to also did trap bar, so my shoulders are fucking looking pretty tough right now, bro.
Every day, leg day. I fell into my testosterone creep.
I always do. I always incorporate my legs. I usually incorporate my legs in every workout.
Yeah, and it doesn't work, right? It's a complete waste of time because you have legs that work.
No, I get stronger. So
yeah, but who cares though, right? Because there's no growth.
No, there is. I see it. And if I see it, it's happening.
I've known you forever. You're going to have those stupid story legs.
I'm looking at my legs, bro, especially the upper part of it near where my dick is, because that's really what's growing. And I'll tell you, I can tell they're growing because my dick looks slightly smaller than it only. But yeah, and then my calves, they're always gonna kind of struggle. So, but you talk about calves, okay, forget it. But I'm talking about quads. I got a whole teardrop. I got a whole teardrop.
A couple of raindrops.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, fellas, did you watch the Charlie Sheen doc?
No.
I haven't started.
Oh my God, how the fuck do you two miss that?
Well, I
There's
see
so
it.
much stuff on that place.
I can see it now if I wanted to.
He was on Bill Maher's show. It was like they were talking about it. It made me want to watch it. I just haven't got to it.
Sucker.
And I was like, yeah, I get it. Like, I like Charlie Sheen. I'm the biggest fan of him. My wife the other night, we're just in bed. I'm like, fuck it, we'll fall asleep to it. Either one of us could sleep. It was so good. His recall on his shit from when he was like 14 to wild.
Well, what's good about it? What's the tiger blood thing? That thing?
Oh, yeah.
Since he has tiger blood, he can't really talk about that though. But you guys understand this. He talks about how, he was sober for like 8 years and then someone started doing some crack. He figured out he shouldn't do it, so he relapsed. But when he was going through his horrible episode, like complete psycho addict, he said my patient reached out and was like, man, you should do a tour. And he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just got out of rehab. Like, yeah, you should do a tour. And he's like, I need the money, fuck it. And he was like, what am I going to do? Like, just tell stories. Dude, they show the fans reaction to the show way worse than mine. Dude, a fan goes. She gets out there and it's like, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel sorry for anybody that's bought tickets to the next city. He literally gets up there and mumble for an hour. I have no fucking clue what he's saying. And then they go to Charlie Sheen and he's like, yeah, I should have been up there, man. I was just taking the
And Mike Tyson.
You know what they should have done is had it flip them all and put up for reels and Charlie Sheen's crowd work and stuff. Could you imagine if he was on TikTok with those mumbles? Just mumbling and shit.
crush.
Yeah, right.
I just want to check that out. Just like sometimes
I won't know.
It's worth the watch, especially when he talks about he's fucked so many women, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing dope, and then sometimes I'm gonna get the menu, and I like to flip it over, and the director's just him, and he goes, what do you mean flip it over? He goes, it's fucking dudes.
I'll watch it. So he's a dick, a fucking dude.
Yeah, but he refers to it as flipping the menu.
Wow, see, to me that just means anal. You know what I mean? Not dudes.
He did so much drugs and stuff.
Yeah, it's just like he's one of the lucky ones that survived.
You gotta, when you get to the, I mean, that guy's been famous for too long, he's drugged up for too long that he's fucked guys. That's just what happened.
Well, I tell you what, he's gonna make this documentary is gonna start a comeback for him. I guarantee you. a sitcom or something within a year. Maybe it'll be like some kind of like Larry David type of show where it's like, maybe it's just him. You know what I mean? He's gonna be back.
Hey, hold on a second. Does he have HIV? Okay. Yeah, he does. But now it's shit now. That's what he talks about. He talks about that. Dude, he was married to Denise Richards in her heyday.
Yeah, she was one of the hottest people of all time.
Hottest creatures of all
Did you
time.
see the thing where her husband is talking about how dirty his house is, or their house is? It's so funny.
I missed that episode.
I don't know. It was all viral yesterday or something. But dude, I'm so confused. I had to see if you could find it because he's complaining about how Denise Richards is so messy. And not in the house, but he is. And he's like, look at this room, look at that room. And then he goes downstairs and he's like, and look at this. And the guy, the husband's whole family is living there. His mom, his dad, his brother. And you're like, okay, well,
One of the six of you clean.
it doesn't make any sense to me.
He also adopted like a special person that they
Right. But like,
They also have two girls, and then his other wife was also hot now, his ex-wife. She was a crackhead, but they have two twin boys.
I know anything about her. And she was on Housewives or something that Rachel watches. And I think she was Richards was. Yeah.
there's the
You
messy.
never saw Starship Troopers?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying.
The messy house now. The messy house features piles of clothes everywhere. Like it's a song. I mean that's why that's disgusting. But like
Shit on the floor.
I think what's said, clean it up. This is crazy. Just clean it up.
Why are they releasing this?
I don't know. They're still married. This is what I don't know. What's he trying to do? I don't get what's game plan.
So this must be I think they're on a reality show, which is the reason why.
Oh, that makes sense. Shit on the house.
Yeah, that's the only reason why.
But like she's still on TV. Yeah, she's a billionaire. You got your whole family there. Fucking clean up, bro. Right?
Life's been tough on her though. Her face, age like fruit.
Well, I think that's what happens once you get a lot of fucking work done.
Yeah, I think
Not if you're fucking Kate Jenner.
Get some, but
I think all the Botox stuff is going to start coming out.
you get some, it's starting to look crazy. And you get some work done. I just don't think you get too much. It's just looking bad.
But at a certain point, you find out somebody's age, you kind of like, well, you should look this
No,
up.
I know. It's like when you see a really cool guy with jet black hair dye.
What are you doing?
That shit looks crazy. Yeah, but if I'm Denise Richards, I'm looking at fucking Kim Kardashian's mom, and I have her money, and I'm going, give me the name of that doctor.
Sure, I understand.
So I
Yeah.
know like fucking Tales from the
I
Crypt.
guess so, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand that, except for doesn't it take differently to different people take people differently? It's like,
Nah, skin.
no, that's not true.
Well, something I mean, whatever J-Lo's doing, get that done. Whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Call her doctor. She soaks in baby blood, but yeah, it's tough.
It's also what do you call it? Upkeep. And it's like you can't get it all done at once. You can't, you know what I mean? It's like J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever.
Right. Yeah, but some people just like maybe some people are thermid. Like it's like it's not good. What I'm just saying is like it's not just like you're saying. Sometimes you just this is what you look like. Yeah. And I think some people lean into
You know what fuck you? The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends. We went together in Albuquerque, like they're some rich area. They shoot Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10 to 8. Oh, he's losing 10 to 8.
I don't think. I mean, how old is that? That's what an old guy looks like.
I'm sorry, is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
Go to how old he is. For him.
Because unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like that.
he might live on a farm or something. he's always in the sun. He just looks like he got a lot of sun damage. But that looks good for a sun. That does it to you. That looks good for 65. I mean, there's people like, oh, no. He has makeup on. No, do this bullshit. Go to him in the Charlie Sheen dog when he has no makeup. He's chilling in his backyard. You're like, virtue. If I view like your skin. Yeah, it does look like he's sexy. No, there you go. Oh, wow. I don't agree, bro. Yeah. I don't think he's ever looked good. Like, even look at him when he was young, bro. Sean Penn? How dare you? I don't think he used to be a dime. Nice. Or is it gay? I think he's always looked good. God, but that tiger blood thing, that movement, whatever that was so monumental. Unreal, bro. He says he came and go back and watch like those clips and videos because he's like, dude, I was high off my ass. I'm so embarrassed. And the one thing you learn in the doc, his dad is awesome. He has such a good dad. Such a good dad. I met Charlie Sheen once, but I saw Emilio Estevez. Oh yeah, really cool. I remember. I saw Emilio Estevez the other day at a coffee shop in West London. Working behind the counter. No. But you're looking at him and it's just like, this fucking guy, Emilio Estevez. Why is his name Emilio Sheen? Moms and dads and they were fighting. Let's take a little break, kids, because football is back. Thank God. And so is your shot at big wins. DraftKings Big Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get 50 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Alright? This season, play your player instincts. You guys know the game. Why not make a little money? Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN. Play just $5 to get 15 Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call right inside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. Yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpga.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age, and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. One were prohibited, one per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. Oh, hey, Brendan, are you ready for the, what's it called? The Eds, the Ed Games. Games coming out. Oh, I watched the trailer this morning. Yes, you guys know about Ed Games? Yes, and I saw the trailer 2 days ago. I didn't know about him. And then I looked it up, and I was like mortified. Like, my dark. That's a dark. I can't look it right there, man. And the director of it's Ryan Murphy. Yeah, he's great. Dahmer. Yeah. But but someone's getting fucked. It needs the musical. I'm gonna kill you. Here it is. The part about that to me is the cast. That's super off cast. Charlie Hunnam. It's just like, where they missed out on it? Hey, where they dropped the ball on this? By far they dropped the ball on the casting. How the fuck Brian Callen is in Ed Game? Yeah, Brian looks identical to the real life Ed Game. Yeah. No, it looks like Ed Game. Look up Ed Game. Nothing like Ed Game. No, he looks like Brian Callen. That doesn't fit. It's Brian. That's when he was, look at this young picture of him right there. They're gonna put the makeup on him. To the right of there. I think the casting is crazy. Disagree. He looks but the dude that played Dahmer is 6 inches shorter than the real Jeffrey. No. I think that I don't even necessarily mean the look. I mean, Charlie Hunnam is a weird Jewish ball. Like that game to me is like a squirrely. That guy, he looks like a interested to see this. I don't know if we're going to find another one of these guys, but this guy's
Our fight is like 100 years old.
But that's true. But it is so stupid how they're promoting it like
Before there was Dahmer.
no, it's a serial killing. I know. It's not like
but I didn't even realize how many things inspired. He inspired so much.
He's the Jackie Robinson of serial. He's the Jackie Robinson of these Rosa Parks of serial killers. Show a little fucking respect. Most of the time.
We're talking about it.
No, I want to see it.
I can't fucking wait. Ryan Murphy don't miss.
He misses. But
On what?
he misses.
American Horror Story? Shut your fucking face.
Yeah, every other season of American Horror Story, I'm like, I'm out. I actually haven't watched it all.
Ryan Murphy.
Which one was good?
I love.
Ryan Murphy. But don't say he doesn't miss. That's crazy.
What's he done best?
The OJ one was terrible. The OJ one.
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
The
OJ one was
mostly bad. Talk about bad cast. All bad.
Versace.
Versace was amazing. Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me, I think Versace. And
Did he do the Henry Hernandez one?
I didn't see that one. No.
But I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad.
Versace and Monsters one was great too. Twins.
Oh, you're talking about the Mendes one? Yeah. That one was super gay. You tell me that's not great.
The gay is the better. That's the gay is the better. Make it super gay. Make BTK and make him fucking man and make it mostly about not serving millions. Fucking.
Brought to you by Ryan Murphy.
Dude,
So I don't know that was. When's that coming out?
October 3rd.
Oh, shit.
That's gonna be. Yeah,
That's when I go here. That's when I go here. I'll get you tickets at chrisley.com. I'll be in London. I'll be in a bunch of different areas. I'll be in Pensacola, Florida also before I go. And after I go, I'll be coming to Sweet McAllen, Texas and Waco, Texas. But go to chrisley.com and get your tickets. Next 2 weeks.
Chris, when you should go on the Jack the Ripper.
Oh, maybe I will. Yeah, I'm going to London. I think I'll be in London for like 1 week. I'll be in Amsterdam for a few shows. I'm selling tickets in Amsterdam and stuff. But yeah, chrisley.com and then Syracuse, I'll be there. Who even knows? Kansas City, Missouri. Jackson,
Syracuse in November.
Maybe next week. And Detroit for December.
Detroit in December. Jesus Christ.
Bro, I mean, you gotta go somewhere, right? I'm not gonna go sway and go to Florida. Jacksonville, right there, right before it. Yeah, you guessed right. You watch it. I'm married, I gotta watch it.
I used to. Did you see how the girl? She finally told Jasmine told Gino that she was pregnant on the show. Yeah, she wanted to know.
else is going to happen.
No, but I think, you know what, we don't really know what's going on. The cameras are not on because the dude had sex with his wife, right? Like, I don't, because she was so mean.
Well, he's addicted to porn.
So mean. Yeah, but he was like with that other girl. Girl looked like he was going to be having. You should
You
follow
guys should start a podcast.
You should follow him on Instagram. He's like, he's doing good.
Do you guys think that, oh, the like guy's the worst. That bald guy, he's out kicking his coverage. Of course he's cheating.
What do you guys think about watching porn and what it does to people? What do you guys think about that? What does it do? Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so do you think it's ruining society like a lot of people think it is?
No, because
No,
it's
it's
society.
It's like alcohol.
Society.
What the fuck you doing?
I feel like it came out last week.
Yeah, bro, I mean, I'm just,
It's also the least of our problems.
no, I understand, and I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just, you see a lot of stuff online where it's like, oh, the degradation of, you know what I mean, of mankind is awful because of OnlyFans, whatever. Obviously, that's the extreme.
Well, but what I'm saying is like porn's been around for so
I've been
long.
jacking it forever.
If it's gonna ruin society, it would have done it already. And it actually now we just leveled up. You know, so now
No, but it is way more accessible.
No, I understand, but I'm saying I think it's always been accessible.
Not
Last
less
20 years.
No, not like now.
No,
Come on, Eric.
I think the last 20
Come on,
years.
Eric.
It's just as accessible.
it's arrogant has been.
And then now you have OnlyFans. So now anybody can make their own porn. And then we're gonna go into the AI where anybody can literally make their own porn and make it whatever.
So there will be
Here you count down the days.
listen, well, yeah, advent is an advent. There will be, there literally will be just live in that, you know, hedonistic world with the goggles on, getting sucked all the time.
Yeah, they're called losers.
Well, no, I understand that, but there will
Touch your ass, touch tits.
I just wonder if it'll create some sort of like thing where that will be the world for them, and there will also be the real people who have to deal with this.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Yeah. Right now, you have to deal with people who are just like, you know, fucking want to look at porn all the time. You want to get
Called that shit.
But nowadays, or when that happens, you may not be able to make sure.
I watch porn. Because they don't have girls. That's why they're upset.
What if you like the pervert things like so what you do is you have the countdown counter on your AI, underage AI that you make. And so you wait, but you wait, and you're like, she's done 18. That's how weird this is.
It's weird, you know, like I think you see like there's OnlyFans people that like they until you're hey, right? So there are girls that are like, oh hey, today's the day I can do it, and oh yeah, today I'm gonna do it. Yeah, like
It's like, no, she did that. She did that, but there's another girl that's just like, you know, and then it's like, oh my God, I saw this video. It's a podcast. I don't know who this girl is, but she always has these like OnlyFans girls on, and she hit the phone. She's, how much did you make? That's like $60,000, whatever it is. And then she looks at the camera. You all are perverts. And guys, I'm like, what?
wait, you know, they can be the guys who do that can be perverts if you just but then do not blink when someone goes wrong.
No, but it would be like, you have a drug dealer on the podcast. You don't need you. He knows so much money he makes from selling drugs. And he looks at the camera and he goes, "Oh, drug users are terrible."
Yeah.
What? This person has no responsibility in this at all. No.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Keep talking about how much these OnlyFans girls make. Is it still popping like that, or is it only about like 5?
No, it's just like, no, it's really like, I saw an article about this. The average OnlyFans is $1,300 a year. This is a very small percentage of the girls that are making all this money. And it's like, you know, so it's not even really like, you know, a lot. You know what I mean? It's not a lot.
This list. Yeah, go down. I don't know what this is. The guy avocado be fucked. Yes, yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, but my whole point. Look at this list. Yeah. This ain't bad. This ain't regular. This ain't a girl from Coffee Bean. So if you're a girl, right? I know, but still, she bad. Yeah, okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know, but that's just the one. The rest of them are like Bella Thorne, super famous actress. Iggy Azalea, famous rapper. Is she bad? Sophie Ray? And then Cardi B, what did she do? It's only $3 million. Well, that's the one that I'm pretty sure that's the one that I was texting with my buddy about. He was there. He saw her die. And he said, it's true. So I was like, come on, it can't be true. He's like, dude, I promise you. Let me see. Oh, that can't be fake. Well, no, I mean, I guess it could, but not. Maybe not that point. Oh. Hey, this is strictly for research. Well, she just made $1,003,000. So that's, $83 million. $53. She's cool. Yeah, consider she's cool. What does she do besides being made out of gold? Go down. See all like the. What's a bad? What does she do on her OnlyFans? I think it's I don't know. I said she just fucked Choppa. Oh, I just fucked Nelly Choppa. That's go right, left, down. Look, use your eyes. There you go. Oh, these are all. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, you're making that kind of money. Does anyone subscribe to her shit that we know? Like, what is she sucking dick? I'm not gonna not you can see that. I think like a billionaire probably hit her up. From what I understand, it's the. I mean, there's no way. 0% chance. If you had to bet your house that she was fucked some rich guy who won, you would make that bet. You know what I mean? But whatever. Anyways, the point is that she's not making $50 showing her feet. Making fucking. I don't know. She has to be doing the dirty. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. But I will say this: she's the one. I do think that people. Yeah. I mean, this is porn. It's not porn. Okay, so what? Because I don't think she's getting fucked on that OnlyFans. So she's taking tasteful pictures. Porn. You're still showing your titties, right? Right. Because I think most of this comes from chatting. What did Jeff say? No, he's not. She's not getting fucked.
Yeah, what up, Kaden?
She's an artist.
Twitter got banned. Why did it get banned so quick?
Because they consider what I do to be spam when you just repost things of people.
Okay, that's fair enough. I suppose it kind of is in a way. I mean, depending on how much you do it, I guess.
Yeah, I just wish they gave you the limits, though. Because why is it that they can literally have bots okayed on Twitter, automated accounts okay, but when I automate it, it's not okay. If they just said you can't do more than 100 follows in an hour, okay, that's fine. But they don't give you the numbers, so I just feel it's kind of unfair.
Honestly, I get where you're going with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just like
Right, I just want to protect it. Like, you showed up and then it got banned like 10 minutes later. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Did you already get microwaved or what happened?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm making more accounts, so it's just a matter of time until I repost something that you put up. But, if they were just honest about it and they didn't shadow ban people or what they call silencing notifications, and they just told the truth basically, and we're like, okay, you can tweet 100 times a day, You can follow 100 people a day. You can repost 100 people a day, and you can favorite 100 things a day. Okay, then I understand what the rules are, but they don't do that. They let some people.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, just tell us what your as a user base, tell us what your standards are, because what ends up happening is it gets confusing for people, and then people don't want to use the website because it's like, well, am I going to get banned for spam? I don't know, because it's this dark abyss that you walk into when you get some accounts that tweet. I think you can tweet 2,400 times a day, which is fine if you want to do that. But then you get other people who repost 60 times and get banned. So it's just, to me, just make the characteristics clear, and I think everybody would benefit from that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, thank you. I
But
appreciate that.
just wanted to kind of make sure you didn't get microwaved.
No, thank you. Create more accounts, so you'll see me around there.
Okay. Do you live in Tel Aviv, by the way?
No, I don't. I'm based out of Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Never mind. That's good. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to check in you. Thanks for the chat.
Absolutely, Cadence. Thanks for caring about me. Come by whenever you're bored.
All right. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Peace, buddy.
That chick, she's like 5 foot. You know what I mean? She's another one. She's great. Wow, it's all girl, right? Yeah, that's the girl. That is her girl. That's not the way. And he calls her like a fat girl, bro. Yeah, she's like another one that's like, but her Twitter was just all pornography. But she's fucking her boyfriend. You know what I mean? So they told her, whatever. But I'm just saying, that counts. What I'm just saying is like, look, whatever. But the point is, this is the market now. People are trying to do this. This is like guys trying to like get into the NBA or something. And it's like some people they don't make it. I mean, that's only thing, but they're all there. You can see this 14 million or something. I saw a stat. Take her up my screen. Take her up my screen. It's like 14 million, like whatever girl was trying to. That's the girl right there. I saw this right there. Yeah, what's her name? This is OnlyFans girl. OnlyFans girl? Yeah. Does she shit on the car? She just breaks it. Who the fuck would pay to watch this? She's tiny. I think this is just the Instagram. Is she a small person? Yes. No, but she does a lot of like. That's an STO. You jump on a fucking STO. That's a carbon fiber. That's her car. I think she's making so much money that she doesn't give a fuck as a marketing. Yeah. She's like, fuck, it's like a freak kid. Who is that? Who is that? Jelly Bean. She makes a lot of money on OnlyFans. Yeah. What she does. You think I'll make money if I start jumping on cars? You think your boy ads start breaking the windows? After you flip them, then you jump on them? Does my dick have the flap? That's what, like in the car, and the GoPro camera, it's just right his dick and he's flapping. And just say, roll another one. That's just like that. And then it just ends with like your asshole on the screen, like glass. Yeah, Stick a little break here. We'll jump right back in with the boys. Cooler temps are rolling in. They are, dude. It's getting chilly. Not chilly, but it's not a hundo. You know what I'm saying? The cooler temps are everywhere. And as always, Quince is where I'm turning for fall staples. That's right, Quince has all your fall needs that actually last. From cashmere to boots, the quality holds up when it still blows me hard. Right? Quince has the kind of fall staples you can wear non-stop, like super soft, 100% Goalie cashmere sweaters. Dude, you can get a Goalie cashmere sweater right now. Start at just $60. Pick it up for the boys at your next barbecue outside. Their denim is durable, fits right, and their real leather jackets clean, classic, and without the elevated price tag. What makes Quince different? Well, they partner directly with the factories and skip the middlemen, so you guys get all the benefits, all right? Keep it classic, and cool this fall with long-lasting staples from Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/golden. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden. Back to the program.
What do you think? How much do you think you get if you
No notes.
and Rachel started an OnlyFans? You don't think you make money? No, it would be for
$400.
you think it'd be like, you know how there's comics, there'd be like OnlyFans. Like a real OnlyFans.
This is true artist.
Yeah. I couldn't do I support that. It would just be like, people just make it fun. That's what the whole thing would be. You think about those couples that are, like I said, a lot of these like artists now, because they control their own thing. They're fucking their right. That's what I mean. When you
Chris, hold on. You tell me, fellas. Let's say Kev started, or Mark, or Casey started fucking their girls on OnlyFans, and then the group chat of dudes, what I found, and you would click on the link and watch it.
But absolutely. Just so we can come on here and be like this. So we have it. What do you mean? Your game is trash.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. I'm just making sure we're all the same. I watch any of you guys fucking, bro.
See how angry Casey does it. You know what I mean?
He's furious. He's sweating. Casey's sweating. Just fucking. Don't look at me. He's an asshole. Don't look at me. To the person he's fucking. If I had an OnlyFans, I think that you could pop up except for you would not have staying card if you like this week. He just fucking kind of stays there. Like, he basically soaks. He basically is this head fish. That's it. I don't think that I think it's a great first month, And then it would be like, we can't even really see it. He's just kind of like starfishing on his wife. You can just kind of see his back. It's too easy. It looks like she might be having fun, but we can't really see. And he won't turn over. They don't do anything when he's just on top. And why is it only once a month? We're not getting our money's worth.
That's what people are about to unsubscribe.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Drop the dick pic.
No, I'm kidding. But I don't know.
You know how they take those Instagrams where it's like a dog and they dress it up in a scene.
Yeah.
That's what you would do. It's just with your dick, but it would be like a scene from the Penguin.
Yeah, that's what I do with Ryan's balls.
You know what I mean? Like you would
just his balls. Like at the Eiffel Tower, like at a fucking BLM march.
You just show your dick and then you play a scene, the sound from the Godfather.
Yeah.
Good idea. I like that. I'm going to bring that to my home.
Okay. Yeah, but to answer your original question, I don't know if society's better or worse. Who knows? I just think it's one of those things. Like, what do you think? Okay, how about this? What do you think's more detrimental to society, porn or social media?
Well, there's social media because social media is
not even close to social media.
And porn's been around way longer.
Yeah. And porn gets exacerbated with social media. Everything gets exacerbated with social media. Social media fucks everything.
But I know, but social media is so bad. There are now countries banning it once they turn until you're 16. So what I'm saying is, like, it is what it is. I just like people say. I remember watching porn on my black and white TV. There used to be like a channel, and then it was like between the two channels, and it would be like you had to get like a jerk off a green bitch. I know, but sometimes you would get like a good like there. And it would be pretty impressive. So I'm just saying, I think that this has been around for like, I don't know, 30 years. It's been pretty accessible is what I'm trying to say.
No, that's crazy to
The scene is still was pretty. You used to have magazines. You go down to the store, you can see Hot Rods magazine, and then you have one covered in a bag, in a paper. You go, oh, that's the one that's good. Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not close to the same. I'm starting to get this off. Good. Get this off.
Baby King.
Different type of accessibility.
Baby King.
The point is, social media is way more detrimental to society, and you can see the effects. And here we are. You know, it's like some stuff happens. You know, now they just put down information, and all of it's false. Yeah, I know. And at that point, it's too late.
Yeah, but it's compromised. But then people are believing it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're mentally ill." It's like, well, no, they fucking you told them.
Well, like, look, I've heard with the taking the port out of it, whatever. You know, I heard like we also but like I heard many different things about this incident that were all opposite of what people were saying, and each person, well, like I've heard that the shooter was trans, and then I heard people say like, no, it wasn't, right? Okay, I understand, but I've also seen people online being like, this is false, this is bullshit. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying there are people who will believe one side and then the other side, and so
that's the problem.
No, I understand. Like the truth is,
that's why he got compromised, because he got indoctrinated in some weird fucking anti-trans movement that he thought Charlie was, and then his fucking significant others going through the transition of being trans. So he's like, here's this big hit. So he got compromised with all this negativity, and he does this wild shit.
No, I understand. But then when you're making choosing, I think just the shooter, the stuff about the shooter that came out right away, and then it turned out a lot of he didn't donate to Trump. His mom wasn't a sheriff.
Both have been in the game too long. We're also older. So I don't believe anything for like 2 to 3 days after.
Right.
Like when stuff first comes out, I'm like, nope, not happening. Even the video, the close-up video, the close-up one, that's easy. You know, that's fake. That one's AI.
Well, whatever it is, I don't believe any of it, dude. I just don't, because you never know. You know, you read things like, oh, you know, you see people at rallies that are like, white men need to, this happened, and they go, white men need to fight back, and it's like, a white guy shot a white guy, and what? So it's just confusing on its face. Just when you look at it, you go,
here's a different kind of white, though.
I understand. I do understand that. I get it's nuanced. It's the same white to me. Let's look at that one. It's just very confusing. You know, the shooter was a white guy. He shot a white guy, and whatever they believe.
He's a woke
I understand.
He's all pasty.
I know. 400 meters away, he looks like a white guy. But you know what this thing was? This one made me think of that's right. This is what made me think. If the JFK type of assassination happened today in the same way with cell phones, CT video, and all the resources, you know what? We still wouldn't know anything. I realize that. You know, like we just got lucky that this guy was there, and he, like, you know, was with the JFK, you know, man. But I think today we would still be like, people would be like, everything we're missing. Yeah. That's like, I mean, they say, I saw, oh, Charlie Kirk was compromised by Israel. And they say, oh, no, he wasn't. You just see both sides of everything, and whether, who knows what's true, you know? And you can read both sides and be in that echo chamber and be like, oh, I see how this makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem. That's a terrible problem. Well, also,
it'd be great if you had one news source that didn't partake in any of the gossip and only gave you the facts. Name one outlet that was. I can't find it.
Well, you can because once they started this 24-hour news cycle, and you had to sell ads, and then it turned into what it's turned into. When I was a kid, you thought that the news was like almost a fourth branch of government. You know, to throw checks and now I look back, they were bullshit back then. Bullshit back then. You know, so it's like, you don't know what's going on, but I don't know, man. I saw them as long as someone's making money off shit, but real fucking I don't know. I disagree. I might disagree with you on that.
Now, it's not going to be sensationalized like it is right now. People are making money off of it, but man, it's a big deal. Big deal.
And to be honest, I haven't seen one clip of him being, race, hateful, I guess I should say. Whatever you want to say politically, like whoever shot him, they're gonna make a whole bunch. I think you said there's gonna make a whole bunch of other Trump shirts. There's gonna be more Trump shirts because, I don't know, that guy was kind of one of a kind, man. The only thing I know, he was a star. Yes. The only thing I know is the videos I would see of him would be like he's just sitting across from like, or at some rally and he would go up to the microphone and be like, let me finish. It was just like, he was about the open debate. But the thing that's getting me is I have seen a lot of videos of what is it, if they're real or not, who knows at this point. No, I know. But a lot of, like, I've seen a couple videos of him being like, it doesn't matter what your race is, what your sexual orientation, you should just be happy and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, where's all this stuff? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like, well, where is this?
Listen, I'll be glad. I follow Charlie, like, subscriber, listen to all his shows. Eric, he was such a good dude. There'd be like he's super religious. So there'd be like a transfers that come up and you can tell they weren't doing well and they'd be attacking him and like, hold on. You don't look like you need a hug. You don't look like you're doing okay. And he's like, forget this debate. Are you okay? And they'd be like, well, I'm having a tough time. He goes, I can tell you're having a tough time. He's like, we can talk after the show. Like, he was that good.
So it's like, listen, like, I'm fine with having whatever their opinion is on game. Yeah, you know what I mean? I get it. And then by the way, when somebody says religious, that doesn't always make me go, well, that must be a good person. More harm has been done to society because of in the name of religion. So, but we talk about just him as a person, how he was. That's, who knows? You know what I mean? That's what's the sucky part about this is, like, is it a low nut? Because now this is what I'm trying to say about conspiracies. We don't know nothing, right? Because I've seen shit online where there's like army people talking about. That's not a hard job. Well, I understand what I'm saying. So what do you mean?
There's a Discord with over 20 people involved.
On what?
The assassination.
Well, you're talking about the Charlie Kirk. Yeah, no, I thought that was already been wrong. He just means Discord already came out. I was like, no,
but he's no shooter. But people are aware of it. It was planned. Like, there's a lot going on. That's what they're dealing with right now. That's what
whatever the truth is, I hope it comes out. And I hope that everyone gets the leader of the FBI also said, yeah, I know. Exactly. That's the thing. You can't believe anything that's happened, so you can't talk. Yeah. The leader didn't go on Fox. He didn't go on MSNBC. He didn't go on CNN to tell the world there's nothing. But now we're going to believe that there's nothing. I don't know. I would say, Brandon, I can't believe. Like when you say, well, the FBI, I go, okay, yeah, I know. If anything, that FBI, well, they sucks. I just wish there was a way to know what the fuck was going on. And that's my point.
It really doesn't matter. A guy was shot. It's like it's like it's like even if 20 people are involved, it's like okay. There's more than 20 fucking terrible people on the left. Like okay. Well, does it matter? At the end of the day, does it matter?
I think it does matter in a way that, like, I hope it does shake people up in the sense of, like, you can't have political violence like this. I mean, this was what was happening in the 60s. It's like, it should be okay for people to disagree. It should be okay for people to be like across the aisle, being like, I disagree with you. Or, you know what I mean?
I think it gets worse. I think it gets worse. A lot of that's worse.
A lot of that is the media, though. If people make someone a villain,
Yep.
crazy people are going to
Refer to him as Hitler. That's what happened.
Well, I saw
Psycho that you believe is.
like Daily News guy, Jewish dude, Ben Shapiro. I saw Ben Shapiro. He was on Bill Barr show. He was like Daily Wire, and he was like saying like he was shocked because he was like, man, I've had a private security for 10 years. It was like and then I saw another thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but like Charlie Kirk, a bodyguard in his circle, was saying like, yo, we shouldn't go do this. It's like, imagine still having the courage though to be like, wow, you're gonna do this. Friends all the time. And you're like, okay, well, we're gonna go all the time.
honestly, I don't know how I gotta be honest, I don't know how it's gonna afford it. Like, I mean, Trump has had 2 Russian too. That's it? With how much? Take us out.
When you say
That's it that you know about.
Yeah. Sure. No, I understand that.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
So you said I looked up, I said, how many times somebody shot at a mom? 0. And there was one plot that they uncovered in 2017.
Those things are
I know, but I'm saying this idea that this idea in your head of what society tells you who's the good guys and the bad guys are, right? So the first black president in a country that has a lot of racism going on doesn't get shot at.
Well, what I'm saying is the
Republican president gets shot
What
at.
I'm saying is the media, how the media portrays Donald Trump. Whether you like him or not, that's, you know what I mean? And the
So
social
Rob was on
media,
the left aren't going to shoot their own. The right don't shoot. So of course it's
I mean, they both shoot, but yeah,
not true.
no, that's not true. Everybody shoots. You can't blame it on a side. I understand the left, the bubble hair, and I hate that way left shit just much. I do. It's just, it's just, I
hate the way. Let's call it that. You know what I mean?
It's all shit. It's so sad.
It's a bummer all the way around.
Everyone's doing social media is the problem. Always after the porn. It's the eyes of
That's my point.
No, social media is what all this motherfucking shit. Yeah, it's crazy.
Using it as a platform. And then it's, I hate that when you can fan the flames of a conspiracy just by putting certain things together, So it's like, that big video that's out about him. It's like, he's being on, like, Epstein was there's a blackmail plot, and,
It's like I just saw the thing about Netanyahu and how he turned to love from 150 million, and he said no.
I came from Candace Owens.
But that's what I'm saying.
but then there's even a thing that they're just saying that it could be, not even, they have this leftist whatever guy, but it could have been an even far righter than him who was mad at him for what he was doing, So it's like he's like, you're going away from the party now or whatever. So you know what I mean? Like if you're planning a conspiracy, how do you hide? Like let's say let's say you're a conspiracy theorist, you're going, okay, so how do you hide a conspiracy? Be a left, right. Well, let's make it a guy in the trans community. That sounds ridiculous. It sounds so it's either a lone nut or there's like something grander going on. But if you're on the left landing this, you go, who should we pin this on? Let's pin it on somebody who's dating a trans person.
Right.
It's so stupid.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? You know
what's wild is his own dad turned him in. His own dad turned him in as the sheriff. And then his dad turned down the 1.5 million reward. His dad said, no, donate it to Charlie's family.
Wow. I mean, damn. What did you guys think of it when you heard that? I thought to myself, oh my God, what did his dad turn down? Yeah. No. Turn this kid in.
It's the right thing.
This guy. It's so easy to do with him. You know, that's why you say it. I know. What I'm saying is like,
Listen to me, Jeffrey Dahmer, and I'm hiding.
it's tough. It's one of these things.
It's tough.
It's one of these theoretical things that it's like until you're in it,
You said,
you don't know what you're
that
gonna do.
you have to turn him in.
You don't know what you're gonna do. It's all, you know what I mean? People talk big on the internet on what they're gonna do. It's like that, you know, that trend when the lady was getting beat up on the Ukrainian lady. Everybody's on the team.
She got stabbed.
Did we talk about that? No. This is my thing, though. Everybody thinks they're Captain America when they're talking about it after. But if I was sitting there on that train with my wife and my kid, and this is happening, I don't know what I would do. You know what I'm saying?
I promise you, I would do something.
I don't know. That's in your DNA, man. You're benching 225. You know what I'm saying? I get that. You're a trained fighter. I get what you're saying. There's a courage.
I would just start doing crowd work. This guy with a knife.
You know what I'm trying to say, though? It's like, I just think it's all theoretical until it actually happens.
Yeah, of course.
Here's an awful subject. You know, I think that, like, they have all this stuff about cancer research and shit like that. I think the moment if cancer can be cured and you're not giving that away, you're a piece of shit.
No, you deserve help. HE double hockey.
You're a piece of shit. What if? Let me put that to you.
HE double hockey.
Let me put you in. Let's say, like, you have, like, you have some kind of mixture or some whatever, and you go get a blood test, and they tell you, oh my God, yeah, your blood. Sure. And then a pharmaceutical company comes and goes, no, pharmaceutical company goes, no, they come and they tell you, the pharmaceutical company comes and goes, we're going to give you $1, and you'll have 15% of profit from what we're going to do. What are you going to do then?
I understand it.
You know what I mean? Like, everybody can say, no, I'm giving it away.
Because you could rationalize it like, man, he's fucking awful. They're probably fucking up anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, you know what you're going to do, but it's like, you know what? I thought of this question about the scan rate. There's no way humanity could handle this. When I thought about the Ukraine question, I tell you something right now, I know 100% certain that Brendan would say what he was. He would have done something.
Oh, yeah.
And in my mind, I'd be like, this is the kind of guy you want with you. Like, yeah, in those situations.
Yeah. I mean, look, dude,
I'm going to be in a bar someplace, and some shit goes down, and Brendan's here, and I'm like, my boy. What's my boy? You know what I mean? And you want to be like that, you know. You got to go over there first and be like, does anybody have any weapons? You know, oh, close your ring. Okay, I'm just going to read. Let me get my cock ready just in case I get kicked in the nuts. And you go for it. Like, that's your thing, you know. My shit is like, I'm talking my way out of that shit.
That was still written.
I know. But then all the talk is like, everybody goes, well,
Well, you don't know what you do, but I mean, look, you know, if you're a heavyweight with a sheet, if you have that, you better do something. Otherwise, people are gonna be like, what the fuck? You did all that for nothing? You worked so hard.
somebody should just make that video.
Shut up. But talking about that, I know guys who are black belts or are have a big day, and they would still they would do it. Like I'll tell you right now, Brian's tiny and he's super fragile. Brian does something. Callan has that type of personality. He would have not stood for that.
Yeah.
Most society shouldn't. I would be willing to bet Eric you would do something. Told you this. I guarantee it.
It's tough. It all, I said, well, I think it, you know,
You guys are bitches and like run. Yeah. You see the ass like they kill girl.
I mean, you have a sense of like, that's tough. You know what I mean? God, it's like, I am, and it's like, I hate that there are people. That's why, remember that shit that happened in Florida? They changed the laws. All over the beach. People were filming this girl getting raped, and then they changed the law. They were like, no, you can't do that. You gotta do something. That law is called something to hack.
What's this? What's this next? Some girl farted?
Yeah, this is a question about what we do. Somebody from your house. This is a lady testing her reactions to a little palate
Is
cleanser.
Nick not with us? Did Nick pass away?
Yeah, Nick passed away.
I can't hear anything.
You don't need to.
Oh man, it was a big old
She would be shot. No, she didn't fart, but she would be shot. This guy, this beef would be going like this, watching her putting all her shit in the bag. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing? Wow, that is, dude, they're building in my area, so I live in a build area, so there's a lot of you know, but they had like, we had like a break-in, you know, because of the gates are open, all this kind of shit, right? But then I talked to my neighbor yesterday, and he was saying like, man, they closed one of the gates here because somebody stole one of the tractors. How did that happen? That had to be a broad daylight.
How counted?
It's just, I don't know. I was like, you're telling me that Brandon gave one of his wasn't it? So somebody stole one of the tractors they're using to clear the air, you know. Yeah, Brandon, so we got to see the way. They're trying to. All gas trucks,
Definitely a white guy stealing a tractor. That'd be my first.
Some company. They're a young black man, but yeah. When you have all these people, you have all these people that are probably not really that real. You know, call their cousins. You just call their cousins. Yes.
Yeah, who did that though? Like passing this tractor, they slipped it, man. They slipped it. It was a tractor.
Everybody. Also, the police chase with the tractor. The police chase. Shameless. Yeah. But how do you even sell that? Yeah, I know. How do you, are you just keeping it? Is it just in your garage? Like, yo, homie, check out
Marketplace. I see all sorts of shit on
the white market. Yeah, I don't know.
Facebook.
Market. Have you ever sold anything or bought anything on Facebook Marketplace?
All the time. I mean, literally once a week.
No, let's buy a car shit.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you pick it up?
I drive up and pick it up.
I don't want to do that shit.
I thought I was going to get robbed the other day. I went to a super seedy part of Austin. Just some, like, bunker garage or some wheels.
Yeah, I don't.
I leave my tracking on my phone.
Right. That'll make the guy not get you. Look at Brandon. If you look like that, that'll be more shit. Wow, that's.
I can guarantee the tractor didn't look like that though.
Yeah. Bill's probably one of the builder type of.
Yeah, the yellow ones.
Yeah. Make that shit red. Oh, I got so many cameras around my house. Yeah, dude, I have cards. I have cards on somebody else. I do. Yeah, I'm
Dude, we don't have criminals out here in Texas, but I did have 6 deer on my body score.
Where you think? You don't think there's no, learn how to ride them. Teach them how to ride them. Deer.
They're so fast. They're so fast.
Yeah, I saw 3 deer on my property a week ago, and I was just watching them, and they were just like looking at me, and bro, and it's like
yeah, they're so fast.
It's crazy. So, cats. Are you gonna hunt? Have you ever been hunting?
No, man. I've never been hunting. that's pretty cool, especially out here. I guess I kind of got to do it. I like animals.
Yeah. Hunt Brian. That's what Roby says to Running Man. We're going to go hunt. He said, we hunt. Just your ding dong.
You know, they open up a cage. Give me 3 minutes. It's time to put Brian out of his misery.
Give me some back to the ship. There's always a movie like that. I know.
Really brings to you or on an island. Somewhere in the world that happens.
Somewhere in the world that has happened, yeah. For sure.
Not when that's real. For sure.
They're like, you know, you think they're really. Well, bro, you saw this thing about, I talked about this on congratulations, you saw the thing about Sam Altman and fucking Tucker Carlson, what they were talking about. You see this? You know, like, your friend, the guy who was threatening to expose your company, ended up dying. And they're ruling it as a suicide. And Tucker Carlson is like, it certainly does not seem like suicide. And he's basically like, did you do it? And Sam Altman was like, you're and then Tucker Carlson is just like, and Tucker Carlson is like, oh, I'm not going to take your and you're like, yay, Lord. Hysterical. I'll send it to you guys. So, yeah, I will. Well, check me out. I'm going to be, well, probably already sold out, so I'm going to be with Rife. You know, don't put that, I got nothing on there. Take that down. But I got some other stuff coming up in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be in San Antonio and Austin with, you know, and then I'm still waiting for this movie to get announced. It's not announced yet. No, it's so annoying. I didn't say I couldn't say what it is off air. Yeah, you told me. Is it Home Alone 4? No, it's a gay. It's the first HIV case. What if you're just like, yeah, but that bandit on Home Alone 4. It's called Patient Zero. Yeah, I'll hear it. So I'm going to send it to you guys. I'll send it to you guys. You can watch it on your own time. Yeah. Is that it, dudes? Yeah. Later, fellas. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'll be in, Peace. I want to be in a bar someplace. Shit goes down and Brendan's here. And I'm like, Mom. You think you want to be like that, you know? He could go through their parts of that. Anybody have any weapons? No. Oh. Let's see. Looking at this. Eric, you looking skinnier, big dog. That shirt's getting baggier and baggier. Let's get it through. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, I just got to look at it better than off, bro. No, I'd be like this. Oh, okay. Taking a match punch. And Kurtz's shoulders are looking bigger, too. Look at you guys. Bro, yesterday was leg day, and I just kind of went with bro. So, I also did trap bar, so my shoulders are probably looking pretty tough right now, bro. Every day lifting. It's like you fell into my testosterone cream. I always do. I always incorporate my legs. I usually incorporate my legs into every workout. Yeah, and it doesn't work, right? It's a complete waste of time because you have legs of bird. No, I get stronger. So, yeah, but who cares though, right? Because there's no growth. No, there is. I see it. And if I see it, it's
I've known you forever. I've known you forever. You always had those stupid legs.
So I'm looking at my legs, bro, especially the upper part of it, here where my dick is, because that's really what's growing. And I'll tell you, I can tell they're growing because my dick looks slightly smaller than it could. But yeah, and then my calves, they're always gonna kind of do it. So, but you talk about calves, okay, forget it. When I'm talking about quads, I got a teardrop.
Couple raindrops.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Phil, did you watch the Charlie Sheen doc?
No, I haven't seen it.
How the fuck do you two miss that?
There's so much stuff on.
That boy is
I can see it now if I wanted to. He was on Bill Maher's show, and it was like they were talking about it. It made me want to watch it. I just haven't got to it. Sucker.
Oh, and I was like, yeah, like, cause I like Charlie Sheen. I'm the biggest fan of my wife the other night. We're just in bed. I'm like, fucking fall asleep. Neither one of us can sleep. His recall on his shit from when he was like 14 till now.
What was the tiger blood thing? What was that thing? He was like,
Since he has tiger blood, he doesn't really talk about that though. But you guys understand this. He talks about how, he was sober for like 8 years, and then someone started doing some crack. He was apparently shouldn't do it, so he relapsed. But when he was going through his horrible episode, like complete psycho addict, he said my patient reached out and was like, "Hey, you should do a tour." He was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I just got out of rehab." Like, yeah, you should do a tour. He's like, I need the money. Fuck him. He's like, what am I gonna do? I'm like, just tell stories, dude. They show the fan reaction to the show way worse than mine, dude. A fan goes. She gets out there and it's like, it's this lady. She goes, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel sorry for anybody that's bought tickets to the next city. He literally gets up there and mumble for an hour after fucking clue he's saying. And then you go to Charlie Sheen, he's like, yeah, I shouldn't have been up there. I was just taking the thing.
and Mike Tyson said it. You know what they should have done is had it clip them all and put up her reels and Charlie Sheen's crowd and stuff. Could you imagine if he was on TikTok with those mumbles? Just mumbling and shit.
Crush.
Yeah, Crush. I want to check that out.
It's worth a watch, especially when he talks about he's fucking so many women, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing dope, and then sometimes I'm gonna get the menu, and I like to flip it over, and the director's just him, he goes, what do you mean flip it over? He goes, fucking dudes.
I'll watch him. So he's addicted to fucking dudes.
Yeah, but he refers to it as flipping the menu.
Wow, see, to me that just means anything. You know what I mean? Not dudes.
He did so much drugs and stuff.
Yeah, it's just like he's one of the lucky ones that survived. You gotta, when you get to I mean, that guy's been famous for too long. He's hooked up for too long that he's fucked guys. That's just what happened. Well, I tell you what, who's gonna make this documentary is gonna start to come back for him. I guarantee you he'll be on a sitcom or something within a year. Maybe it'll be like some kind of like Larry David type of show where it's like, maybe it's just him. You know what I mean? But, he's gonna be bad. And hold on a second. Does he have HIV? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he does. But now he's doing shit now. That's what he talks about. He talks about that. And dude, he was married to Denise Richards in her heyday.
Yeah, she was in her heyday. She was one of the hottest people of all time. She hottest creatures. Did you see the thing where her husband is talking about how dirty his house is, or their house is? It's so funny.
I missed that episode.
I don't know. It was on viral yesterday or something. But dude, I'm so confused why it's even defined. Because he's complaining about how Denise Richards is so messy. And she's not in the house, but he is. And he's like, look at this room, look at that room. And then he goes downstairs and he's like, and look at this room. And the guy, the husband's family is living there. His mom, his dad, his brother. And you're like, okay, well, yeah. 7 of you clean it. One of the 6 of you clean it. It doesn't make any sense.
He also has adopted like this.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. Right. But like,
He'll tell have two girls, and then his other wife is also hot now. His ex-wife, she was a crackhead, but they have two twin boys.
I know anything about her. She was on Housewives or something that Rachel watching. That's the Rothschild was? Yeah. The Mexican Starship Troopers? Yeah, I know what I'm saying. The Mexican house down. The Mexican house heaters everywhere. Like it's a song. I mean, that's quite disgusting. But, like, hold on, I think what's clean it up. This is crazy. Just clean it up. Why are they releasing theirs? I don't know. They're still married. Like, this is what I don't know. What's he trying to do? It's what I don't know. What's the game plan? Well, this must be. This must be. I think there are reality shows. Why?
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
that's the only reason. But like, she's still on TV. Yeah, she's a billionaire. Okay. You got your whole family there. Fucking clean up, bro. Yeah. Right?
Life's been tough on her, though. Her face, age like.
Well, I think that's what happens when you get a lot of fucking work done. Yeah, I think not if you're fucking Caitlyn Jenner. Get some, but I think all those old talks, yeah, no, is gonna start coming out. Get some, start to look crazy. You get some work done. I just don't think you get too much. It's just looking bad. At a certain point, you find out somebody's age. You kind of like, well, you should look this up. I know. It's like when you see a really old guy with jet black hair dye. What are you doing? That shit looks crazy.
Yeah, but if I'm doing structures, I'm looking at fucking Kim Kardashian's mom, and I have her money, and I'm going, get the name of that company.
Sure, I understand.
So I don't look like the fucking Tales from the Crypt.
I guess so, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand that, except for doesn't it take differently at different people take it differently? But it's like, you know,
skin, bro. Skin.
No, that's not true. Well, some skin, but some people, I mean, you know, whatever J-Lo's doing, get that doing, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She soaks in baby blood. Yeah, that's tough.
It's also, what do you call it? And it's like, you can't get it all done at once. You can't, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever. Right, probably. Yeah, but some people just like, you see people with derms. Like, it's like, it's not good. What I'm just saying is, like, it's not just like you're saying. Sometimes you just, this is what you look like. Yeah. And I think most of the people lean into it.
You know what fucks you? The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends, grew up together now. Like they're from some criteria. And they shoot Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10 to 8. He's fighting fights 10 to 8.
I don't think, how old is he? That's what an old guy
looks like. Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
Go to how old he is. For him.
Because unless your face is always in the wind, you don't look like that.
He might live on a farm or something. He's always getting in the sun. He just looks like he got a lot of sun damage.
I know it's good for some that doesn't.
That looks good for some. I mean, there's people like
no, go this bullshit. Go to even the King Dog when he has no makeup. He's chilling in his backyard. You're like, hurt you. It might be you under your skin.
It does look like he's sexy.
There you go.
Wow. I don't agree, bro. Yeah. I don't think he's ever looked good. Like, people look at him when he was young, bro.
Sean Penn? How dare you?
I don't think he
used to be a dog. Chris and Kay.
I think he's always looked good. God, but that tiger blood thing, that moment, whatever that was so monumental. Wasn't. Unreal, bro.
He says he can't even go back and watch like those clips and videos because he's like, dude, I was high off my ass. I'm so embarrassed. And the one thing you learn in the doc, his dad is awesome. He's had such a good dad. Such a good dad.
You know, I met Charlie Sheen once, but I saw Emilio Estevez No, yeah, really. I saw Emilio Estevez the other day at a coffee shop in West Lake. Working behind the counter. No, but you look at him and it's just like, this fucking guy Emilio Estevez.
Why is it his name Emilio She?
You know, dude, it's my moms and dads and shit. If people fight, it was worse.
Let's take a little break, kids, because football is back. Thank God. So is your shot at big wins with DraftKings Big Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. From breakout rookies to lead QBs. Unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Here's the kickoff bonus. New to DraftKings customers get 50 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Right? This season, play your player instincts. You guys know the game. Why not make a little money? Download the DraftKings Big Six app now. Use the code GOLDEN. That's golden. Play just 5.50 Big Six bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. Partnership with DraftKings Big Six. The ground is yours.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Big Six not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Big Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at big6.draftkings.com/promos.
Okay, Brendan, are you going to be ready for the, what's it called? The Eds, the Ed Games.
Coming out. Oh, I watched the trailer this morning.
Yes.
You guys know about Ed Games?
Yes, I saw the trailer 2 days ago. I didn't know about him. And then I looked it up, and I was like mortified. Like, my God. That's a dark I can't fucking right there, man. This guy was...
And the director of it's Ryan Murphy.
He's great.
Dollars.
Yeah.
But someone can fly.
It makes the musical, I'm gonna kill you. The weirdest part about that to me is the casting. That's super long casting. Charlie Hunnam.
It's just like, where they missed out on it? Bro, hey, you know where they dropped the ball on this? By far they dropped the ball on the casting. How the fuck Brian Callen is in Ed Game?
Yeah, that's
Brian looks identical to the real life Ed Game.
Yeah. No, this guy looks like Ed Games. Charlie Hunnam looks like Ed Games. Nothing like Ed Games. Take her straight.
No, he looks like Brian Callen.
That doesn't look interesting. That's what he was. Oh, look at this young picture of him right there. They're gonna put the makeup on. I don't. Yeah, to the right of it. I think the casting is crazy. Disagree. He looks enough like him. But the dude that played Tom is
That game take that
6 inches shorter than the real Jeffrey. No. I think that I don't even necessarily mean the look. I mean, Charlie Hunnam is a weird choice all around. Like that game to me is like a swirly. That guy, he looks like a man. This guy, and it feels like a man. It feels great. That game doesn't.
You're really gay today, Chris. You're really gay. Take it down a notch, bud.
This guy,
I just take it down a notch, bud.
I'm interested to see this. I don't know if we're going to find another one of these guys, but this guy's
More fighting like 100 years ago.
But that's true. But it is so stupid how they're promoting it like before there was power. It's serial killing. I know it's not like, but I didn't even realize how many originals inspired so much. That's
Jackie
crazy.
Robinson of serial killers. He's the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. Show a little fucking respect. Hopefully.
What are you talking about? No, I want to see it.
I can't fucking wait. Ryan Murphy doing, this.
He misses. But he misses
American Horror Story? Shut your fucking face.
Yeah, every other season of American Horror Story, I'm like, I'm out. I actually haven't watched it.
No.
Ryan Murphy. Which one was good? I love Ryan Murphy. But don't say he doesn't mix. That's crazy.
What's he mad?
The OJ one was terrible. The OJ one.
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
OJ one was
OJ one was awesome.
bad. Talk about bad casting.
Versace.
Versace was amazing. Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me, I think Versace.
Oh,
And
Rachel do the Hernandez one?
I didn't see that one. No.
I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad.
Versace and Skinny Hop was the other one. The Monsters one was pretty good. Twins.
Oh, you're talking about the Hernandez, bro. Oh, super good, dude. They tell me that's not great.
The gayer the better. That's true. The gayer the better. Make it super good. Make BTK and make him fucking man and make it mostly about not civilian fucking.
Brought to you by Brian Murphy.
Dude,
So I don't know if that was, when's that coming out? When's that coming out?
October 3rd. October 3rd.
oh shit. That's good. That's good. That's when I go to Europe. That's when I go to Europe. Get your tickets at chrisley.com. I'll be in London. I'll be in a bunch of different areas. I'll be in Florida also before I go. And after I go, I'll be coming to Sweet McAllen, Texas and Waco, Texas. But go to chrisley.com and get your tickets. I'll let you.
Chris, when you're in England, you should go on the Jack the Ripper tour.
Oh, maybe I will. Yeah, I'm going to London, but I think I'll be in London for like 1 day. I'll be in Amsterdam for a few shows. I'm selling tickets in Amsterdam and stuff. But yeah, I'm in Syracuse over there. I don't even know. Kansas City, Missouri. Jackson,
Syracuse in November.
It'll be nice for one. Detroit in December.
Detroit in December. Jesus Christ.
Bro, I mean, you gotta go somewhere, right? I'm not gonna go to Florida. I'm going to Florida. Jacksonville, right there, right before it. Yeah, you guys. Right. You watch it? I'm married. I gotta watch it.
Did you see how she finally Jasmine told Chino that she was pregnant on the show?
She wanted to open marriage.
They have she wants an open marriage, okay? And then she gets pregnant from the other guy. Part of the rules is everyone knows it's going to happen. No, but I think, you know what, we don't really know what's going on when the cameras are not on, because the dude wouldn't have sex with his wife, right? Like, I don't, because she was so mean. Well, he was addicted to her. So mean. Yeah, but he was like, with that other girl, like, he was going to be happy. You should follow him. Start a podcast. You should follow him on Instagram. He's like, he's doing good.
Do you guys think that,
Oh, no, that guy's the worst. That bald guy, he's out kicking his coverage. And of course, he's cheating.
what do you guys think about watching porn and what it does to people? What do you guys think about that? What does it do? Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so do you think it's ruining society like a lot of people think? No, because it's society.
It's like alcohol.
Society was
What the fuck you doing?
Like it came out last week.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm just.
It's also the least of our problems.
No, I understand, and I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just, you see a lot of stuff online where it's like, oh, the degradation of, you know what I mean, of mankind is awful because of OnlyFans, whatever. Obviously, that's the extreme.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like, porn's been around for so long.
I've been jacking it forever.
If it's gonna ruin society, you put it out on it. And actually, now we just level up. You know, so now
No, but it is way more accessible.
I understand what I'm saying. I think it's always been accessible.
Not
the last 20
less
years. The last 20 years.
Now,
Like this one there, I think the last 20 years. Just as successful.
It's arrogant has been.
And then now you have OnlyFans. So now anybody can make their own porn. And then we're gonna go into the AI where anybody can literally make their own porn and make it whatever you want. So there will be here.
count down the days.
Advent. There will be, there literally will be just live in that, you know, hedonistic world with the goggles on, just getting sucked all the time.
Yeah, they're called
No, I understand that, but there will.
touch your ass, touch tits.
So I just wonder if it'll create some sort of like thing where that will be the world for them, and there will also be the real world, and maybe we won't even have to deal with those people lives.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Right now, you do have to deal with people who are But nowadays, or when that happens, you may not be. I don't think they watch it.
No, they watch porn. That's why they're upset.
What if you like a pervert things like AI? Count on your AI, underage AI that you make. And it's like you wait, but you wait, and you think like she's gonna be 18. That's how weird it's gonna get. It's weird when you see it like there's OnlyFans people that like they just can't do OnlyFans. It's so weird. But hey, right, so there are girls that are like, oh hey, today's the day I can do it. And, oh yeah, and they fuck out. Yeah, like yeah, it's whatever. No, she did that. She did that, but there's another girl that just like, and it's like, oh my god, I saw this video. It's a podcast. I don't know who this girl is, but she always has these like OnlyFans girls on, and she hit the phone. She's, how much did you make? $60,000, whatever it is. And then she looks at the camera. You all are perverts. You guys. And I'm like, what? Wait, that's they can be the guys who do that can be perverts. But then do not blink when someone goes wrong. It would be like you have a drug dealer on the podcast. He goes, yeah, what's so much money it makes with selling drugs? And they look at the camera and he goes, oh, drug users are terrible. Yeah. What? This person has no responsibility in this at all? No. Yeah, no, of course not. Not
Can you talk about how much these OnlyFans girls make? Is it still popping like that, or is it only about like 5?
No, it's just like no, it's really like I saw an article about this. The average OnlyFans is $1,300 a year. This is a very small percentage of the girls that are making all this money, and it's like so it's not even really like a lot. You know what I mean? It's not a lot.
It's in the top 1%.
Yeah. But there's girls in there making like whatever. But I'm just saying, this is like what I mean. Look, they're bad as fuck. Maybe they can promote it. Bad as fuck. Some of the ones that you see making the most money, that's just bad as fuck. Sometimes I don't even get it. Like,
Let's see the top 5 just for research purposes. Who's the top 5?
This stuff's never right though.
Dude, all of them are awesome.
Go up there. Sophia Ray. I know Bellator. She's all over the internet. All they talk about is all this money that goes out. Oh, that's how. Yes, I did see that. Yes. That's what I said. I know you know who that is. Yes. What is this? Yeah, go down. I don't know what this is. What is this? What's the other list?
The guy Auto be fucking.
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, but this is my whole point. Look at this list. This ain't bad. This ain't regular chicks. This ain't the girl from Coffee Bean. Sophie Ray girl, right? I know, but still, she bad. Yeah, okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know, but that's just the one. The rest of them are like Bellator, super famous actress. And here's Ilya, famous rapper. Is she bad, Sophie Ray?
Sophie Ray, what does she do? It's $43 million.
That's the one I'm pretty sure that's the one that I was texting with my buddy about. He was there and he saw her die. And he said, it's true. Because I was like, come on, it can't be true. And he's like, dude, I promise you. Let me see. It looks like it can't be fake. Well, no, I mean, I guess it could, but not. I mean, at that point, oh. Hey, this is strictly for research.
Well, she just made $1,003,000.
So that's, yeah, I mean, $3 million.
She's cool. Yeah, $3. She's cool. What does she do besides being made out of angel skin?
Go down. See all like this. See like this. What's a bad? I don't know what is she. What's a bad?
She do on her OnlyFans.
I
think it's the, I don't know. I said she just fucked Choppa.
I just fucked Nelly Choppa. Is that a cute woman, right? That woman. Down. Look, use your eyes. There you go. Oh, these are all. But what I'm saying is making that kind of money.
Does anyone subscribe to her shit that we know? Like, when she's sucking dick on a gun, I hate to see that.
Slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Daled, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow. We'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, "Let me give back to the community," and he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took trumasim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the tumah there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act. He took turmeric, spread them around, and by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can't walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He said Rav Shimon Bar Yochai was matayr a beis hakfaros, a graveyard. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, "How can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friends with respect. She'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect." He looked at him and he killed him. And Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Erev Shabbos, a person should go into his house and ask his family, "Iser." The Gemara says he must say it. You should say calmly. If you want to listen, you don't yell, you don't dictate. You talk calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, "Do you make an eruv techumim?" That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're kind of shvisa, as if you are dwelling there in Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, erev techumim is l'oraisa. Even if you don't hold erev techumim is l'oraisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah. There's a meparfer in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, "Hadliku is on there, like the Shabbos candles for Shalom Bayis." Bein hashmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be the day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain tevel fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over is deraisa. However, you're allowed to take a meiser from an amaretz that it's only a chumrah derabbanan that you have to take another time meiser, and you're allowed to do eruv chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chatzeres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if both own that yard together. They can carry their own shots. You could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered vashal. The Gemara says that the same person, a person, does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmashas as two different days. How? For instance, a person makes an eruv for his friend. Now, an eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmashas, the dog came and ate the eruv. No more eruv. We say the eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmashas is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmashas, but the eruv must be on Friday. So we say no, this is considered Friday, and it goes into nighttime, and then his dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmashas is Friday and Ben Hashmashas is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmashas is a suffix. And since this is Erev D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough. You might light the fire. But Ben Hashmashis, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmashis. Because Ben Hashmashis, the Derech Cloud, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmashis is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% right. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's bad. But if the horizon is red and it is red, that's where the machas is. That top to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that come? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Ben Hashmashis lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmashis is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav sees an emission. It's not carried, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a carry, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes tar at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission in Hashmashis Sunday night? And then he sees another emission Monday night Ben Hashmashis. Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmashis is only Sunday and Ben Hashmashis is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyas because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmashis is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Ben Hashmashis is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's coming, he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Ben Hashmashis. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah which lasted from Sunday to Monday, and he's also a Zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. Have a wonderful day.
It's like a dog, and they dress it up, in a scene. I would do. That's what it is. It's just with your things, though. But it would be like a scene from the movie.
Yeah, that's what I do with Ryan's balls.
You know what I mean? Like you just like
Just his balls.
you just show your name and then play a scene. The sound from the car.
Yes.
I like that. So, I'm like with that. Yeah, but to answer your original question,
Shabbos, Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eina Grufa Ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rabbi says that a person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both asur? In fact, it's a machlokes. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shagig and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mezid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mezid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're cooking action. You're cooking with your hands. You're leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brayso that differentiates between shagig and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Nachman Bar Yitzchak, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shagig and mezid are asur to eat if you left it on the flame from before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So they said even when it's by accident, also to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is there were two periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's usher to eat. And the brisa that says you're allowed, when it was by accident, was for that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi, they still hold you could do shihiyah, you could leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what could I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's day. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel, you could do shihiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa tuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kiyah. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chachamim and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is awesome. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat it. Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, let's say you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chult off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on and he needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you let him put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you put it back on the flame. And there is a machlokes what Abai says. According to one lashon, Abai says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Abai is that Abai said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're not allowed to put that pot back on the flame? We're not taking it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now, we're talking about a pot that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashu kvava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as as real fuel. Rav Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of the tanner. I can't put the food inside the tanner or on top, or I can put it on the side. I argues and says tanner is so extreme, the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanner. And in fact, there's a brisa that says exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also to be soima on the tanner. A kuba. It's in between a kira and a tanner. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pan. So it's hotter than a kira, and it retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanner. And therefore, straw as the food, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives, or pits, it's also used. Halacha is always in tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tough. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created instead of one, and therefore it remains tumah. Whereas a kupa only has one burner, so regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. A wonderful day.
I've seen a lot of videos of kids, I'm like, well, where's all this stuff they're talking? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like, well, where is this? Listen, I'll be kind. I told Charlie, subscribe.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Ches, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa Derais and he's Chai B'chatas. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemar Malacha. Even though it's not completely cooked, that's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're chai. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ain bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing. And Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies. If you cook in the sun, everybody that's mutter. Not the derech bishul, that's not how people. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody that's usher midiraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking of the sun we said is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's a machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing that was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, you confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzera. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzera. Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes of coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and you're a for guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa Derais. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern there. According to the Ran, we're not talking about sand, we're talking about something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. So Brisa says you let to boil an egg on a rooftop. because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a whole Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. Chacham said that's also. L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. You more understand that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no raya from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, Rav, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, back, and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beisila, you're allowed to do so even with water that was, according to Beishamai, if you heated up the water. For food, you got to add a little bit, a yantif, for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. Everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, you have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Rabbi that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water, it says if you heat it up on Shabbos and it's asur to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. Or if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man omar is a compromise, you go like that man omar. However, it's possible that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a price. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, that if you had a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise, is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta, the kuli makloni. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, the halacha is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shua and Rabbi Elazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the halacha is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
There's a black male fly, it's like I just saw the thing about that Yahoo and how he tried to look him up, and he said no, and that's saying that it could be, not even, they had this leftist, whatever guy, but it could have been an even far righter than him, who was mad at him for what he was doing, So it's like, he's like, you're going away from the party now, or whatever. So,
Shabbos Daf Mem, the two versions in Rav. Rav says that you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that. They say the only way you can bathe yourself is wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain that the Rebbe just telling us how to do it. It's like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rab, because those brises say the only way to bathe yourself is Hanav Yodav Ragla, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Bar Nachmani, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb. Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rab said, besides three things. We had it in the beginning of the Sefta. You're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rab says you can. Rab says you could light a ner Chanukah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav Paskin, like Reb Shimon B'Greira, that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rav is, I don't know like that. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rav didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halach is not like Rav. The halach is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. The foolish Rabbi, just like Shmuel, that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav Yodav Ragla. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another pshat is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trapped the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you could do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the thing like you said in the Haggadah, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on, and they even took a shower with hot water with the Rashi, but they made sure with wood. Chacham say you don't cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gemara that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself water on Shabbos. The first step was there was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat on Shabbos. Some say it explains they added extra coat before Shabbos, so there's a problem of chitui. So they said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. Rabbi Yonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, we were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Hamitfera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third zero. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Hamitfera, when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Hamitfera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand the Xeris, they weren't able to accept the Xera. So they said, Hamitfera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Xera. And you see from here that a person who's over on a derabana, on this Xera, is considered an avarion. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an avarion. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, to pour cold water on your body and then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it's out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem. That if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh is that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where Tziyatzi Leda's hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Zaman says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not. Now, what about oil? The Tanakh doesn't mention oil. So Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef say that according to the Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mavashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another two shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatsi Ledes is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it. Make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Nachman? They're saying the same thing. Basically. You're not going to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Nachman Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm. The shino, even to la'achar with the side of your hand. According to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's Yatsi Ledes, it's also to warm up, and if it's not Yatsi Ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does it in the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse of Chamei Tveria, and warm it up. And Rabbi said, you're not allowed to do that. You can take three sheni, water that's clean, fill up another clean, and then you put it into that. So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from it. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into klisheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He was in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing it, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rabbi in the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him. And Rabbi said that is usher, that's the Shui Gumas, that's considered Baina. Because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in this. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I know. How do you think we just keep it? It's just in your garage. Like, yo, homie, check out. Marketplace, I see all sorts of shit on the white market. Yeah, I don't know. Facebook. Market, have you ever sold anything or bought anything on Facebook Marketplace? All the time. I mean, literally once a week. No, once a week. But you're buying car shit, huh? Yeah. Yes, how do you pick it up? I drive up and pick it up. I don't want to finish. I thought I was going to the other day. Yeah, I leave my tracking on my phone. Right. That'll make the guy not like I read it.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them have to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which he said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of the Chavesh Shayatin. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool. They're different than a river, which gradual incline. So it's obvious that's mutter. Shan Rashi Yidudei, it has it looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. The different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his private parts. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is usher. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, he explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Baleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own life. They don't think about somebody else's wine yain nesach. There's no concern. So too over here. The Bavo was walking on the bank of the river, therefore his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirurim. The third story about Reb Zera is, Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about Klei Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a Zera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. But he said, let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda, and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchatz. Beis HaMerchatz, you're not allowed to talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchatz. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my Nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in Beis HaMerchatz and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchatz. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of merchatz, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchatz itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchatz, you need to let it penetrate through the oil. The halakha is about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you walk for amas, your food starts decaying, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. So the person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that. It's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of nikah. And this is the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, a vessel called a muliyah, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did grufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this hira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. It would have this compartment in order to ensure that the hira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a carte. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moist. Since this hira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore, it's also to drink on Shabbos. It's a double layer, double decker, similar to the muliyah. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. So also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Barmas in the Chad, the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. Put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. And we say that is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm the water, we hold like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's definitely going to happen, we don't know that it's going to happen, therefore it's mutter. The pilot shot is, you have the water. You remove this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount to be added to that pot would be also because we hold it. Rabbi Yehuda, the Rosh Gavin is also. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas, when you put the amount of water needed, cannot be inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halacha, in a malacha gufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha gufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's asur. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Dav Shein Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say in our days a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk again less than 4 amas. That's his Midrabanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
Just tell stories. Dude, they show the fans reaction to the show way worse than mine. Dude, a fan goes. She gets out there, and she's like, this is lame, and she goes, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel so bad. He gets up there and mumble for an hour. I don't know fucking who to say. And then they go to Charlie, and he's like, yeah, I should have been up there, man. I'm just taking them. Did they add Mike Tyson's dad?
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. Yisham might say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into that's mutter because you're not cooking the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kriyushayin. It's heated directly, and therefore cold water in hot water is asur, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also asur. But there was a havamina that Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath; he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no match between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admit that you cannot pour even hot water to cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a basin, even though it's for washing, you need really hot water. It doesn't have halacha like an ambatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni, kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatzei Ledus, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like Chazanish or 114.8 like something I'm an about, and therefore I could pour cold water into the bottom. Wasn't makbid when it came to sheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says ma'ara kitan. You could pour from a flask of cold water directly into klisheni hot water. It says if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so that you're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Yehuda is more maker. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice can cook is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spice. It will cook even in a cliche. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees to Rabbi Chia in the second lashon. And that's why Teza says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken. You're not allowed to take a kli, put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been involved with the kli make chana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg. People won't crush it. The Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that if it's hatzalah mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzalah mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we'd have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzalah mitzuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do trumas and meisers on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. To say that it's talking about hatzalah mitzuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzalah mitzuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
It's also what do you call it? Upkeep. It's like you can't get it all done at once. You know what I mean? It's like, J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever. Right, probably. Yeah, but some shit that happens. Some people just like what I'm just saying is like you're saying, sometimes you just this is what you look like. Yeah. I think some people leave it to a function. The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends, grew up together in Malibu, where the fuck they're some rich area. But they show Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10-8.
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. Rav Chizda, that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rabbi Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and smoked it. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So the Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a bag full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took trumas and meises from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, l'chayr, is muktzah. Says Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took trumas and meisers on Shabbos, he'd be yaitza. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah Daf Mem Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks have no mamashas. They're not visible. So the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's not halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben Hashmos. Then we say, Migdal Skatsoy, Ben Hashmos, it's Skatsoy the Kuliyayim. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Rav Chisda. He says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Hold that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah, to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. You must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with tzorech mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was sitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down where the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. They carry a lot of force, a lot of power. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with a kli that you started carrying with a heter of the tzorech mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelas, or reed, and put it on top of small stones. But the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelas and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. The non-muktzah, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelas? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. You might understood that's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives so to sustain the bees over the winter. Any puppy is going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. The winter or the summer, we're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey, so therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'im iskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit really hot from the sun, so they bring reed, they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift it, and then they walk away, and the mace remains. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin HaMeis. The first eitzah is to use kikar v'tinoi. You use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tiltum and atzad. He holds that it's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying. Therefore, that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and tinoi, that's not a problem. If you don't, well, there's a mando omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead. No concern about the dead person on the eraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we let him just do tiltum in the rabbanon and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that you're allowed to do so. Rabbi Shimon says, final halacha for today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished. According to Reb Shimon, he doesn't hold Mikvah's Katzoi Ben Hashmoshes, it's Katzoi L'Kul Yom, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Versace? Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me, I think Versace. And I didn't see that one, no. But I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad. Versace
Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda hold of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil and ash residue. It's disgusting, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. If it's brand new in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mius, and therefore he allowed to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains the Havamina of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar asur. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Rameir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since a flame is asur, therefore, Migul diskatzoi ben hashmasho is diskatzoi l'kul yom. The concept, since it becomes a muktzah during ben hashmasho, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that issue remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of ben hashmasho. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept migid is katzoi ben hashmashos, it's katzoi l'kul yom, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. This doesn't fit so well. It says avol, a small candle is asur. Avol, even a big one is, it should say small, large. There's no according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why do you say avol? Mar Zutra prefers the set goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a large candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Reb Shimon doesn't hold the concept migid is katzoi ben hashmashos, it's katzoi l'kul yom. But in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Reb Shimon agrees in this case, migid is katzoi ben hashmashos, it's katzoi l'kul yom. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Reb Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Reb Shimon bar Yochai, holds like his father, Reb Shimon, in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur, migid katzoi ben hashmashos, katzoi l'kul yom. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Zer says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not mos, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because katzoi ben hashmashos is katzoi l'kul yom. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashos, then according to them, it's mutter to be metallic. Mar talks about a bed. Similar to a table, one wants to put money on a bed. So Mar says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, I want this bed to put money on, all in his head. But in addition to getting it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Tosfos points out it's even asur to move with sort of gufay miklaymak. Typically, muktzah klish malachil is it's a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, where you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muksa machmas gufa. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Ben Hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. A very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, they see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during Minhas Shabbos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Reb Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel and has no connection to the wagon. And there, if Tum, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tum goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tum doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha: if a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels up because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a base of cars over a table. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, that's halacha that the Gemara brings as a question. If there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibul kli, if the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rab goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rab goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the kula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rab, you can however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
And then you take it, and you're kind of shocked at first. It just goes from 2 to 11 so quick. That's fun. But yeah, it's the best workout. We have a gym so we worked out together. Yeah. He gets after it. He does. He pushes. I mean, even when we shot American Primeval, he was his little garage setup. Cold plunge, steam room, he's got it.
Shabbos daf mem hey. Rab holds like Rabbi Yehuda and muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah and the times of Chabarim. Chabarim were people that allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light a menorah and was scared that Chabarim would catch him, after Ben Hashmashos, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. B'shas Chak is a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to emergency like the Chabarim, they lie on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and grapes, figs that are set out to dry. Because for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions. The chiyuv b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy lachilo, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're directly dying. You're saying,
what's going on, pimp?
Rabbi Yochanan says when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called
lasagna.
Mitzvah.
That's not what I said. I'm back again.
Oh, okay, how are you?
Yeah, are you sleeping? I don't want to bother you.
No, baby, I'm slaying a dick like it's going out of style. You want to hear what I'm doing? Do you want to hear what I'm doing?
Yeah, I do.
I'm taking over the world, baby. All right, so you got it. All right. Okay, so I'm going to give you, like, the backstory, so pay attention. I'm going to go viral for, like, 4 years. And I thought it would take me, like, 90 days. I figured somebody streaming their life 24/7, that's got to be attractive to the internet. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of the pandemic, and I didn't realize a few things. One, it's very difficult to get an audience if you start with nothing. Two, you get banned for things. And you get banned, you have to start all over. And three, there's just so much competition. So I started by like just spamming on YouTube, and I lost a bunch of YouTube accounts. Then I started spamming like a little while later, like years later, basically on Twitch or on Twitter. I created 2,000 Twitter accounts, and just I have this strategy that I would just follow people. Just follow. But I didn't have them going anywhere because I hadn't created the Discord yet. And people had told me, you should start a Discord, but it's very difficult. I don't know if you've ever started a Discord, but like you don't have anybody to have in there. And it's really difficult to convince like random individuals, hey, join my Discord. It's got 4 people. It's very, 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 very difficult. So then I started spamming Kick last year and made some traction with that. But Kick isn't that big. It's like one Twitch. And then I started spamming this platform known as Blue Sky. And Blue Sky, like on every platform I've been on that I spam, I get pretty well known, but it's just hard to get. That's how I've gotten 2,000 people in here. I mean, that's really good. So, and I've gotten some bigger influencers, people with 60,000 followers, or their Kicks or Twitch partner. I ran into an issue with Blue Sky, and they basically like shut me down. Then I went back to Kick, and I was just spamming there. Then I went back to Twitch, and it was just like I wasn't getting the momentum that I wanted. To give you an idea, on an average day, I get like maybe 1 or 2 people to join the Discord, maybe 3, but 1 or 2 of them leave. That's just how Discord is. But then I developed this strategy recently that changed the game. That got me like 15 people in the Discord, 13 people in like 24 hours. And the way that I've gotten more than that over the course of time, but usually it means that somebody bringing all their friends in, and it's from multiple routes. This one has basically just been from Twitter. And what I did, so I make these robots, and the thing about the robot is all the timing has to be really perfect, or else it doesn't work. And also, Twitter is, what CAPTCHAs are? They're like the anti-bot.
I do.
Yeah, and they're a pain in the ass on me. But I have realized that Twitter hasn't shut off their CAPTCHAs, but have reduced them very much so that I can automate what I do. Now, they don't tell you what their weaknesses are. So if you go in and you just with an account just press the like button on everything that you see, you'll be able to do that for like 100 times, and then it says whoa, 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 cool down. Okay, and if you have a brand new account and you comment under someone, they just do what's called notification silencing, basically shadow banning. Nobody's gonna ever see what you ever wrote, even though it looks like it works to you. To the other side, to the general public, they won't be see it. However, there's a strategy that I realized that's known as it used to be known as retweeting, but it's reposting now. I don't want to say unlimited, but like until they ban your account. Now, what would happen to me previously is I would like someone, I would repost them, I would comment on them, and my accounts would get banned. And I didn't know how to program the robot. Well, I knew how to program it to like be cyclical so that it just created a new account all over again. But then I would have to do a CAPTCHA. And I always got stuck on the CAPTCHA because the CAPTCHA is it's very difficult to solve in an automated fashion. You basically need a human to do it. That's why they have them. But and in addition, Twitter's CAPTCHA is by far the hardest CAPTCHA ever. And the reason why isn't because the one or two puzzles are so difficult, but if you do it a lot, they make you do 20 CAPTCHAs. And that takes like 20 minutes to do. I mean, it takes a long time. And you have to get them all right. And if you're wrong, you have to do it all over again. So it just became like, I'm just forget Twitter. But recently I started back up again, and I found a way that Twitter is not forcing me to do CAPTCHAs, which is absolutely fantastic, which is how I got, 13 people in here without really even trying. And so I have programmed, the bots get programmed, but they're not like 100% complete. There's insurance I have to do on them to make sure that, like Twitter still puts things in there that can cause issues. Like they'll make you do a Cloudflare, like you got to click a box. Or there are some, but I can get past those thus far. So I just am sharing with you that I think I really do. I say this a lot, but I think this is the strategy that I'm going to use to go viral. It's just it's gotten me some great people in here. It's not just people have joined the server. They've joined the server and talked to me. And they're like, I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, you reposted my post on Twitter. What is this all about? And and since I've only been doing it 24 hours, I don't know what potential it has, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm really thrilled about that. What's new in yours, Wink?
Oh, nothing at all.
Get that.
I'm excited.
I understand. Well, in the future, I'm gonna buy you. They make this couch that's like a tank that has wheels on the bottom. Welcome, Zoot. How are you, pimp?
Obama doesn't care about black people.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't care about anyone who's not giving him money.
He's freaking fuck black people. Black people don't give me money.
Told you. How have you been, Zoot?
Nothing's much changed in the last 2 hours.
Oh, well, remember you said you'll be right back, and then you were gone for 3 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So you're not going to do stand-up comedy on Monday, right? A week from Monday?
I'm thinking Monday.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to do that.
What's your bit gonna? What's your joke gonna be for a week from Monday?
I don't know. Just doing something funny.
Did it involve Bitcoin Obama?
Yes.
There you go. I got your mental state back. All right, so it involved Bitcoin Obama, and what about him specifically? Big dog.
The time that he was asking me for if I would to send him money, so he would send me a video back of him sucking his midget stick.
Oh, and you paid for this?
No, but I was thinking about it.
Okay. And do you think he would have done it? Do you think he would have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to hear my interactions with Bitcoin Obama? All right. So he and I get along pretty well. And I mean, I've never sent him any money, but I have helped him with his Twitter account. One time Twitter banned him, or somebody hacked his account, and then he was unable to get into it. And I spent like an hour trying to help him one time. And he was very nice, and he likes to come into my my Twitter video space, and he just likes to show himself and all his bullshit, and so that's cool. And we did this night. We'll do trivia nights, and we haven't done one recently because they're frankly a lot of work. Just organizing them, getting people to come, advertising them, making sure that the right people are there. And then I have to like all of the work is in the lead up, the preparation. All I have to do is just read questions for an hour, and then people. But he would come to those. We did karaoke night a few months ago, and he came to that. I can tell you my initial experience with him. I mean, I didn't really know who he was. I don't think anybody did. But, I asked, like, who is this guy? And they're like, oh, he's like this guy from Nigeria who's always shilling projects. I'm like, oh, okay. And I was in this really big space. There were thousands of people in this space. And Bitcoin Obama asked if they let him up. And they're like, oh, this is that Bitcoin Obama guy. What are you going to do for us? And he's like, I'm going to sing. And they're like, oh, okay. And, I like his music. I think he's talented from that perspective. And people loved it. People fucking went nuts in there. They were talking about it in like spaces for days afterward. So then I was streaming, like I streamed in the Telegram, and he was doing the same at points because he has a cell phone store, right? Yeah. So he was just streaming live in his cell phone store, and people would come in and buy cell phones or whatever, and he was just doing his thing. And I think that cell phone store is going to be massive someday. I know that sounds strange, but well, it's how you always say Elon Musk says the least likely or the funniest outcome is the most likely.
Yeah.
It's like a perfect thing that like this guy who I'm sure has had his wallet drained a bunch, but like you said, if he would have sold at all the highs, he'd be a millionaire by now. And he's in Nigeria, which he's still pretty wealthy in comparison to a lot of other people, just based on cryptocurrency, having nothing to do with him being a business owner. And he basically is pretty well known on Twitter. And I think that will carry value in the future. And especially because he's just like a caricature of a person. And when he eventually some project, perhaps our project, will blow up. And when it does, he's going to be like the mascot of it or one of them. And he will have this random cell phone store that people will be like, wait, you have a cell phone store? And he'd be like, yes, best cell phone store in all this, or whatever he says. And then he'll invest in it, and it'll be really like an Apple store. That's almost guaranteed to happen. So, Zoot, did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
You went to the gym today already?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
It's 7 p.m. What do you mean already?
Okay. So you already went to the gym?
Yeah, I went to the gym, but I kind of just walked in and out.
Okay. There you go. That's okay.
That's why I was a bit hesitant to get onto your question.
That's what.
At the gym. I was at the gym picking up lost property. I left some clothes behind you.
Oh, did they call you and tell you?
Right now I realized.
Oh, okay. And they have like a lost and found?
Yep.
Okay, and the reason why I thought you weren't being truthful is because of that hesitancy. Normally you'll be like, yeah, I went to the gym and it was really good. Whatever, body fat and whatever. But when you said that, it was like, he's not answering in the way he normally does. Need to lose?
Well, I think that I'm just exercise.
No, I don't. You told the truth. That's completely understandable. Are you ready to lose, though, is my question.
Yep. I did walk a fucking lot today, though.
Well, I was going to say that, too, is I know that the gym is, like, far away, and so that's exercise in itself. One time you told me it was, like, 3 miles of walking one way or something.
6.
6 miles one way?
Oh, whatever 9 kilometers is, which I think 9 kilometers is about 5 miles.
Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi.
What, Zoot?
The invite didn't go through. The invite dropped out.
Okay.
You said another lap, but can we try and do a turn-based game instead of a live game?
Yeah. Let's see how to do that.
I want to see what happens.
I do too. That's a good idea. Dude, Zoot, I played Riser yesterday in Literati, and I was down. You know, I'm like never down in that game. I was down by like 40 points. Maybe it was at least 30 points, to the point where Riser was like, I'm when I win, I'm going to take a screenshot, and I got a J, a Z, and a Q, and I ended up winning by 10. But it was the best.
Did you play JV?
Did I punk Jay-Z?
Did you play JV?
No, I played Joe and Za and QI. I mean, I had to play all the like cheapest letters to win. And then I had to play I had to play another word. He played so well. And I've never.
Did you go turn-based?
Yeah.
What did it make?
I don't know. I thought it was turn-based anyway. Oh, maybe it means there's no timer.
That what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Dude, go.
There's no timer though. I got no rush.
Dog, we're never playing turn-based again. This sucks.
You know what would be good, bro? I played a different game mode where there were turns and you just played it all out.
It played like at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would be cool too. Almost like Tetris. Dude, are you proud of that heel leaf? You're at max hit points. You're at max hit points, son. Oh, this is a good move. This is a smart move, I think. It allowed me to heal. And right, let's see here. I could go. There's a lot to do. I don't really know. There's a lot that could happen. Oh wow, that fucked you. That fucked you, bro. That fucked you. That fucked you.
You know what the worst part is? Yeah, I'm freezing in that game, so it's gonna be Rabbi, you basically won.
No, it's just the next turn for you. So you just have to move anything that's not a red. But the reds are all in key spots. See? It's still your turn.
Yeah, the annoying part is I would have made it. I've got 2 ways to go to Sunday.
Oh, that helped.
I made a mistake.
That helped me.
Gave you an extra move.
You gave me an extra move, son. Are you proud of that move? Look at this move.
Jim Bang.
Zoo, look at this move. Zoo, I'm at max hit points, son. Oh, you got a really good opportunity here. Really good. Zoo, can I just help you for a second? If you hold on, no, don't touch anything. No, if you move just shut up for a second. If you move the far left, the yellow one that's in the far left column to the right, you'll get 5 extra points, right? And an extra move. If you make it like an L, you'll get 5 extra points. Yeah, there you go. See? And you get 5 extra points. No, it wouldn't have. You would have only gotten 4 and no points. What's that, Zoot? Zoot, this sucks.
What?
Because you take too long.
I need 40 berries.
No one knows what that means. Go. Are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot,
Yep.
go.
The annoying part is I now have 5. Now, why did I choose to evolve into bonsai? Why?
Why not, baby?
Yeah, but why wouldn't I choose to evolve into tortoise?
You're up, big dog.
How long do you think it would take me to learn every Pokemon in order?
Dog, I don't even know.
Aren't there like 100 of the originals or something?
151 originals. 8 generations.
Well, fuck.
I think I can. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
after this game, look up Gen 1 Pokedex, and I'm going to try and name all the Pokemon from the first gen. Without looking.
Zoot, did you see your boy Robert Irwin on Dancing with the Stars?
No?
He came in like in like a Jeep.
Oh yeah, I did say that.
Were you proud of him?
You think he will win?
Yeah.
Why do you think he will win?
He's young, he's good looking, and they want to make him like a superstar.
Yeah. And they want to make women that desire Australia men so they'll travel to Australia.
I don't know if that's necessarily.
Is Stable on more famous Australian?
Margot Robbie.
Stable one's more famous.
Not today. She's not, or not today. He's not.
Margot Robbie. Yeah, Margot.
She's very popular in Hollywood. Look at this move, Zoot.
Is she on like? Is there any other Australian actresses out there?
Nicole Kidman. You know what song is going to be really big for you?
This one?
Do you know Men Without Hats? They sing the song Land Down Under.
That's not what.
You're right. Apologies. Do you know Men at Work?
Yes.
Do you know that's gonna be like your fucking theme song?
That should be the national anthem.
Do you really think so?
I mean, I'd have to let anthems fucking shit.
I'll tell you this. I think that in the future, countries will change their national anthems. I think that the United States will change its national anthem. The current national anthem is the Star Spangled Banner, and it was written by a guy who owned slaves, and that's like not very cool. And so I think they'll change it to a more modern song.
It's very similar thing in Australia. It's all about stealing the indigenous land.
There you go, big dog. Zoot, did you know that you left me without any good moves?
Yeah.
Are you proud of that fact? Dude. Oh, I'm fucked.
We've discussed this before, Rabbi, but I don't think any narcissists that are currently out today will exist in 50 years from now. Though, and people realize how much it was influenced by pharmaceutical companies.
You don't think Tourette syndrome is going to exist? To me, that's a pretty obvious one. That's like the most obvious mental health issue. I think that like you can have. Maybe it's not the most, but it's like the most easily diagnosed.
Recognizable?
Recognized, yeah.
That and schizophrenia is pretty old. Well, some people.
No, that one can be really difficult. No, it's not like they're just like barking. Like that's easier to diagnose.
I've met some schizophrenic people and it was pretty obvious to me that they had schizophrenia.
Okay, but I mean, that's a whole mishmash of things. That could be bipolar disorder. That could be post-traumatic stress disorder. There could be a lot of things for that. But it's not as easy to be able to say to someone, hey, you just made
a noise or you just had a tick, why did you do that? And the person would say, I don't know. It's just involuntary. That's very easy to diagnose. Oh, look at this move. 5 plus 8. Oh, zoot. Zoot. Look at this move. Zoot, what did you just say, big dog? Oh, I just gave you like the best move ever. Like the best move ever, Zoot. Zoot.
My phone just turned off.
How are you still talking? How are you still talking to me?
I'm actually gonna say something different that you're not gonna expect.
Are you gonna go?
I'm actually about to do something different. You're gonna be like, why would you do that?
Okay. Oh, that just fucked you. Yeah, that was not a good move. That was not.
That wasn't a good move.
That was not a good move at all. You fucked up, son.
That wasn't a good move.
I don't think it was good. Oh, what? Zoot, you're fucking me, dog.
Look again what I did.
Zoot, I don't want to look what you did. All I want you to know is that you are on the ropes, son.
Oh, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Ready?
Am I ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Go. Are you proud of that move?
Yep.
So you know that I have a 44-point lead on you, don't you?
Yep. I saw my friend from school, like, drive past my house, and she knows where I live. Funny.
Is she down to fuck?
Right.
What?
That's the first thing you think about?
100%. If some chick I knew from school drove by my house, I'd be like, is this bitch down to fuck?
I've known her 20 years, maybe longer.
Zoot, that was really good. Dude, Zoot, you might fucking have one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Are you going to go? Zoot, are you going to go?
She has 2 kids.
Oh, okay. So
She had them really young. She was like 17 when she had her first kid.
So she's definitely down to fuck.
Oh my god.
Are you going to go? You're up, pimp. Oh, what a move.
I was been 2. I fucked up and
Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do?
How do you cure Tourette's?
They make a medication that you're going to ask for from your doctor when you see them Wednesday. and if anything, they'll recommend you to go to a place. But Wednesday at 2:30, I want you to tell me how it went. I'm going to hold you to that.
I don't think medication works for Tourette's.
Yeah, it does, dude.
Why doesn't everyone name them?
I read it to you. There are 3 different kinds.
How common is Tourette's, by the way?
Not common at all, man. I mean, maybe. Wow, look at all that. What the fuck just happened? You're only the second person I've ever known. You're the first person I've ever known. Person I've ever witnessed.
I met someone yesterday that had Tourette's, but I told them they had Tourette's and they didn't believe me. They're just like, just take a ball. No, the barking and definitely got it. But she was a crackhead and she didn't really understand. I don't think she could understand every fucking like listening and things that I've never fucking heard of. So if I told her she had Tourette's, she's not gonna fucking believe me.
Okay. Zoot, we're back to me having a 45-point lead. Are you gonna go?
You? Yeah. She probably had.
Zoot, that was
I told her she had simple autism, she would have probably listened.
Oh yeah, that bitch definitely had super autism, Zoot. No doubt. No doubt.